हेलो एभ्रीबडी, फेरि पनि स्वागत छ PMPL सिजन 4 मा खेल्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग हाम्रो कुराकानी जारी नै रहेको छ। आज हुनेवाला छन् थोरै स्पेशल टिमका खेलाडीहरु। म कुरा गर्दैछु डेडा गाइजको बारेमा, जो आफ्नो चौथो सिजन इन्ट्री चाहिँ लिँदैछ यो PMPL को कुरा गर्ने।
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई, म चाहिँ DEC बुसर हैन, अनि टिमको आइजिओ एन्ड देन ओनर।
नमस्ते, म चाहिँ रमेश गुरुङ। मेरो इन्डियन नेम चाहिँ DEADEYES छ। म चाहिँ डेडाजबाट खेल्छु एज अ असल्टर।
डेडा गाइजको बारेमा मैले इन्ट्रोमा पनि भने, चौथो चोटी PMPL खेल्दैछ। यसले एक्सपिरियन्स एन्ड कन्फिडेन्समा कस्तो हेल्प गर्छ?
तपाईको एक्सपिरियन्समा चाहिँ अब एकदमै हेल्प हुन्छ, किनभने हामीले चाहिँ तपाईको इन्डियन टिम्सहरुदेखि लिएर हैन, अब अहिलेसम्म जति पनि नयाँ टिम्सहरु अथवा पुरानो टिम्सहरु छ सबैसँग खेलेको छौं। सो एक्सपिरियन्स वाइज चाहिँ एकदमै हेल्प हुन्छ मेटाहरु यताउतामा।
या अफ कोर्स न्यू फ्लेभर गेम टिमको लागि चाहिँ रहने भयो। बट यो सँगसँगै मेरो फलोअप क्वेसन एउटा तपाईको लागि यो रहने भयो, सबै PMPL खेले मध्येमा सिजन 2 को लीग विनर डेडा गाइज रहेको थियो। बाहेक रेस्ट अफ द पर्फर्मेन्समा फ्यान्सहरु थोरै डिसअपोइन्टेड रहेको थियो। यो पालि के छ प्लान?
यो चोटी चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि तपाईको अब मेरो प्लेयरहरु चाहिँ सबै बाहिर थियो हैन। एकजना VPN जोडेर खेल्दै थियो, अर्को तपाईको अब 200-300 पिङमा खेलिरहेको थियो। अब यो चोटी चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि सबैजना अब नेपालमा आएको छौँ, बुट क्याम्प छ यो चोटी हैन। यो चोटी एकदम रमाइलो हुन्छ। एन्ड देन अफ कोर्स बाँकी त अब हेरौला रिजल्टमै हैन।
बट रेटेडको यो चाहिँ घर फर्किएका थिए भन्दा पनि हुन्छ एक हिसाबले। यस घर फर्किएका नेपाल अनि घर फर्किएका टिम फेरि डेडा गाइज, यसमा के लाइक चेन्जेस रह्यो अथवा एक्सपिरियन्स कस्तो रहेको छ? इज लाइक फर्स्ट टाइम पुरै एकै ठाउँमा हुनुहुन्छ सबैजना?
एक्सपिरियन्स एकदम राम्रो छ। अहिले बुट क्याम्पमा छौँ अनि हामी चाहिँ सबैजना बुट क्याम्पमा गेम सबैमा फोकसमा चाहिँ गेममा मात्रै छ नि त, त्यसैले चाहिँ एकदमै राम्रो भइरहेछ। इन्भाइरोमेन्ट एकदम राम्रो भइरहेछ।
एउटा लाइक फेस्टिभल जस्तो नै, एउटा चाडपर्व जस्तो नै हुन गयो PMPL को बहानामा भनौँ। बट मेरो एउटा क्वेसन रेटेडको लागि नै सायद होला, लङ्गर फर्मेट रहेको छ। बिचमा सुपर विकेन्ड क्वालिफायर हुन्छ, सुपर विकेन्ड हुन्छ, फाइनल हुन्छ, बिचमा ट्रान्जिसन चाहिन्छ नि पक्कै होइन, कहीँ न कहीँ त्यसले इफेक्ट गर्छ एक्चुअल गेम प्लेमा टिमको?
लिगमा चाहिँ अभियसली हामी चाहिँ बिस्तारै खेल्छौँ अनि फाइनलमा चाहिँ हल्का गेम एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ। सबै गेम हामीले चाहिँ एक गेम पनि मिस गर्नुहुन्न, नराम्रो खेल्नुहुन्न, त्यो चाहिँ मेन्टालिटी राखेर खेल्छौँ।
अब डेडा गाइजको रोस्टरको कुरा गर्नुपर्दा लङ्गर फर्मेटसँगै रिलेटेड हुने भयो। हामी प्लेइङ 4 सँग स्टिक गरेको देख्न पाउनेवाला छौँ या एक्सपेरिमेन्ट पनि एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ?
अफकोर्स तपाईँको अब एक्सपेरिमेन्ट पनि हुन्छ। एन्ड एक्सपेरिमेन्ट भन्दा पनि तपाईँको अब मसँग सब्स्टिट्युटमा अहिलेको लागि हुनुहुन्छ इल्युजन होइन। एन्ड ऊ चाहिँ मसँग सिजन 1 देखि नै अहिलेसम्म जति PMPL छ ऊ खेलेको छ। सो इज एक्सपिरियन्स। बट फ्यु कुराहरूले तपाईँको गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति सब्स्टिट्युटमा बस्नु पऱ्यो। बट या आई मिन त्यस्तो एफेक्ट पर्दैन भनौँ न।
वान मोर थिङ, मेरो फ्र्यागवे एनसीमा टप प्लेयर्समध्ये एक रहेको थिए, उनी आएको छन् डेडा गाइजमा। एन्ड देन उनको पर्फर्मेन्स एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ। कस्तो बुस्ट प्रोभाइड गर्छ त फ्र्यागवेको इन्क्लुजनले?
अफकोर्स अब फ्र्यागवे भनेको तपाईँको एकदम पहिला चाहिँ अब अन्डररेटेड नै भन्छु म होइन। यो चोटि चाहिँ उसको एडिसनले चाहिँ एकदम टिमलाई बुस्ट पनि गराएको छ। प्लस एकदमै बवाल प्लेयर एकदमै। एन्ड यो चोटि साइन गर्नेछ एकदमै।
यदि फ्र्यागवेको बारेमा मैले पर्सनल कुरा सोधेँ, इन लाइक गेम बाहेक फ्र्यागवेलाई चाहिँ कसरी डिस्क्राइब गर्नुहुन्छ? लाइक वाट काइन्ड अफ पर्सन?
फेन्टा गाई होइन, फेन्टा लभर। फेन्टा चाहिँ एकदम चाहिन्छ।
फेन्टा चाहिँ दिनमा तपाईँको अब
सी इज फ्यान्टास्टिक।
फेन्टा एन्ड फ्यान्टास्टिक, ओके, फुल कम्बो। म जान चाहेँ एन्डतिर, हामी फ्यान म्यासेजतिर जानेवाला छौँ। डेडा गाइज स्टार्टिङबाट भएपछि PMC जित्दै भनौँ न, PMCमा राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स गर्दै भनौँ पुगेको थियो। सो द्याट्स वाइ फ्यान्सहरूको लागि के म्यासेज एड गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ?
अब पहिलादेखि नै अहिलेसम्म सपोर्ट गर्नुभएको छ एकदमै, त्यसको लागि चाहिँ थ्याङ्क यू भन्न चाहन्छु होइन। एन्ड देन फेरि पनि जस अब हाम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रो हुँदाखेरि पनि नहुँदाखेरि पनि होइन, स्टिक गर्नुहुनेलाई त झन् मनबाट एकदमै धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। अनि योचोटि चाहिँ निराश गराउने छैनौँ होइन। योचोटि चाहिँ अवश्य राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स पाउनुहुनेछ हाम्रो तर्फबाट।
रेटेडले केही लाइन एड गर्ने?
म पनि त्यो हाम्रो अहिले चाहिँ हामी एकदम हार्डवर्क गरिरहेको छ हामीले चाहिँ बेस्ट दिन्छौँ सकेसम्म चाहिँ जित्ने नै छौँ हामी आशा छ
सो उनी थिए डेडाई गाइजबाट सिफू अनि रेटेड आफ्नो टिम्सको बारेमा एन्ड देन माइन्डसेटको बारेमा थोरै बताउँदै थिए गेममा के हुनेवाला छ त्यो त हामी हेर्नेवाला छौँ बट अहिलेको लागि स्टे ट्युन
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Welcome to this virtual studio. The awesomeness has certainly started a week ago, but right now here we are in PMPL South Asia Season 4, and this is going to be the final day for our second Super Weekend, for which of course it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. I'm going to be your host, Gaurav. Joining us of course is Ocean Sharma along with a secret agent today that we have no idea who he is. Ocean, do you know who that person is, dude?
Well, I don't know who that person is, to be honest, because I feel like there used to be someone that was my friend, but I know there's some person who just came here as, I don't know, maybe an assassin or something. I'm scared, though. I'm scared. Can we trade places, Blotter, right now?
But on the other front, the secret agent is certainly going to be helping us through when it comes down to the analysis. And how you doing, mate?
I mean, that's what I'm here for, right? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. And yes, I'm going to bring all my experience, all my knowledge of warfare to this world, and we're going to be breaking down what the teams are doing right and what is going wrong today.
See now,
I mean, Mr. Secret Agent, as much as I love that, I'm still scared of you. Just want to know. So,
Should
if
be.
anything, I mean,
that's how it should be.
So you're a good person, and okay, never mind.
exactly. I mean, there are eyes being raised right now, Ocean, but let's move on forth and get the show started off. Let's move on to the prize pool itself, where we've got $150,000 on the stake for all of these teams. But when it comes to the Super Weekend itself, every single game, of course, costs you a lot, because as soon as you get that chicken dinner, Ocean, you know what's the prize.
Oh my god, those $1,000 that a lot of teams have just, had for themselves. I mean, they have raised it to what, 5,000 for themselves. That's what we're talking about, right? Those bragging rights. And hey, that's the price of third place.
Yep, and on the other front, Secret Agent, dude, now that I hear you, I think you've replaced Johnny somehow today. But another thing to talk about is, Johnny always mentions this. I mean, whenever it comes out of the Super Weekend, yes, that $1,000 is on the stake, but along with that, these few teams who've taken $5,000 in the bank, I mean, these teams, they are looking ludicrous, because when it comes down to the overall prize pool for the entirety of the saga, these teams have almost crossed that third position.
I mean, exactly. Coming over here, I did not realize how big this tournament was going to be, but $150,000 on the line for these players. There's a lot that, well, these individuals are going to be able to do to compete for that money, and $1,000 every single game, 30 minutes converted to $1,000, a lot at stake on every single match. But with that being said, this is going to be the last day for this Super Weekend, so that means the last 5 matches.
Exactly, and for that, of course, we are going to be looking on to that team that gets that chicken dinner, because they're going to be, well, moving away with $1,000. But it's so very important to talk about that kill point, because every single kill, you get that 1 point. And that is something that is going to be so very important when it comes down to these teams. Again, Ocean, when it came down to these teams yesterday, as well as day before, they were looking so really good. Right here in the first roster itself, we've got Wizzes with Vibes, along with Stalwart and Vibes and Train to Kill. I mean, all of them, they are looking fantabulous.
Yes, sir. They are definitely looking fantabulous coming down for T2K. We know the team is just doing amazing. Stalwart, yeah, they are here and there. I mean, with the players like Pika and Top, they're really good on Miramar with their bolt actions. And action just coming up really good, on Erangel most of the time, just clutching out. And obviously Sanhok as well, that 1v4 against A1 Esports. We all remember that. But these are not just the teams that are making an impact. There are more and more that are just creating impact with each and every game. Oh, we're talking about DRS, Zeus Esports, I8. These are some amazing teams.
Ooh, now I get it. We've got a secret agent in the arena, and I think he is the one who's going to be boosting the morale for Zeus Esports today. Are you, mate?
I mean, there are a lot of secret tactics that haven't been employed by Zeus Esports in the tournament.
Hey.
Yeah, that's the keyword. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm going to be pointing out a lot of things over here. So, as we had a look on the first 4 teams, 3 out of those teams did really well yesterday. Wizzes Vibes, we had T2K over there still sitting at the top. DRS, they are going for the chase, but apart from the first day of this Super Weekend, yesterday did not really go their way. Same goes for Zeus Esports. That very first game, Zeus popped off nicely, finished in the top 2, but apart from that, Zeus Esports had consistent bad games in the matches that they played. So it's going to be quite important that they convert today's matches. They somehow get as close to DRS, as close to that second position as possible. Otherwise, the third week, it's going to be a lot of pressure for the team.
Exactly, mate. On the other front, Ocean, so DEADEYES guys, mate. The Sours are doing good.
Yeah, they are doing really good, but that chicken dinner, man, that second position where they're just stopping themselves down, that full stop, that speed breaker, it should not be the case today. I mean, come on, 2 super weekends, the second one almost about to be, onto its final stage, and 5 games remaining. There should be at least one good chicken in the game from them. I mean, they are doing really good, to be honest. True. They have like 3-4 games with just second position finish.
But hey, today we've got a secret agent who's going to be supporting with his evil vibes throughout all these teams, and I'm hoping DEADEYES are going to be able to pop off along with IA to get that $1,000 in the bank. On the other front, dude, I have to ask you, Seal Esports.
Yeah.
What are we expecting from this team?
I mean, the downfall of Seal Esports it began with the first week itself. Unlike Season 3, we did not see them perform at the same level, but this time they are still keeping themselves afloat. We see them in the list on the 10th position with 159 points. But the competition is definitely going to be tough, because even Future Station, a team that is, really far behind in the number of kills, does manage to get those placement points consistently. And things like that, small little things like that, create the difference that's there in the points as well. Over on the other side, as I said, Zeus Esports, the downfall yesterday was pretty drastic, but today we can expect a recovery from them and Stalwart Esports as well.
Absolutely.
Till Zeus, right? They have a chance. One good day actually right now can actually take them to the top 2 as well. Depends on how they play it. But a bad day, it can take them down to maybe 3, 4, 5 points. Placements are down as well, because you see how close the competition still is, both on the lower side and on the upper side. Well, Venom Legends, 81 points, and today they are looking to topple down Seal 9 as well. Now, I'm pretty sure they can do that the way they have been, just pulling off the momentum for themselves. 7C for them, Paradox, it's really close, and the next stage is going to be a high voltage for them, so let's see how they do it. And R3D, well, right now, they also have their own journey going up forward.
Indeed, mate. Indeed. That is so very true, of course. But I do have a surprise for the secret agent right here, because I think we should be prepared. We have to be prepared right there. I've flashed him. He better not give us that sort of an appeal, because when it comes to this day, it is going to be so very critical for all these teams. For all of it, of course, it is going to be brought down to, of course, Venom Legends as well, because it is going to be critical, as their gameplay in the past 2 days has been really good. But we will have to keep our fingers crossed if they are going to be able to push up on that mark of against themselves or not.
Look at him unfazed without anything, just standing, still standing. He's unfazed, I'm telling you, he's unfazed.
True, so true indeed. I mean, look at him, he's got his
Don't
eyes
look at me like that. Don't look at me.
Don't look at me like that. Ocean right here. But on the other front, as we move the conversation forth, secret agent, please don't flash us. We're going to move on to Zeus Esports now, and you better do not flash Zeus Esports, because this is a team that's trying to get their ladder up. Every single game that they're doing pretty good. But will it be enough today?
I mean, it should be. They have done quite a lot. We have seen those moments of genius from Zeus Esports, but if we compare their performances from Super Weekend 1 to Super Weekend 2, the difference, it is quite clear, right? Super Weekend 1, they ended in a really nice spot where we actually do expect Zeus Esports to be based on the history that they have shown in the tournaments. But this time, yesterday's matches is what I want to focus on, because what happened? We saw them trying out new things, not really working out for themselves. It felt like Zeus Esports, they were like rewriting their entire playbook all over again, and it is risky, let me tell you.
Think about it. Think about it, right? They're 15 matches average versus 10 matches average. Today, if they want this average to be better, obviously they'll have to be better. Otherwise, if even 1 or 2 matches just go down, their average is gonna drop really drastically. If they don't have good damage and kills, obviously in the first game, their damage is gonna go to the average damage is gonna go to around 690 points or something, which indeed is gonna be again bad for this team.
It's
so true. This was the previous Super Weekend game. Just think about it, right? The way they were just charging forward. I get it. They did not get a chicken dinner, but this was such an amazing game.
Exactly. I mean, Zeus Esports, they are always synonymous with those kill numbers that you get, the high kill numbers on the overall leaderboard. And this time, specifically in week 2, we have seen them slow things down in particularly the team fight aspect of the game. That happened yesterday as well, where we saw them go for weird rotation moments, wherein it was a wide split coming in from Zeus Esports that did not really work out for the team. Now that is something that I'm going to be worried about. If you are going to try and rewrite your or redo your entire playstyle completely and try and come in with the surprise element, sometimes you might surprise your opponents, but most of the times you're going to be in an uncomfortable position, and we see Zeus Esports in the uncomfortable position, because look at that. Look at the last 5 games. Look at from 21 to 25. That was yesterday. They had one good game, all thanks to Zeus. Other than that, barely any points.
Ladies and boys and girls, these are just the Super Weekend matches for them. And yeah, the first game, just Seoul. And after that, well, it's a fall down from this team. And, we talked about this yesterday. This team was looking scared of something. I don't know. It's not just scared of the circumstance. I would say they were scared of decisions that this team is never. You thought about it, right? DE just comes around them to take up a fight. It was the game of Erangel only. DE just comes around them to take up a fight when they just moved inside the circle. They saw DE, they were unfazed, they were caught off guard, and then it was like mixed decisions coming out from the team. Should we take a fight? Should we stay back? Should we? And that just went down. So it was they were scared of quick decisions, and that's not the Zeus we know.
Exactly.
The Zeus that we know, they just charge. Even if it's like one player, he loves to charge in.
So true, mate. So true indeed. I mean, in all that saga, I mean, Godless is one of those players from the side of Zeus who's completely missing. I mean, we've seen IC doing really good. We've got Zeol doing absolutely fantabulous for himself. But on the other front, Godless is a little missing. But on the other front, when it comes down to a missing part and the other front of that altogether, the anomaly is going to be Venom Legends. Because that team, this is the first Super Weekend that they're playing. And in that, they are bringing a different level of play altogether itself, Secret Agent.
Yeah, I mean, Venom Legends, they are doing really well for themselves. And talking about them, the star player, the man who has been shining the most from this team was Steel Shot. Now, in every single game that Venom Legends have done really well for themselves, Steel Shot is the one man who has been really consistent. In Miramar, we saw Frypan sort of bring himself out and get those placement points for his team, but then he goes up against an entire squad and they finish him off. But overall, Venom Legends, they have really improved over the last 2 weeks, and it is a really, really important thing that this team remains consistent the same day that they were yesterday and the day before that as well. Day 1, they had a decent number of points in their hands. Day 2, they were able to surpass Paradox, and coming to day 3, I want this team to go for high voltage now.
I mean, I just have, two points of discussion for this team. Think about it, what chaos this team would have just, rained down had they been there in the first Super Weekend, first thing. And secondly, it's like, it's a seesaw for them. They are balancing out their bad gameplays of the previous league play, because of which they did not qualify right now, and it's actually helping them. Look at Steel Shot, right? 32 kills, that's indeed a brilliant number, coming down with 7,000 plus damage. And look at their last few games, and mind you, these are those kind of games where Zeus was struggling as well. So it's, again, a balance of the entropy that this team is just bringing around the entire server, and they are just shining up on a lot of cylinders.
Exactly, and they definitely need to be on those pumping performance today as well, because that's going to be so very crucial for them to move on forth. Now on the other front, Ocean, I am getting the vibe that that secret potion of yours is rubbing off from this third analyst of ours right now today. I mean, it looks like it is Varun, but it's not yet Varun, because I think your potion was a bit too strong for the day, mate. But moving on forth, talking about strong awesome, it is going to be T2K and DRS's performances, because they have been playing to the extreme, Ocean.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, talking about these two teams, both of them have 5 chicken dinners, but T2K is almost 51 points ahead. Not even almost, they are exactly 51 points ahead of DRS. Reason being, you see the average survival, 18 minutes, almost 19-minute marker for DRS, whereas it's 19.5-minute marker for T2K. That's where they were having their good games. Even in these 30-second markers, where that difference that it creates a difference of maybe sometimes 8 points as well. It just matters how the chaos of the circle is, and that's where DRS is kind of faltering down. I get it. They had a really brilliant day with a hat trick, but they still have to mark up their place right now, because right now they're at second position, and we know this team loves to go to the first position, be it by whatever means.
I mean, definitely, but it's going to be really hard to beat a team like Train to Kill, because they have a secret weapon, let me tell you, and that is going to be G.I. Jane. I mean, he is very well trained, but DRS, they are soldiers themselves. And they have put up a decent performance. It's just the fact that Train to Kill, every single time DRS gets close enough to actually put up a challenge, close enough to take the first position away from them, in that very next game, Train to Kill, they somehow manage to turn things up, amp things up, and that is the thing that's keeping them really far ahead of the competition. Also, just like we talked about Zeus, DRS, they have been inconsistent, but then the thing that works out for them is their good days are really good. I mean, talk about the hat trick, talk about that consistent peak that you see.
And talk about the sixth game, right, where they had their chicken dinner as well. So those games, in fact, are really, really good. I get it. But for T2K, look at this. Even if they're having a bad game or something, it's not terrible for them. I mean, their ninth game is the only one really bad game. Otherwise, well, they're not touching that 0-point marker, right? T2K, as of now, they are getting those points back and forth. That's indeed a really good thing. Plus, the way these teams are kind of playing. DRS, we saw them. They are playing around the circle onto the backlines, because they're focusing on the rotations, and that's giving them more time to think of how to move in the later circles. Whereas T2K, if they get a fight, they love taking those fights overall.
Oh, dude, I look at the screen right now. The ominous feel that we've got right here needs to be moved away. I mean, that third analyst right now, he's so ominous on this entire season and the play
Don't
today.
Look at me.
It's going to be ludicrous day.
I'm scared.
Sure. But along with that ludicrism, we do have some incredible giveaway set up for you guys sitting back at home, because we are going to start things off right here with this wonderful looking skin for Desert Storm M4. And to be able to grab this, all you have to do is go on to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page on YouTube and follow the stream on that page itself. Once again, I'll tell you, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page right there on your screens, you can see. And every single day we give away codes for 200 Desert Storm M4 skins, and all you have to do is part of the stream, keep an eye on the chat. As soon as you see that code, just grab it. And that's not it. That is not it, because as we move on forth in the third game, or during the third game rather I should say, on that same exact page, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, you will also have the opportunity to tune in and be a part of the conversation. There is going to be a live Q&A that's going to be taking place in that chat section itself, where 10 lucky winners can have that PMPL permanent t-shirt for yourselves to be able to flaunt amongst your friends, amongst your lobby. Hey, I was there and I got selected. I was the better one and I had all the answers correct. With that, let's move on forth. Let's get our day started off. Let's move on to the schedule, where we are going to move on to the 5 games that will be played today. And starting things off, it will be Erangel. So, once again, my ominous friend, what are your expectations for this game?
Quite a lot, actually, but one thing that is going to be constant is Future Station, right? On the other side, all of this is about collecting intel, and Erangel is that one match where everyone knows how the teams like to play, where they like to drop, unless something drastic happens, like getting a circle on the edge of the military base. So it's going to be really interesting if something like that happens. But if I was to pick a team out of this, I would say I would go with Train to Kill at this point.
Ocean, you better not go against our friend right now. What are you picking?
I mean, so just like you're saying, I should not go against him. But if it's a southern circle, right? If it's a southern circle, a military circle, I would say this one can be done pretty good by I8, to be honest, because
Indeed.
I8, they you saw their bridge hold yesterday, right? Those kind of things. But if it's a northern circle, I'm thinking something like Zeus can actually take it. Depends on, if they're dropping down onto the backlines of Georgiopol, because yesterday they did drop down there, but they were quick enough to rotate in the circle as well, as it was Shelter's area. So, like, all those things are going to be just really, really crucial. But if it's a northern circle, I would love to see what T2K does.
And indeed, I mean, talking about the circles itself, when it comes down to the second Super Weekend itself, I'm sure both of you would agree, the circles have been phenomenal. I mean, they've been ludicrous throughout, from one game to the next, from one map to the next, and they have been putting all these teams to a complete different turnaround altogether when it comes down to their rotations. But we shall have to see what to anticipate from this game, because it's all speculation from the desk. And now it's time to get the game started off. Let's move on to our casters, who are going to be, of course, XP and Blade, to take us through this first game of the day.
Thank you again for that, Blotter. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping straight on in the final day of the second Super Weekend. As usual, joining me is going to be my long-suffering compatriot in the form of XP. Super Sunday, XP, how are you feeling?
I'm good. It is Sunday and it is the last day of the second weekend, so expectations are going to be high from a lot of teams. Now, I'm excited. I'm happy, but why is Johnny so ominous today? I kind of like that look. I like the all black. I mean, he does look like a shady character, but I seem to dig it.
He's such a nice guy that I feel like he needs to, I don't know, put on all black.
I think he wants to hang out with the Costa crew. He wants to hang out on this section.
We're the cooler guys. Let's be real.
Yeah,
We're the fun guys, actually. We're the fun guys at a party. But speaking of party, it is going to be a pretty interesting party in a server here today. Final day. Look, T2K, DRS, they have been fabulous. We've seen some great games coming out from them. And even when you're talking about some of the more unknown names, right, it's been super great. So for Stalwart, still clinging on a top 5 position. However, XP, the desk kept mentioning it time and time again. And I gotta say, Zeus Esports, one of my favorite teams to watch. They have so far, at least in the second Super Weekend, we thought they'd really step it up compared to their kind of middling performance in the first one. And they failed to deliver. Yesterday was an abysmal day for the Mongolians, something which you rarely ever get to see.
I mean, if you think about it, they are going to be in the top 6 position. They have more than two. They've crossed the 2-ton mark, 202 points. Now, if it was any other team, we'd be like, wow, these guys are actually, just rampaging through the opposition and getting the job done. But again, we know that we've come to expect so much from Zeus. So even a 6th position is like, these guys are fizzling out. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight one more thing. You said you're in a 6th position. The gap between the 4th place team and the 8th place team is 9 points, XP.
Nothing.
So there could be a lot of topsy-turvy things happening. Future Station, you can't count them out as well. 9th place, sure, but 182 points. Seal trailing them a little bit behind. The story, however, so far for the second weekend has been Venom Legends. They have been incredible, right? They managed to crack the top 16. They've already surpassed Paradox. And if they have a good day today, even if they have an okay day today, XP, they're going to be jumping over High Voltage and Seal 9.
Well, looks like it is going to be an A-OK day, Blay, because action should be breaking out pretty soon in Erangel. Because have a look at what's happening to the rest of your screens in Primorsk. But no! A little voice in our heads just told us that this is not to be. Because, we're back out on the main screen and the game is going to be rehosted. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, you know that over here at PUBG Mobile at PMPL Season 4, we want to make sure everyone has a level playing field now. Blay is disappointed because he wanted to see some action right off the bat. I'm pretty sure the moment some feet touched the ground, we would have had some AKs going off.
Did you see?
Yeah.
Did you see what was happening in Primorsk? It was R3D and BABLU. Like, they're falling on top of each other. That would have been at least 2 or 3 kills in the first 30 seconds. So am I sad? I am sad.
Well, he is sad, but again, we're going to make sure everyone's going to be in the server for the next game, which is already up and running. They've already exited, and now they're filling in the next room as we speak. So for about a minute or two, you're going to have to be content with looking at our ugly mugs, but we've got a few things for you. But you know what, Blay? I think we're going to give them some respite. Let's give you guys some respite. We don't want to torture you right at the beginning. We'll wait a bit. We're going to torture you through the game. So what we'll do is we're going to throw to a quick little break. It's going to be quick because the game's already being rehosted. We'll be back in a jiffy.
Hello, my name is Anubis and I play the role of IGL for Team R3D. It's been a long journey till PMPL, and this season we're back with more grind, more dedication and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means that you have already gone through a lot of top class competition and will only rise from here. We know the teams in the tournament are all as good as every other team. That's why they're here. But my team wants to stand apart and break our limits. And this time, the competition is with ourselves. We want to perform better than we did in the past. This is where we break our limits and win the title. I hope our fans will be with us all through our journey and support us with all their heart. Watch our matches live on PUBG Mobile official broadcast channels. This is Anubis, thank you and take care.
See you at the battleground.
Well, we're back, and it looks like everyone's in a server, so not going to be wasting any more time, XP. I'm keeping an eye on the plane path, and that's an interesting one. It is not as rough as some of the ones we've seen so far, but it is going to dissect the map, or bisect the map exactly in half. It's going to be all the way from Severny, all the way down south to military base.
Kind of feels like we're back to basics. I mean, you can't get any simpler than this. Everyone is going to be a happy bunch.
No early fights.
Ooh, something that has caught my eye right off the bat is what's going to happen in Severny, Blade. T2K are not going to be dropping down at Miltel. Looks like they're going to be taking the fight straight to Steel.
Interesting.
In fact, Blade, congratulations, because it looks like early skirmishes are going to be breaking out, bodies are going to be dropping, bullets are going to be flying, and, well, you are going to be one happy camper. But now, as everybody else is going to be jumping to their favorite drop spots, if you have a look, BABLU have kind of made a little bit of a switcheroo this time, opting to jump out higher up north. But right now, it is going to be an action-packed little skirmish between T2K and Seal on either side of that little road. Kind of looks pretty picturesque right now. Kind of reminds me of an old western. You know, there's like a long road, pretty much empty, and soon it's going to be covered in blood. Looks like the first casualty is coming in play, and one of your favorite teams is going to bite a bullet.
Yeah, Zeus, the woes continue. They seem to be stuck in purgatory, not quite able to dig their way out. And there's an early kill for Vibes, who have been looking very solid so far. Kind of interesting that the first knock takes place between Vibes and Zeus, while we have T2K and Seal, as you pointed out. Very picturesque. It's like you said, it's like rolling into town. There's like one gang on the other side, then you have the... Do you want to go for it? Do you want to go for the good, the bad, the ugly?
We could. I just want to quickly point one thing out.
There you go.
Whoa, all right. That was actually pretty dope.
Thank you.
You know, an interesting thing is, Zeus, now we know that these boys, they love either dropping at Georgie or they love going to shelter, right? Something really interesting happened right now. Now, we did see them getting in the skirmish with Vibes. If we could just have the map open up in a second. Well, forget that. We have the replay, even better. Now, look at what's happening over here.
Oh.
The plane path was such that it was possible for them to glide to West Georgia Pole pretty willy-nilly without any issues, right? However, look at this. They decided to go south of the mountain, just above the G of Gotka, and now they're going to be traversing around the hospital, and they came in, which again is a little funny because, Zeus isn't a team that's going to be scared if anyone's dropping around them. And we know that, RAW loves calling the containers their home, and every once in a while there is going to be a team in North Georgia Pole. So again, I know they're mixing things up. Again, I believe rumors are to be believed, Blay. Zeus is under new management, especially as far as the coach goes. So, they still have that gunfighting prowess, right? They're just trying new things out.
That's interesting. And I think the analyst desk hit the nail on the head when they said that they seem to be caught in two minds. They seem to be like, earlier, like they pointed out, whenever they make a decision, and it's usually taking the fight, it's instantaneous. And all four of them, like a hive mind, they move together, they fight together. It's instantaneous, ultra aggressive. And now, like you said, they're trying to be, or rather like the desk said, that they're trying to be more like Stalwart Esports perhaps, or maybe like a little bit like DRS, deciding whether they want to take a fight or not. But the comms seem to be non-existent, where one player just goes for it, the other's like, no, let's fall back, then the first player falls back. It seems so jumbled. And as you said, if the rumors are true and the new coach coming in, maybe it could be because of a new voice in the server telling them, no, don't go for that fight, come back. They're like, all right, fine, we'll listen to you. So it's again, they're trying to find their feet, they're trying to figure out what style they want to do. But I do hope that, and I'm going to go on a limb and say that they will be qualifying for the finals, considering the amount of points they have already. And I don't really worry for them not qualifying for the second, third Super Weekend either. But hopefully they're able to kind of find their form and figure out what they want to do when they reach the finals.
I mean, let's be honest, right? It is Zeus. They might just have an ace up their sleeves. They might just be holding back. They might just come and surprise everyone in the finals. Again, a lot of ifs in that little sentence. But I do have a thing to say. Now, initially, what we saw Zeus in the last season was basically, it was essentially four lads who got together, who loved playing the game, who got at the game, and they decided to, go and pretty much take over the world, which is exactly what they did. Now, as they have come under new management, I do kind of believe they are being prepped for future engagements. And I'm pretty much talking about the finals because, Zeus was so close to winning everything in the last season, but unfortunately they just fell a little bit short. So, they want to counter that little proposition if it ever pops up again. So we did kind of say that, they're trying new things. They're trying some restraint. They're trying some trigger discipline. I think what they are trying right now is just how to circumnavigate the new circles and, find themselves in pretty much icky situations and then see what happens because like you mentioned now, they have accumulated a large number of points and it is going to be abysmal if they don't make it to the finals. So like you said, again, I think it's a little bit of a give and take. It's essentially a practice round for them.
Yeah, and again, like, this is a team who aren't just playing to be the best in the region, right? They want to compete with the best in the world out there. correct? So I would obviously expect them to try and make changes. I saw them in the World Invitational where they're still pretty solid, but they weren't able to dominate the way they have in South Asia. So maybe they're like, listen, maybe they're aiming for much more grander plans. Maybe they have much more grander plans in mind, where they're not looking to just be the best here. They want to beat the likes of a Navi, for example, right? They want to take down the likes of some of the kings of PUBG Mobile in Southeast Asia. And that means that you need to start from scratch. You need to figure out where you're going wrong, fix that, and then try and get better. And sometimes that means that you will stumble before you start to run. And I guess this is the stumbling stage for the side of Zeus. Because bear in mind, these are some of the best aimers and the most aggressive players we have in the entirety of PUBG Mobile across the world. So it's not that they're bad players or anything. It's just they're trying to figure out this kind of new style which combines their old aggression and some newer, more cerebral approach to the game. And yeah, maybe it's just give them a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so, and we might see an even more dangerous Zeus on his screens right here. Which, if I'm their opponents, I'm going to be very worried about.
I definitely agree with you over there. And also, this is like a message to all the teams out there. And in fact, a lot of you watching at home as well. You know, everybody wants to be the best. And especially now that business is booming as far as esports and PUBG Mobile is concerned, anyone can pretty much make it to the top. But it takes a lot of hard work. And one thing I would say is, especially at this stage, you got to let go of your ego, right? I mean, if you think you're the best in your country, well, there's a lot more out there for you to compete against. So, you know, you got to be ever evolving. You got to be ever adaptive. And that is what we want to see. But again, if we quickly have a look at the other teams that just panned across our screen moments ago, DRS, man, these boys are killing it. It kind of feels like, you know, somebody's flipped a switch in their camp, because they have not only just upped the aggression, they've taken it to a whole different level, Blay. Now, you know, initially we talked about them being the masters of the zone, so to speak, you know, the way they always migrate in without a hiccup and are able to survive till the end and, you know, get a few kills at the end. It's kind of different now. They're going out for the kills, and talking about going out for kills, we are going to have some action break out. I see trying to lay down some lead in Memo's direction. Now, mind you, BABLU was lost early on, in fact, seconds into the game, so Zeus is going to be playing with a man disadvantage, but as my friend Blay pointed out, it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. However, it all comes down to what their play is going to be. Now, we know they're going to go for the kills and they can get the job done, but the question is, are they going to try and play defensive, or are they going to go out for the kills? I personally, Blay, I want them to get in a vehicle and go out on the hunt like the good old days.
I'm gonna
sound old.
I'm gonna, for a change, disagree with you.
No,
I feel, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
let's hear
Everyone wants to see old Zeus play, right? But I want to see them continue doing what they're doing right now. And as I said, they will stumble quite a bit. They will fall down quite a bit trying to figure out this new approach they have. But eventually, when it does click, they will be a better team than they were before. It's very easy to get back to old habits. It's very easy to get back to your old style of playing. But if you're able to hunker down, hold on, and be like, it's okay, guys, it's okay. We're not getting as many kills, as many points as we used to earlier. We're not dominating a lot of these teams as we used to earlier. But eventually, you got to trust the process. And I feel that's what they're doing right now. And I want them to trust the process, because obviously they're committing to it. We, of course, have the AWM being dropped there in the middle of a road. No one there to pick it up. But right now, a battle will be breaking out. And Vibes, I think they were caught a little off guard there, but somehow Praveen saving his teammate by knocking down Ale, who was completely unaware that there could be the possibility of a player just aiming at him. Exchanges will be done as Jiggle's been knocked down as well. And for the time being, it's a 3v3.
Good restraint coming in from Smokey. He did have Jiggle go past him, did not shoot first, but now he is going to be surrounded by the enemy. He's back. Assassin's on the other side of the rock, brings him down in a flurry of bullets. Assassin is getting the job done. Now his teammate Jiggle is going to be lying blooded on his knees, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem, as the revive should be coming in. Now, Crypto, on the other hand, did kind of realize that there's a little bit of commotion going on this hill, and ooh, smoke deployed. Had that been a grenade timed perfectly, it could have been a little devastating. But 7C make the right decision. The moment Blade they pick up their teammate, they're like, you know what, we don't have time to patch you up right here. We need to get back to safer grounds and then do so, which is exactly what they've done, and it is going to work out in their favor. Now have a look at that. I8 is going to be migrating just down below them. In fact, they might just head to the other peak and lay down some lead from there. Now Uzum, what I kind of feel he's doing is is just trying to get the enemy confused, because he's going to be just driving around in circles, as you can see, while his teammates post up on the next hill. In fact, talking about posting up, they might just come in for the kill.
Vibes are in an uncomfortable spot here, XP. Even though the res is taking place, 3 members of 7C are there on the other side, and I8, like you said, they're coming back, and look at the nades getting tossed into the direction of Praveen and Killer. Now, they will be able to evade it for the time being, but Vibes, they decide that they don't want to be the meat in this particular potential sandwich of death, and Uzum still driving around. And you said it's a right call, and I have to agree with you. It is indeed the right call from Vibes. They're going to get the hell out of Dodge, and more importantly, they don't lose a single member either.
Couldn't have said it any better, because of course we did see that, they had this little flat top, but if they took any damage from I8, they would have to go on the other side of the slope. And well, we saw another team over there, but wait a second, Vibes are going to be going in a little bit of trouble, as they are going to be shot at by DEADEYES guys. Now Assassin once again finds himself in a precarious position. Oh, that grenade was so close that Killer felt the heat, but it's Jiggle who's going to feel all that shrapnel as he is taken down. That is a barrage, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody called in an artillery strike, because this is just maddening, as the 2 members from Vibes, who did have some HP, make the right decision once again to skedaddle out of there. Oh my god, Blade, the amount of pressure on this team is abysmal.
This is just rough for Vibes, right? And somehow they're still alive. Bear in mind, I8 Crypto, he's got a line of sight on DEADEYES guys, so they need to be a little careful. It's not just Vibes here. And Assassin actually, he knocked himself out in his own vehicle. It wasn't the nade. So just an unfortunate sequence of events. As you take a look at the next circle, it is going to be almost seemingly a concentric circle, just collapsing on itself. So everyone's going to be pushing in further into the center of that particular zone. Again, like, this is kind of like these very gentle slopes and hills. There's no particular town anywhere nearby. You have school, some of those buildings still in the periphery. You have Pochinki on your bottom left side, farm, Milta, shelter. It's surrounded by a cluster of very well-known spots of Erangel. But the circle has opted to go kind of like in the middle of nowhere. Speaking of Raw being in the middle of nowhere, they're going to be walking straight potentially into Vibes, Killer, and Praveen. But considering it's a 2-man squad, are RAW ready for this? Praveen cooking the nade, but do they know? I think they do, XP.
I think it's not that they know exactly that someone's in here. They're anticipating that the school is going to be occupied, which is a good decision. Now, they are going to be smoking it out, making sure they get away with the vehicles. But I like the restraint shown over here by RAW, and just in the nick of time, they realize, yep, our premonition was correct, because grenades are going to be going off at the point where they were supposed to breach the school. But RAW are going to be rotating around towards the apartments. It would seem like, or possibly, well, it is the apartments. I kind of thought that they might go to that compound at the foot of the hill. But again, yes, sir.
No, I just wanted to add on to that. I also feel like even though they knew Vibes were there, they didn't know which team it was, so they assumed it was a 4-man squad, right? So they're like, do you really want to storm school when you don't know how many members are alive? So obviously, if they knew it was just 2 members, they would have definitely have gone for it. But still, as you pointed out, XP, they got the apartments control, and that's still a very good spot to play from, considering they're still in the zone.
Now, the building that they chose in the apartment is actually one of great consequence, because again, you are going to have a good view on the school. You're going to have a good view to the north, towards Rozhok, especially, you can do something to T2K in the distance over there. Also, if you have a look, Joker is going to be in the building over, which is going to be overlooking, or rather in the shadows of the mountain. Now, that mountain is going to be hotly contested probably sooner or later, but right now, it does seem like Stalwart Esports from distance are going to manage a knock in on one of the boys from Clarity BABLU. Now, it does seem like they are going to be picked up. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a long-range skirmish. It's just going to be a little bit of war of attrition, in the sense, you want to deplete the other's utilities and just kind of deplete their ammunition as well, because again, all of these things do come in later on. Also, have you ever noticed this, or have you ever felt that, even though you have, say, 100 rounds of 5.56 ammo in your M4, right, Blake, does it sometimes feel like it's not enough, especially since you're getting ready for a fight? It's happened to me many times. It's like, oh my god, I don't have enough ammo, even though I'm not going to use it all. But yeah.
So when I used to play quite a lot, my teammates used to hate me because I used to run around with about 300. I'm the hoarder. 300 bullets, and I'll die after firing one shot. Like it just rough luck. Taking a look at the zone though, XP, it is going to be on Wizzes with Vibes. DRS are going to be happy as well, but considering considering how many teams and how many players are still alive, XP, this one could be a bloodbath. That green you see on your screens is going to be stained crimson very, very shortly. 16 still alive, only 4 casualties yet in the server, and we're down to, we've crossed the 16-minute mark. As I say that, DEADEYES guys will lose a member. As Zeus Esports, they strike the 3-man squad. They are taking the fight to DEADEYES guys as A1 are going up against Future Station, I think.
Well, it is in Mount Olympus. It is Pareto Hill. However, Zeus are still trying to be the kings on top of the summit. As DEADEYES guys on top, it's going to come into fire. That is going to be rattling off. One more shot could do all the damage. And on top, it's going to be a lucky man as he zigs and zags his way out of harm's way. That was just tremendous. Another bullet play, and he would have been on his knees on the ground, ready to be scurrying for anything around. But anyway, Zeus Esports, again, they make sure that they fend off an attack on top against all odds, still alive, probably even shocked himself, as elsewhere R3D are going to be opening up on T2K. Now, quickly, just to let you know what the circle is like, there are 2 major compounds. One is under control of DRS, and one is under control of Wizzes with Vibes. Everything else is going to be pretty much open terrain. We're going to have, talking about open terrain, this could be devastating. That car gave the sound away. It is going to be a beautiful nade. An assassin is lucky still to be standing, but his teammate who came for the revival is out of action.
Well, Hassan, you're in a bit of a pickle there, buddy, but he's going to heal himself up and he's going to try and find Suyo. Now, he spots a player out who's been knocked down and trying to confirm the kill, but that gun is going to be making a lot of noise, XP, and it is going to be, what? Wally? Where does Wally come from? But he helps him out, helps out Suyo, who's going to confirm the kill. Actually, no, Seal are just making easy work of Vibes here. R3D are as well taking fire to them, so this is... just fights breaking out all around. Everyone's very close to each other, XP, so I guess it's kind of makes sense that knocks are taking place left, right, and center. Now, G.I. Jane, player pointed out by the desk earlier, he is kind of holding the line, but these nades are gonna be problematic. Another one. Another one. This time it's gonna hit the vehicle. So for the time being, they're okay. But a third nade could be disastrous. But somehow the rest comes in the nick of time, and Legend has to do everything, and it runs him over. Oh, you absolute bloody Legend. And that is going to be it for R3D. What an ignominious end to what was some spectacular nade usage coming out, XP. In the meantime, this is an interesting fight as well. I8 going up against 7C.
You know, had that vehicle not been in the smoke, it could have been a different story what I've been telling right now. But it is what it is, as I8 are going to go in on the action. Are going to go in for the kill, as Memo is going to be put 6 feet under. But now A1 Esports are going to go up against BABLU. They do have a man down on either end, but it's BABLU who gets taken out in a flurry of grenades. And this time it's going to be Sinister getting the job done as another team bites the dust. A1 Esports still a 4-man squad with 4 kills to their name. And now the buggies are going to be brought in the circle because you obviously want to have some transportation to maneuver around, especially when the circle is going to be a little while away. Now, Wizzes with Vibe have the only compound in the circle. However, just south of them, we have a little bit of a rain situation. And you do want to be on the top of that. It is going to give you a good 360 vigil. However, you have a lot of tree cover. For them to shoot up is going to be a lot more difficult for someone to shoot down at the compound as a grenade goes just inches away from Crypto. And boy, oh boy, he is as shook as I am.
Might be shook, actually, but they have completely eliminated 7C from that as Zeus. And it's going to be Icy just opening up. But yeah, a lot of rotations in the vehicles, and this is kind of resembling Miramar a little bit because of the lack of cover, right? I know it's green and it's not brown, but you can see a lot of vehicular kills, people getting run over, people getting shot while driving around. So yeah.
I mean, hiding one person behind a tree is hard enough. Imagine hiding 4 people behind one tree, play.
Well, they could kind of line up, but we'll get back to that later on, because DEADEYES guys are in a bit of a hectic battle here against their opposition. That is going to be Wizzes with Vibes. Their castle being stormed by DEADEYES guys, but they need to first cross the moat, which is filled with alligators, and the alligators, of course, being the members of Wizzes with Vibes. And now, one member down, second one, I do believe his days are numbered as well. But Wizzes with Vibes are doing an incredible job holding on to their compound here. Rules just sticks out from that broken wall. A little bit of a risky maneuver, but he's going to try and confirm the kill and prevent any information from being conveyed to the surviving member of DEADEYES, guys. So if I'm not mistaken, it's down to on top, behind the rock. He's got a rock in front of him. He's got a flaming vehicle behind him, and he's got a smoke all over himself. But a bullet from nowhere. It strikes him, but he's still alive, XP. He's still alive on a sliver, an inch, a millimeter, a nanometer of HP. I don't know how.
Well, it was a nanometer of HP, but it's going to be T2K Sunday. She's going to put him out of his misery as DEADEYES guys are going to bite the dust, and they are going to be eliminated once again. Now, Godless has spotted the movement, Colin McCade off. T2K coming towards him. He does lay down a few shots, however, he needs to duck because another team had their sights set on him. Now, Zeus are going to be positioning around the slope of the mountain as I-8 could be coming out from top. Godless has been spotted out. That grenade is just going to be a bit to the left. However, T2K could come in their sights, but it's Godless who was taken out before. Again, you can only get so much cover for so much time. And wait a second, are those grenades defying the laws of physics? The way they were just zigging and zagging play?
It's I-8. They can defy whatever laws they want. They are on a streak, 10 kills, XP. Amazing. And I-8 are playing like men possessed. They're like berserkers in the fields of Erangel, just mowing down any single person who dares even look at them the wrong way. With 10 kills, the rest coming in, should be coming in. They're looking real mighty solid. But don't forget, A1 Esports and T2K as well. Alongside Wizzes with Vibes, they have all 4 players alive. 6 and 4 kills apiece. Seal a 4-man squad as well, at least for the time being. And Fusion, they're down to just 1 member alive. And this is going to be Entry, who is somehow trying to lie prone and not show himself. But this is going to be an interesting final circle, XP. 5 teams with 4 alive. Amazing. That is something you rarely get to see.
I mean, props to all the gentlemen who have actually managed to make sure that they are an intact squad, as A1 is going to lose a member. 6ix9ine Boy is going to be taken out of his misery as Seal now come under fire from Wizzes with Vibes. Now, again, the circle is going to be in their favor, but only for so long because, you know, everyone knows where they are as Crypto is going to be spotted out. He goes from one tree to the other, almost getting knocked out, and Sinister is going to be just a little bit upset with that transaction that just took place. But Baron, on the other hand, gets the better of Wizzes with Vibes as Delta X play has gone down, which means now this is the moment where Seal need to make a move if they want to get done with this little obstacle in the form of Wizzes with Vibes. Now, Entry has been spotted out. Crypto with the grenade could be devastating. It is. It bounces off just a little bit because of that rock. Entry is one lucky guy. In fact, he is making sure he doesn't have an early exit as he takes down Crypto. But now Blade could be devastating from the side, which it is. That grenade helps as well. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Future Station, well, they are now a thing of the past.
They're a thing of the past, but if things go all right for the side of I-8, 2 members could be a thing of the past as well. Uzum and Crypto need to be res really quickly, as we have T2K coming under heavy fire. Jane is a 1-man standing, and Wizzes with Vibes are kings of the castle. They will not budge. They will not move. And anyone who comes at them, they better be ready for a beating. Speaking of beatings, I-8 are getting brutalized here by A1 Esports. Uzum and Crypto, XP, they got res, but they didn't stand for long. And even though they have an incredible number of kills, 11, it might just come down to Blade, the man himself. But eventually he will fall. It is going to be ruled, so we'll take him out. And with that, we will say goodbye to multiple teams. T2K alongside I-8, 4-man squads just a couple of minutes back, XP. They are no more, but Wizzes with Vibes finally suffering a casualty in the form of Rules, getting knocked down by Seal.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Moments ago, we had 5 squads with 4 members alive, and right now everyone's just toppling over like dominoes. A1 Esports obviously hanging on by a thread as well, as they are going to be entrenched in smoke, but there's going to be relentless DP28 fire, and when you get those hit markers, it is just going to make you try even harder. And now, from distance, the Groza is going to burst some vehicles. Sinister is going to be taken down. 1 man standing. All the weight is going to be on Jax's shoulders as he tries his best to get something out of this little catastrophe that has kind of, you know, engulfed them, man. I mean, these guys were on top of the hill. However, the tables were definitely turned, Blade.
It's kind of like that scene from Predator where all those, you know, spec off forces with Arnie and everyone, they just stand and they just shoot into the jungle, and the Predator is basically here A1 Esports, and they're just bullets from every. Look at them, Seal as well as Wizzes with Vibes. They're just kind of teaming up together to try and mow down A1 Esports. Well, at least the res has taken place, but no, never mind. Immediately they get knocked down again. Oh my lord! And there you have it, just 1 man standing again. Jax is somehow alive. I don't know. Listen, I don't know How the hell Jax has been dodging these bullets? Is he like, Neo from the Matrix or something? I don't know. Look at Delta X. Well, this is really, really looking very, very scary indeed for the side of Seal, because down to a two-man squad. But A1 has somehow managed to kind of resurrect themselves. It felt like they have no business still staying alive. So I have no idea.
I don't know if you caught that little thing. I'm going to hold my thought because Baron is going to be spotted out. Rules is going to take him down. I wonder if you noticed something. Jax is still alive and kicking. He's not getting knocked out because unfortunately he's been knocking his teammates out with grenades. Maybe a little bit of a mistake came out earlier because they might have thought it was a smoke grenade, but it was a fragmentation grenade which went off and Jax accidentally knocked out his own teammate. But right now he is going to be laying down some lead on Wizzes with Vibes. He in fact gets the better of Rules, but again he's going to be taken out, and that is the best way to end the game. That camera positioning was just perfect. Wow. Loved it. That kind of gave me a little bit of a scare, to be honest.
That was I don't think it's even a jump scare. It's like almost a scene out of a horror movie, right? You're looking at someone, you turn to your left, and there's a buggy just running over you. A bit of a longer fight for Wizzes with Vibes. It looked a little worrisome at times there at that final circle, but they managed to make it work. And I love how they were so proactive, right? They had 4 members who were able to keep Zeus Esports at bay. And also using that, using the Uzi at that range. Just some fantastic marksmanship coming out from Wizzes with Vibes. 31 points XP, they get a chicken dinner, absolutely deserved. Great job from A1 to stay alive for as long as they did. Jax especially, the guy is almost immortal. Seal as well, staying alive for quite a while. But do spare a thought for I8, because at one point it looked like they were just going to run away with it.
I mean, 10 kills, all 4 people alive. They were looking really strong, but with Vibes, I mean, let me just break it down. Of course, the analyst desks shall do a better job later on. They weren't just caught up in the action at the end. They were pretty much dodging and taking fights to the other teams right from the beginning. Their positioning was perfect. They hunkered down, like you said, it was their castle, and they defended it literally to the last man, getting the job done. But again, Wizzes with Vibes were vibing. That last kill was just amazing. I'm pretty sure it's going to be in that replay loop for a long, long time. But also what's going to happen now is that we are going to take a quick little breather. The first game is underway, but it also means we still have 4 more in store for you this day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this little break.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the final day of the super weekend awesomeness that is going on right here. And again, with that, we've got Warren back in the arena.
Yes.
We were missing you from the first game, but again,
I mean, the dude just told me he wanted to get the rewards instead, and he just left and is watching the stream backstage on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia, by the way, to get the codes. But yeah, this was an amazing match, especially as the casters were also talking about it. That final moment from Wizzes with Vibes was just delicious.
It was mamma mia indeed. Again, I mean, you talk about how Jax was able to, sustain his team for such a long time, but eventually, of course, when it comes down to the game, there is going to be that one army that's going to be storming on top of you, and that, for this one, was Wizzes with Vibes. Again, I mean, this team has been missing, so to say, not necessarily from this Super Weekend, from that first Super Weekend. I mean, we saw League play in the first week. They were really good, but as they moved on into... Ocean, welcome back.
Ocean, no need to be scared, man.
I was so scared. I was like, no, I should not be here at this moment. But well, it's good to see a familiar face once again, Johnny.
It's good to be back.
When there was the game going on, I was crying.
No worries. I'll have a conversation with him about that. But I got you, bro. And
He cannot
it looks
hack in your stream, Varun.
it looks like, well, Wizzes with Vibes, they had each other's backs as well. Because look at that. Rules, we see him on the first with 6 kills, 664 damage. But he's followed by his own teammate, Reaperbot. And then on the 4th, Malik is going to be joining his teammates as well. So an incredible performance from this team all throughout the board.
And that too is a team just think about Relic, right? Good damage coming down from the ladder, and the entire team, oh my god, 2,770. I would say this team played really smartly on a lot of corners. They had the circle for themselves. There were a lot of times, they have 16 kills, but there were a lot of fights where they waited as well. They never rushed forward to it, and that just got them a second to that really, and they were just amazing.
And I mean, it was incredible to see that final 3-team action between Zeus, A1 Esports, and of course with Vibes. As you said, the waiting game was also played there because they wanted to watch the numbers of A1 Esports and Zeus get dwindled down and then capitalize in the end game action. And let me tell you, capitalize they did.
They definitely did. I mean, with a good number of kills, obviously, definitely coming out for the lads. Long distance kill coming out for Delta. I see with the highest damage around 850, and Sinister with the most utilities used. A1 Esports, it was a pretty good game, and I would say this game might be a comeback. It depends on just how they play it overall. But Zeus, well, I get it. They have a top 3 finish, but the same as the factor, as of what they did yesterday in the first game. But then they fizzled down. So I would love to see more from this team.
I mean, also I have a question for you, Ocean. Do you reckon that had that grenade disaster not happened, A1 Esports could have taken this game because they had the high ground advantage, and this is why they're forced to come towards them.
Exactly, they had the high ground for themselves, and with Vibes, they had that house for themselves, from which they started moving, pushing themselves forward, and that house was at a lower side. But look at this right now, 16 kills, 8 kills, 11 kills. Like, kill department was really good by top 4 teams, and then it just went a bit down, and we'll see, the number just decreasing in 19 teams for sure.
Well, absolutely, the numbers do decrease quite a lot actually. And I mean, it was quite interesting to see Seal Esports doing well as well in this matchup. We did talk about them, and it was them prioritizing their safety rather than getting those kill points during the mid-game scenarios that helped them make it to the top 3. But still, a decent finish from Seal Esports. But now I want to see exactly how the teams are moving around in the game.
So true, mate. Indeed, absolutely. And it's Ocean's time to take us through all of this.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the teams right now, where they are. And the best part is, if you just see the way things are moving and where this is with the Vibes is, I just love the way, they have just themselves at this moment. They have a really good area for themselves, and from here they start moving. But Zeus, they had the early kerfuffle around this area where they almost lost the one step, then they started moving forward, and this is where they were just by the end of the first one. So I love it the way, the team just like to play for themselves, and this just becomes a really good thing for the team. But moving up forward, we obviously will be seeing how slowly and steadily the teams were just trying to get a hold of themselves. Obviously, in the upcoming circles right now, you see as the teams just start moving, DRS again they had their own thing where they just start going downwards from the circle, and that's where we were just looking forward to compete. They also started moving, but look at this. Now, Wiz with Vibes start from this area. They are just there, and now they have that waiting game for themselves. No doubt, they have A1 Esports right next to them, and these teams, they kind of stayed around each other for a long time. Then, the teams just started moving forward. And this circle was a crucial circle for the team to just mark up their rotations, and this is where Wizzes with Vibes almost had the entirety of the game. Because this zone, this place is where they just kept themselves. They defended this area, they had this area, and they were never worried about anything when it just came down to fight. Look at them. Not moving at all, it's paying them. Not moving at all, it's paying them. When a team just is coming from the northern side, it's paying them as well. So all in all, it was a pretty good understanding, because this area is where the maximum number of teams are. Right? And if a team has to take up the fight, because this ground is the lowest ground when it comes down to this area, if a team is coming down from here, the terrain is low. If a team is coming down from here, the terrain is low. So Wizzes with Vibes will already spot them. And if you talk about teams like A1 Esports or something, this again is a slope. It kind of helped Wizzes with Vibes as well, and it would have helped A1 Esports as well if they would have just played the cards right. But it's the story of the other time, because right now Wizzes with Vibes they had it for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, they were controlling that house for so long, and as you mentioned, it was a high priority position for them inside the game. Because DEADEYES guys, they tried to challenge them for that position. As you said, moving down, they tried to come down the slope, but they got punished. DEADEYES guys were absolutely destroyed by Wizzes Vibes in that scenario, and it was really tricky to challenge them unless the circle moved away and they were forced out of their position, which actually did not happen until the end game scenario.
Exactly. I mean, that compound definitely did favor them. On the other front, talking about that punishment, we did definitely see through the open 90 moments, Zeus is ably right there, getting that first blood against him.
I mean, this is actually such an intricate detail that actually even the casters will talk about it. That is, a lot of usage of Uzi was being just deployed around a lot of fights, even though, just these fights that were happening, we saw him posting AKMs as well being used. But Uzi usage was actually at its peak, to be honest, in just one match. And the utility usage in these kind of fights. Look at this, right? Vibes is on one side, you see DE, you see I8 on the other side. Well, I8, for a moment I thought that this team might just have a chicken for themselves. The way they were just eliminating the teams, and they were not even just being pressurized. Instead, they were pressurizing the opponent by any way, means, or form.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting matchup, and look at this, DEADEYES guys, I mean, they lost one play earlier on, the revive was there, I mean, the knock happened, the revive was there, but this time, mid-rotation getting caught off guard by the players of Zeus Esports, and no opportunity to bring that lad back into action. Then after this, we see them contest, a little bit later on, contest the players of Wizzes Vibes. We're going to watch that on the replay as well, I believe, in a few moments, but this was quite upsetting. We've never seen Stalwart Esports do stuff like this. This never happened to them before, and this week, I mean, especially the Super Weekend has just been brutal upon them.
Mixed decisions, I would say, mixed decisions. Because, it's not like they were feeling a pressure or anything. It was just, the decisions in those fights, should we move, should we not, should we move, like those kind of things. And look at this, you saw them just, arriving to the house, but they had that high ground to lower ground rotation for them. That just kind of took them out. Had they just, they tried to just, rotate the vehicle, they tried to move the vehicle onto the left-hand side, but well, that did not exactly work on the vehicle because they were caught already, they had to stop the vehicle. And that kind of just, that decision, in all its taste, just took them down.
I mean, it wasn't even a big hill, it wasn't even a mountain that they were trying to come down from, it was just a slope. And because of that, I believe they were forced into a rush decision, they were forced into a very rash decision, I'm sorry, that they had to make on the fly. Alright, that's the compound, did not scout out how many players are going to be there, and they just ran in. And that is why, DEADEYES guys, we saw them going for getting punished and entry. He ran back, he was at a safe distance, and then he came back in. Yeah.
Indeed, in all of this, of course, when it comes down to that compound, see, this is where Wizzes with Vibes, I mean, they held that stronghold for such a long time, and they defended it. They defended it, and that is where they were able to take the game by storm throughout the entirety of the lobby, of course. I mean, the kill department working in their favor. 31 points is what this team walked away with on the 4th position in the storyboard, looking really ludicrous in terms of their performance overall.
Exactly.
I mean, you saw that Uzi used this, right? Just the way they were pinpointing out the opponents. That was just so good. But at the end, this one, oh my god, this was actually that dumb scare that they were talking about.
Oh man, I mean, there it is. That was the perfect camera.
Look at
that. Yeah.
Look at them, just, it's actually a good start for the team, I would say, today.
Yeah.
Definitely. As we move on forth to the damage graph, indeed, we are going to be looking at a lot of teams that were not able to participate and get those kills, but definitely when it comes down to the damage, all the teams were part of some fights.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Wizzes Vibes is dominating their fight specifically because of that house, as we pointed out multiple times. It was basically them just against waves of enemies, one after the other, just coming towards their direction, and their objective was clear. Just get those kills one after the other. They've done that, but as you mentioned, those fights, I would say the terrain in which the final few fights were fought was responsible for how the damage numbers are, because it was an open area. You were always in a position from where you could see and take down your opponents.
Oh, what a jump right here from that 4th position and that 5th position teams. What a jump this has been. This game itself has been from I8 as well as Wizzes with Vibes.
Oh my god, 300 plus points coming down for today. That's indeed a good jump for themselves as well. I mean, I get it, they're at the 1st position, but for them in the point sector, right? They are just, getting those numbers for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, T2K, they have done well for themselves so far. Now they can just cruise by to the finals, I believe. But if they are going to be hungry for money, maybe we're going to see them get more chicken dinners, which I guess me, Blotter, Ocean, Blair, Experiment, everyone involved is going to be keeping our fingers crossed to see how much money will this team take at the end of the tournament.
Dude.
But I want to ask you, Blotter, I mean, what do you have to say? I mean, Stalwart Esports, look at that. This is a team that we were expecting they're going to be in the top 2 or the top 3 or maybe sitting on the 5th, but right now sitting on the 8th position. That's not
Yeah,
the
this game. Yeah, this day has not been theirs. I mean, rather, the start of the day has not been theirs.
Yeah.
But as they progress on along, we can definitely keep our fingers crossed because they have showcased some wonderful prowesses when it comes down to their fights, when it comes down to their synergy and their rotations. But we shall have to see if Miramar is going to be their game. Ocean.
Well, I mean, Miramar, I would say we can just have a conversation around that for sure, because Miramar, it can be, it cannot be, now it's all just a gamble. And I would say,
Exactly.
Yeah.
that's where we
I like that.
All right. Well, I mean, that's where we can just drive this conversation. But right now, Venom Legends, maybe this match might just be the match where they surpass Rivalry.
Absolutely, it could very well be the one because they're not that far away. With that, as we move on through the show, let's move on to the schedule. As we were just discussing, we're going to be done with Erangel as we move on forth to Miramar, and this is where the map starts. Of course, again, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. Maybe should be Stalwart. I do not know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Wow.
You talk about it being up there for Stalwart, but recently Stalwart has not have a good dominating gameplay in Miramar overall as the other teams have done it. I would say it's the previous week's affair as for what is getting them the edge on the Miramar side. Yeah, I get it. They have those top 3, top 4 finishes, but that top finish, that $1,000 marker, that's something that the team will have to just look out for.
But in all of this, of course, when it comes to Wizzes with Vibe, one of the teams that we were getting introduced to in this for the first time, basically, with the PMPL Season 4, and what a performance this team has brought to the table. But along with that, when it comes down to the prediction, what are you lads going to be focusing on? What region are you wanting to predict?
DE.
DE, all right. DE, is it going to be for you as well, Varun?
Yeah, I mean, the dude just read my mind because I was thinking, all right, DEADEYES guys, I want them to win the chicken dinner in this one. Finally, we're going to see, hopefully, get themselves the $1,000.
All right, well, let's see if that's going to be the case. And let's move on to the game itself with, of course, QN to our cast. This is going to be XP and Play. Do you guys agree? Should DE take this or something else?
I don't know, XP. I'm pretty terrible at predictions, as we've kind of figured out by now. But I think DE is they're a safe bet.
They're a safe bet indeed, and they haven't really been full of frills and frollies. I mean, they've got their ups and downs, but they've been a consistent team throughout the Super Weekends, doing good. But man, it is going to be Miramar and a team that is hungry for chicken dinners out there. I'm going to be putting my money on DRS for some reason. I kind of feel that even in the last game, I beg your pardon, we did kind of see them getting caught out in rotation, and they were just pinned down in one location and just wiped out. I think it could be their game this time, Blay.
Okay, you're going with DRS. I'm gonna go for a curveball, and I'm gonna go with Venom Legends. Let's go.
I like it.
I think they could do it. I think they could do it. I feel like they're a team who doesn't have a high consistent level, but they can pop off. We've seen it from them recently. They've already been able to crack the top 16 as well. And if they continue to have even an okay day here today, when we head into the third Super Weekend, they're going to be in the 13th to 14th place XP. They're going to be pretty happy.
And that is nothing to be shy of, especially considering, they're only going to be playing that one Super Weekend, because I'm sure, as all of you watching know, that they did sit the first one out. Now, it is going to come down to the next game. Of course, it should be starting off in about a minute and a half. That's what the little voice in my head told me. Well, one of the little voices in my head told me that. I have issues. Anyway, coming back to the thing. Let me just quickly talk about a team that hasn't really been on the radar this far, but they've been performing phenomenally. Now, A1 Esports, I mean, they've been coming so close to getting the job done. Of course, they did get that chicken dinner yesterday, but they've also been another consistent team. I like the fact that a lot of teams are consistent as far as survival time goes, because now everyone knows how to circumnavigate one another and make it to the end. But I want to see a little bit more action, a little bit more confidence coming from that team.
I have to agree with you. Right now, they're sitting. They were in the 12th position at the end of yesterday. So today they managed to get that second position. They got 20 points, so they're going to be going up a little bit higher. I'm assuming, I think it was like 10th place or something right now. The problem with A1 Esports is at the end of yesterday, I don't have the updated overall stats yet, but at the end of yesterday, they had 88 placement points, not bad at all, but they had only 52 points, kill points. Now, that is a drastic difference. In fact, XP, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that might be, apart from high voltage, I think that is one of the biggest gaps when it comes to placement points and kill points, where you have more placement points and kill points. So, yeah, get more kills. Easy as that.
I mean, it is easy, but it's easier said than done in the situation when everybody is playing at such a high caliber. Now, this does go to show that, you did mention the placement points and the kills, they vary so much. But again, forget all the speculation, Blay, because the game is now going to be live on our screens as once again we are going to be spinning around the beautiful studio as the match is about to start. And there you have it. There she goes, the big beautiful bird takes to the skies one more time. And Captain, could you please tell us where we're flying?
Are you okay? Like, you seem to have something lost.
My mic has
your mic's
issues.
All right. Well, then we're going to be taking off and crossing onto Miramar via Junkyard, or Junkyard, however you're going to pronounce that. They're going to be over Graveyard, crossing Picado, and then going to be ending its fly path over La Riviera. Now, Los Leones is close by. Al-Azahar, San Martin, Hacienda del Patron. Now, if I'm DRS, La Cobreria is quite a drive away, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that they aren't gonna be heading towards La Cobreria or towards the Oasis area. Maybe water treatment could be heading towards Hacienda del Patron as well, pardon me. I gotta say though, like Picado, right? There hasn't really been too much of a battle at Picado. I remember a previous Pro League where there were always like at least a couple of teams battling it out for initial control of Picado, considering it's smack in the center of the map. Something which you really haven't seen. And considering the playing pad is smack over Picado, do you expect to see maybe a couple teams vying for it, perhaps?
See, the thing is, again, everybody does their homework as to where the teams are dropping. So you want to basically stay away from any sort of trouble, unless you are confident enough to get some action yourself. But having a look at the circle, again, something that you have been used to over the last couple of games, it is something pretty common. It is going to be landlocked. There's not going to be enough water. I wonder if somebody is going to go to the Oasis this time. But again, coming back to the whole Picado topic, Picado is a city where it's an iconic city, right? It's one of the most popular towns in Miramar, as I say that. But again, you have a lot of limited vantage points. You can only the number of buildings in Picado, which can be used to, basically control the town, can be counted on your hands as compared to something like Los Leones, where you have so many openings, so many different levels, so many windows that, you can't really keep track of everything. So again, in Picado, if you control one of the major buildings, you pretty much, have your sights set on the city. So again, unless you are forced into action in the city towards the end of the circle, I'm not really going to see anything break out early on. However, as I say that, I do notice that Magnet is going to be atop the mountain just to the southeast, probably checking the movement out down below. And since they are at the edge of the circle and the remaining members of Future Station are out of the circle, that might be a viable position for them to go and explore.
Go and explore, huh? Well, let's see if they do, XP. Let's see if they do want to explore, considering it's potentially dangerous. Also, DRS making me eat my words. They're going to be still heading towards La Cobreria. I really doubt they're going to be going towards Oasis, though. But it does make sense, right? Looking at the zone, they're like, hey, if the zone was further down south, I really do want to believe that they wouldn't have headed up that north. Speaking of being way up north, CL Esports, on the tippity top of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, you can see on the northernmost part towards Campo Militar, Ahumada. Right side of them, of course, we have R3D. Majority of the teams, though, they're going to be pretty comfortable, inside of the zone. Venom Legends have to make their way in. It could be a treacherous path. They have T2K, which station they want to duke it out with, and A1 Esports and I8 together, in Los Leones. Now, I do wonder if an early fight's going to be breaking out between those two teams. I'd love to see it. Team BABLU, though, bottom left, as usual, XP, and they're going to be avoiding all the teams and all the potential fights.
Yes, sir. And just quickly recapping on Los Leones, again, the amount of real estate to cover is just tremendous. So, unless they really come up face to face against each other, I do not expect any fights breaking out since they have a lot of escape routes. Now, you did kind of mention, T2K was going to be in a position to be a thorn in the side of Venom Legends. But again, what's going to happen is probably in another minute or two, all the teams, as we've seen, if history can teach us anything, they kind of start traversing inland. They try to go towards the center as much as they can, which of course makes sense because, navigating their way to the next circle becomes that much easier. So Venom Legends, again, they have a lot of options. Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. You can kind of brave the blue in Miramar for a circle or two because, the damage is not going to be tremendous. And if you have your utilities and your energy drinks, well, things are going to be looking up for you. Now, we did kind of mention that DRS have hit La Cobreria. Also, have a look at where Mafia Ninja is. Now, in my mind, that is going to be an essential position just east of Crater Fields because as far as that terrain is concerned, it is going to be some of the highest spots in the map, which means they have a good 360 vigil. And now I am going to be assuming that, their attention play is going to be focused down south. So they should see the enemy coming a mile away and, they can probably position themselves better for that. But right now, defying gravity, it is going to be Zeus pretty much on a vertical climb of this mountain. Well, when you have a 4x4 buggy with tremendous amount of BHP, it is quite possible. But also, it's not the horsepower play, it's the torque that matters in these moments.
Horsepower, torques, alien words to me, XP. I know what horsepower is. I know what torque is. But
course.
yeah, I just know it from a more of a physics standpoint rather than. Same concept obviously, but I'm not exactly an autophile like you are. I'd love to be. I am sometimes fascinated by cars, but I'm like, I prefer guns. Speaking of guns, Vishal unleashing on Zeus, and there we go. He's gonna get the knock XP, and unfortunately for Zeus, does he have anyone nearby? I know there are a couple of players nearby, but they seem to be way downhill. Don't seem to see anyone at the tippity top, so that could be problematic. An early knock again, going against Zeus Esports. We saw that happen in Erangel. They've just been having some rough early skirmishes, not really going their way, XP. And it's surprising. Usually this team, they're very aware. They're supremely aware of what's going on. We can see Icy ably trying to fight gravity. He's like, screw you, Newton. I'm going to make my way up there. And that is a very... the grips on that tire, XP. My God.
You got to make sure that you let some of the air out so that more rubber and ground make contact over there. So, I guess it is going to be a bit
100%. 4x4 wheel drive. He's got the spikes, I think. And like you said, let go of the air a little bit.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just a PUBG Mobile game where, we kill each other for a living. What we're going to do is we're going to show you some off-roading as well. Spider Truck, there you have it. In fact, it is going to have a little sinister smile on the side of it. Of course, that jack-o'-lantern just looking pretty nice. I wish it was Halloween. In fact, it is Halloween month, so I guess that kind of makes sense. But again, let me just break this down right now. Now, you would imagine that, I want to be on the top of a little mountain and it's going to be all good. But again, have a look at the mountain. You only have so much area for you to basically plant your feet on. And, you don't really have a lot of cover. It's a good spot to scout out. But again, it is going to be unfortunate. Lucky for them, they are going to have their members alive. Unfortunately, it's going to be different for Clutch Barber, who is going to be bleeding out ever so slowly. And there you have it. In a few seconds, he is going to meet his maker, which means the first casualty does come in play at roughly around the 8-minute mark. So action is going to be a little slower as expected. Well, it is Miramar, but looks like we have a little bit of a stalemate going off over here. The two peaks, the twin peaks, one is going to be under control of Zeus, and the other, well, we have the Ruthless, Aggressive Warriors. I love that name. I still can't get over it. It's just so aggressive.
Have you watched Twin Peaks, the show?
I have. That's where I got a little bit of...
Ooh! There we go. Mini 14, baby. Double DAC. And an instant knock. So revenge will be had by Zeus, although no confirmed kills yet. So yeah, we've seen this happen a few times. I've seen this happen a couple of times in the past XP where two teams, they find these... Twin Peaks, and for the duration, for like 90% of the map, they're just like taking pot shots at each other, but no one really making a move, right? No one really confirming a kill. And there we go. Just clean dunk, and you're out. That's how deadly the Mini 14 can be, especially in able hands. Haha! See what I did there?
We like it.
All right, zone though. It's going to be towards Crater Fields, as you pointed out, XP. A lot of very mountainous regions, a lot of peaks, a lot of troughs, a lot of mesos as well. So we could potentially have something that I've been craving for quite a while. A mountainous final circle.
It could be possible, or your dreams could be dashed if we head towards El Pozo, but a team that is bypassing El Pozo is going to be BABLU Esports. Now, we did kind of already anticipate they're going to make their way to the circle without any opposition, as they've done pretty much every single time they've played Miramar, because for some reason, they're the only team on the western front of this map, and they have found their way in, but now is when things are going to get just a little sticky for them. Elsewhere, the Mini 14 is going to be going out drastically, and it looks like Galden could be coming under fire from DEADEYES guys, but right now, Zeol from Zeus Esports spots a Cavalcade in the distance. That car could go boom, have the last few shots not hit the ground.
He can still go for
but it looks like he is going to still go for it. I wonder if the driver realizes how close he could be to death, as Shifu realizes he's close to dying as he's put 6 feet under. Now, Galden, I did kind of mention we are going to have a fight breakout between them. Looks like he gets the better of DEADEYES guys, as the remaining members make the right decision to keep on moving, because again, this is Miramar for you. This is what you're going to see. People atop a hill shooting at cars moving in the distance.
Yeah, DRS are making life quite miserable there for DEADEYES guys. Galden playing a very dangerous game as well. He does confirm the kill though, and he gets a hell out of dodge. So for the time being, DRS very, very happy, centrally located. Nearby, of course, they have BABLU, they have RAW as well, Zeus as well. A lot of teams on top, tippity top of the mountains. One team is not at tippity top. It's going to be DEADEYES guys. And yeah, what is indeed happening on top? I see a lot of green XP.
I was confused for a second.
Yeah, one of them. I'm like, wait, Wizzes with Vibes have 8 members in the game? Wow. They're cheating, but they're not. It's actually going to be Seal. Speaking of Seal, it's got to be Baron unleashing a hailstorm of bullets from that M4 onto his opposition, but not quite able to land the killing blow. So a bit of an exchange, but they have managed to put some distance between themselves. Speaking of putting some distance though, CY not quite able to do so, and I8 are going to confirm another kill. Although Blade, I don't think, I wonder if his insurance is going to cover that, because that car isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
Especially since it was the McLaren 570S, I think he's going to wait for his teammate to come and kind of top it
actually,
because he doesn't want to leave it back.
Like, sometimes I feel like you're just making shit up. Okay, you're like McLaren.
I'm not.
No. Hear me out. Like, that's the thing. He's like 570. You can literally say 696. I still wouldn't know the difference. You can be like, yeah, that's a Ferrari 751. I'm like, yeah, totally, absolutely, XP, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. I promise I'm not making that up, guys. It is.
I'm sure you're not. I'm sure you're not. But I'm just saying you could. I still wouldn't know.
All right, I'm going to put you to the test. I'm going to make some stuff up in future. But right now, what I'm not going to make up is 7C's memo coming into fire, and he goes over the cliff in the nick of time. Imagine that last bullet catching you as you know that you're about to make it to safety. But now I8 have the work cut out, because the circle is not going to be far away from them. However, a good position to lay low at is going to be further deeper down as you go further inside the circle. Now the circle is going to be shifting once again. I love the fact that they're just quick on their changes. It's pretty even, Steven. All the teams are going to be happy, especially Zeus and Raw, who are still on top of the Twin Peaks where we left them last. But now is when they're going to be surrounded by the enemy, and they're going to have a problem shooting from up top, because they're not going to have a lot of cover, because if they take cover from one front play, they might just get shot from the other, as the second airdrop is going to be on the ground with one team nearby, but I don't see anyone picking it up sooner or later. Elsewhere, I like that Action is on top. The little peak with his mate, top 2A. Now, they do know that Future Station is down below them, as it kind of feels like Magnet and Entry have an idea someone could be up top as well. And since I do see that M24... Yeah. You know what I want.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
That's why I gasped. Yeah, go on.
Oh, never mind. I just had another thought in my head. Never mind. M24 Action. Let's go.
All right. I hope to see some sniping action here. They're going to be using a little bit of some bandages to just patch themselves up, not looking to use up those expensive and rare first aid kits. Right now, the Sandesh is going to have to use one of his own, because they are getting harassed. Speaking of getting harassed, Sinister is going to be blown to smithereens and is going to be going straight up to meet his maker. And A1 Esports are like, oh, crap. So they wanted to take the fight to their opposition downstairs, but then now they realize what's around. Meanwhile, R3D pushing up against T2K, but they get smacked down into the ground. And Anubis, the god of death, well, the Egyptian god of death, well, he's got a task cut out for him, XP. It looks like he's been spotted out. Indeed, he has. Suyog going to land a couple of shots. He's trapped in a corner. He is trapped in that corner. There is no escape route. And I gotta say, this could be it. The god of death will fall to his own death. He will be found out. And R3D will be the first team to be eliminated. They look like they were on point to, they got a knock, XP. Maybe the pacing was off. Maybe they took a little bit of time.
Well,
but T2K just completely wrecked them.
When you go up against T2K, you got to keep a couple of things in mind. A, they're trained to kill, so, they're going to put up quite a fight. And B, when Suyog is rocking an M762, that high rate of fire from the barrel is just going to wipe out the opposition before they can even blink. So, that is exactly what happened. In a flurry of bullets, they were taken down as Zebion was coming so close to be taken down himself. And now Danny is going to be in the line of sight. Void, you need to just match up your shots a bit. You were just going right above his head. Now, Void is going to lay down some fire as his teammates make the move. That is beautiful work over here. It might just capture Seal off guard because they do not have enough cover if they back up, but they've got to make sure the enemy does not come over the ridge. Grenade goes off. Nightwing is going to spot his enemy. In fact, he almost gets double knock, but Danny is going to keep him up there. He goes inside. It's finally taken down. Now Nightwing with that AK does some damage, but it's taken down instead by Zebion from behind. Zebion made good work, making sure he has a bit more cover, and that is the only reason why BABLU is still on their feet. Well, for now.
Well, Venom Legends, Seal Shot, and Void. I like what they're doing here. They're going to be pushing into the safe zone, but they instead might be walking in straight from the proverbial frying pan into the fire. So they've lost a member. Another knock is taking place, and then the man who's been on our lips so many times, XP, is going to come out a Steel Shot to make something happen here. But BABLU need to be wary. They know where they are, but they need to also be worried about vibes. The res is coming in, but it's going to be a little too late. Zebion, does he know? They should know. And Steel Shot, though. Automat Kalashnikov in hand. He's looking to deal damage. Looking to find one, which he will. Now, he's being helped out by vibes across the fields as well, because another knock is taking place for Team BABLU. And that is actually going to be up. There we go, Jiggle. M24 is going to come out. He's going to take the shot. Yes, he is! That's a clean shot. That must have hit, right? That must have connected. I do believe it did. Nade's going to be tossed in. And Steel Shot, XP, these nades, if it finds its mark, it could be brutal. And somehow, you blink and you miss it. BABLU are down to one member, 420 boy, and it is for the time being.
Oh my goodness!
That is just perfection.
Wow!
Chef's kiss to Steel Shot, and he survives. He was in a 1 versus 4, and Steel Shot survives, and he's gonna try and pull off the great escape. XP, what a play! What a nade!
That grenade, the car was moving forward. It was like, it's going to get away. No, he isn't. It went boom in his face and down he went. Again, I did kind of mention it that, had they let Venom Legends come across that bridge, it was going to be trouble for them. And that is exactly what happened. BABLU are going to bid us adieu. And right now, Wally is going to be taken down by a grenade from Sada. This second one could be devastating. It might just roll on down. It takes a bounce, and he is still going to be lucky to be alive. Now, his third going to be and again, just a little bit too off base. And Baron, whoa, he got out of the vehicle. Nice. And with that M249, rather the M4, he just lets his enemy have it. Of course, he's finally going to be taken down. Play, this is just too much action for him to take charge of right now.
Well, Baron just trying to be the Red Baron, except he doesn't have his plane to work with, blah, 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 from atop. The M249 can deal quite a bit of damage, but he will have to peel away from that particular fight. I8 in the meantime. They are still a 4-man squad, although a member has been knocked down and blah, blah, blah. RAW XP is still atop, although they're down to just one member here, blah, blah, blah. He can't even go for the rest, so it's going to be down to him, and he's trying his desperate best to find a kill. Sada will be finished off eventually by Reviews and A1. They are falling to the zone. I'm keeping an eye on the minimap. And A1 are down to just Jax. I'm not too sure if it can go for the res, though. I can't even see them on my screen. I think they're still very deep inside of the blue, which is unfortunate. And this particular stalemate between I8 and Seal, it does continue. Obviously, Seal, they do have the high ground advantage XP, but then I8, they have the numbers, and now they're getting surrounded from all sides, getting besieged. Wally with that nade, he needs to find one instantaneously, or else life is going to get rough very quickly. Wally's going to get into his vehicle, and they might just have to leg it, but Zake's going to stay behind. He's just going to stay behind. Wally is just going to run, rather drive for the hills. And that could be the bait. That could be I8 falling under the impression that Seal have managed to pull off the escape. And Zake's going to be just sneaking around. Smoke going to be deployed. That should be announcing his position. And Reviews is going to find him, takes him down, leaving Seal on a one-man squad.
Oh, they're done?
They're done. Yeah, they got found out as well. And I8, they come and they completely decimate Seal. And they still have 4 members alive.
Well, looks like we have a little bit of action taking place on this ramp right now, as it is going to be littered with a couple
Steel
of bodies
shot.
and, well, a burning Mirado. In fact, it is the golden Mirado, and boy, it is just a waste to let that car go up in flames. But now, I8, I mean, the way they actually came around Seal's Wally was kind of confusing, because Wally should have kind of heard the car, and it kind of felt like he did not react to it at all, as a result of which he was pretty much shot in his back. And, well, Seal Esports, they have bid us adieu. Now, Steel shot from Venom Legends. I do believe he's the last man standing for his team. A lot of weight on his shoulders, but let's have a look at this action earlier. We did talk about the M762, the barrels, high rate of fire, getting the job done. He gets one, gets another magazine in, and just goes crazy right in their backs. They had no time to react, play.
This is brutal, just completely swarming them, right? And yeah, now we know what really took place there. And of course, at the end, there was nothing in this nade from Steel. Oh my god, he was thinking 5 steps ahead. XP, the guy doesn't need any, you know, like, he needs a lot of shots. So Uzum, sliver of HP, and he's going to be knocked away action from afar. And now I realize, this is problematic. Action's going to finish off Uzum, and Steel Shot, he's gonna be probably thanking his lucky stars, or rather thanking Stalwart Esports, who helped him out and spotted out Zeus as well. But right now, Steel Shot is about trying to get as many kills as he can. But Action, he saves him and he finishes him off as well. He's like an uncaring god. He's like, I will give you food. At the same time, I will end you. And that is going to be it from Steel Shot. But pretty solid showing though. He should have been dead a long time ago.
Well, it looks like he giveth from one hand and taketh from
Yep.
the other. That is
A
exactly
cruel
what's
god
happening.
indeed.
A cruel god indeed. And right now, Stalwart Esports, they are turning on the fun. They are ramping up the action. In fact, the analyst desk was kind of just saying that, you know, they've kind of fallen off the map. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here they are getting the job done. Right now, 7C's Fair and Smokey, a 2-man squad, are going to be going up against a couple of people. Wait a second, I did see an enemy really close near to them on the minimap as well, as we now have a little bit of a Mexican standoff between 3 teams over here in this little compound. DEADEYES guys taking on T2K elsewhere. DRS is going to come under fire from afar. Still
Stalwart.
A 4-man squad, but Wizzes with Vibes have been playing well as well. Stalwart have just been a thorn in the side of everyone. They are pretty much at a good position, Blay, high up on the mountain in an eagle's nest, so to speak, just spraying bullets in every which direction.
They don't need to move yet, but although the zone could potentially force him, and there you have it. The zone comes up. And now Stalwart have to come down their mount, where they have just been wrecking everyone. Yeah, you can see that highway.
It's open,
passing through. Yeah, it's open.
Now,
no compound, no rocks, nothing.
Also, you kind of see that, you know, DRS has the advantage. Oh, that slope is fully open. It's going to be problematic. Who will have the advantage is going to be Stalwart Esports. If you see that little dip just inside the circle, that is where they need to go. In fact, T2K could be heading for that direction as well. So expect a couple of fights to break out. It's going to be Stalwart going up against T2K, but Stalwart are going to have to keep 7C at bay as well. Now, you have a look at reviews from I8. He is not budging. He knows he's surrounded by the enemy, so he's going to just try and crawl his way as late as he can. But now, looks like a few moves are going to be made. DRS play. They can't.
What did he do
initially? Wait, what happened? They can't really do that. They are going to deploy a tremendous amount of smoke, but they should do so once the blue starts moving.
Okay, so you don't want them to be preemptive, which I can completely understand. The teams who usually go for the early rotations, this nade on top. How long are you going to wait? How long are you going to wait? It's going to wait too long, and now it's going to be pushed from the side, and M4 comes out. He's going to dodge, he's going to hop, he's going to run, he's going to shoot, he's going to try everything humanly possible to try and stay in contention, but they're pushing him. They are pushing him so hard. Ruled, scoped in. He saw the first player run by. He doesn't know where the second one is, and he walks straight into the trap. Rated Sir taken down. Another one will drop to his knees as well. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, but DEADEYES guys will be wiped out of contention. Courtesy Wizzes with Vibes. and they are not done yet. They're looking for more, and that is the commotion. That is a distraction DRS could potentially be looking for, XP, but no, they're still going to be sticking around on that slope, and they slowly made their way in. They're sneaking in, as you pointed out, XP, using the smokes, but the smokes aren't good enough, and a knock has been found, and guess who finds it? It's going to be T2K Sandesh, tapping away, calm, precise taps of death.
Well, he's still going to keep going because he does see a couple of glimpses of feet over there. In fact, he finds the noggin, and Mafia Ninja is taken down with a beautiful headshot again. It's going to be relentless fire in that smoke, just as we saw earlier on with DEADEYES, guys. Had I been one of them, all I would have done was just kept the trigger press and just kept on firing in all directions. It does sometimes work out. Right now, they are going to lose one man to a knock. However, it's not over yet. The Rules is going to be singing Zaggy. He does get found out. In fact, AJ from afar is going to come in and knock him down onto the ground. Now, look at that smoke plumes play. It is going to be just a cloud of white. It looks like the clouds have kind of descended on the ground right now as Stalwart Esports' Pika is going to be the last man standing for his team behind a small palm. Now, with vibes, oh my god, they're only going to be survived by Delta X again. Indiscriminatory fire in every which direction.
They still have Malik, XP. He's not knocked out. It looks like he's dead, but he's on. That is knocked out. There we go. And DRS, yeah, they're just going to have just free kills. Free kills.
I love the way they've actually, they took a lot of damage. They had 2 members down at one time, but they've still managed to come back around to a 4-man squad play.
Oh my god, but he got so over-eager that he will be spotted out and knocked down. However, he's got teammates, he's got cover, and look at the next zone, XP, the middle of nowhere, except there is one man. There is one man standing inside of that zone, and that is Pika from Stalwart Esports.
It is going to be Pika himself, and well, he is not going to be budging anytime soon. I like the fact that DRS, against all odds, they are going to make things work for them. Of course, it was going to help that everybody else kind of just went ham and pretty much cut each other's throats down there, which basically means that in a matter of seconds, everyone was wiped out. Now, Fair is going to be the last man standing for his team. He gets taken out from Pika P. Nonetheless, the one-man army is still going to be in contention as these boys do not shy away from a fight. And have a look at them. They've already hit the 14-kill mark, man. It's down to the final 2 teams. It's going to be a 4-on-1 against all odds. DRS, man. I told you they had to make sure they start moving to the zone once the circle was already on its way amidst clouds of smoke, and well, it gets the job done.
Well, good luck, Pika. Ooh, he finds one, but he's getting flanked, and that is perfectly played. All 4 of them, they descend upon Pika.
Somebody called this out, didn't they? I wonder who.
I don't know.
I wonder. Somebody said that DRS is going to win.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know who you're talking about. All right, but jokes aside, another chicken dinner, man. These guys, 8 kills. However, Stalwart Esports, I think they had 12 kills at the end. Their Action 14. Got 14. Action got 8. 15. How many kills did Action get?
He had 8 when I last had a look, but I do believe he got 1 after that.
That's insane from Stalwart. High fragging affair from the side of the Mongolian team. And we did raise the question, what is Stalwart doing? You know, they're a team everyone expects to be in the top 2, potentially top 3, top 2 position. And they were in like 6th, 7th place. And here we go. That's the sort of game you want to see from them. But DRS, the real soldiers, you can't deny them XP. And guess what? They do it without any water nearby either. So take that, haters.
Boom.
Suck it.
There you go. I guess you just said it out properly this time. Again, I love the fact that, you know, they can shut up their naysayers every now and then and just come up with something new. Again, we did kind of mention in game 1 that, you know, it's like somebody flipped a switch at the DRS camp because, boy, these guys are playing on a different level. And with that, of course, I'm sure you all are excited as well. But why don't you go and grab a few snacks and a drink, maybe get yourself hydrated, because game 2 is over. We're going to see you in Erangel after this break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the second Super Weekend is where we're at, and we just got done with the second game, the final day of this second Super Weekend indeed, and what a play this has turned out to be. I mean, every single time we talk about the real soldiers, they keep on stepping up the ladder.
I mean, they have been incredible so far, and this, Ocean, I think you will agree with me. Today we are getting a lot of highlights.
Actually, yes, and the real soldiers, they are hitting the real sixes out here because it's their six. You can't now count it on just one hand. You need a second one for it, and that too in the second Super Weekend. There's still one more left. Think about the amount that they will be just getting up from this one.
Oh, yes, indeed. With that, let's move on and have a look at the MVP coming in, because again, when it comes down to the Mongolian domination, that was certainly showcased in style, and I believe the MVP could maybe be from that side.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. There we go.
Oh.
It is going to be action from Stalwart Esports. Might not have survived till the very end of the game, but made sure that his team was going to get those nice kills that they like to have in their favor. 8 kills,
Exactly.
830 damage, and also 205 healing done. But I believe getting Pika to safety was the best decision Stalwart Esports makes, because now these kill points will give them a boost along with the placement points for being in the top 2.
Yeah, plus, there were a lot of kills that he took against, I8 and then Venom Legends as well. Like, those minute kills actually paid a lot for the team because, they were trying to clear out the path for themselves eventually. And that just, paid a really good way for them. Pika onto the other side from the same team gets 3 kills, 688 damage. Suyok from T2K, 7 kills. That's really, really good. Steel Shot coming down, and Steel Shot, his instincts were really good onto a lot of fights. And then we have 7C's Mr. Smokey. That's really good.
Indeed, it definitely is. On the other front, as we talk about the real soldiers going up against the Mongolian team, this was quite a showcase from Stalwart Esports, but of course, the real soldiers took away the $1,000.
Exactly, walking away with the $1,000, but in terms of points, Stalwart Esports, I mean, those kills that Action got do give them the benefit. Had they walked away with the 1,000 as well, they would have been extra happy. But still, this game is going to help Stalwart get close to the competition. I mean, they were dropping really fast, and this was the game of comeback for this team. Now, I want to see what the overall storyboard is going to look like, but I believe that's going to be a little while later.
Indeed.
Yeah, that definitely will be in a while for sure. But Action, Suyok, Steel Shot, Mr. Smokey, we saw all these numbers getting up by these lads. But look at the damage stats. I would say it's really close. That means every player just stepped up for their respective teams. Suyok 868, Action 830, Pika 688, and Sandesh 688 as well. All right, well 868, 688. Well, that's a pattern.
Yeah.
What a play indeed. Again, I mean, what are the chances of both them being part of that exact same number? Along with that, as we move on to the match rank, and we did definitely see Stalwart walking away with a lot of points, so therefore they will be on top. But of course, it is the Super Weekend, and that means whoever gets that chicken dinner walks away with $1,000. And well, they're just dominating the bank.
I think they have a separate competition going on with T2K to see who gets the most money in the league stages.
This game actually shows, how desperately even T2K wanted to, just win this one. And on the other side, right, DEADEYES guys, think about it. They were inside the match, inside the map for a long time.
Yeah.
But they just get eliminated right at the 7th spot, and that's why they just have 2 placement points. Otherwise, the team was there for a long time. To be honest, I was really fascinated by their rotations and their hold on the circle.
Hey, why hold on to that? Let's move on with the zone analysis itself, Ocean, and take us through all their rotations.
I mean, look at this. Now we again see the classic DRS momentum, right? You see the way the place where the lads are right now. Look at this. The circle's forming up, but look at how far away these players are. Now, this circle is where, we can just talk about it. These lads thought that they'll be in a really safe spot inside the circle. Well, they were not wrong at this moment. Look at where T2K is still trying to just find themselves at a safer spot inside the zone, and DE, DRS pretty close to each other, right? We saw these teams just trying to find up their own separate grounds, but the circle just forms on them, and after the circle is where the game just starts changing, because you see where at this moment DE gets pushed out of the play zone. Right? Yeah. Well, there are a lot of fights that are just happening onto the backlines. And 7C Mr. Boogie, I mean, this is the thing, right? The lad was on a really slow rotation, but still, he made his impact count on the entire tournament right now. And in this match, to be honest, though. But DE, as soon as they see that the zone's not in their favor, they just don't think about anything. They start rotating, and this is where they end up. This exact location is where they end up in the next circle. And Wizzes with Vibes, this exact location is where this team ends up. So these three compounds with T2K as well in one, this was really important. But DRS holding this high ground, just think about it. This is such a high ground, and that in the map of Miramar. Well, they never had to worry for a team on from their backlines, and they always had to focus on the fights that were happening right in front of them, and they did that. Look at this. Now the next circle, we'll see the next circle forming up. DE, you'll see them in the exact spot where I was talking about. They are ready to move on to the exact spot as well. But DRS, they just had that minute upper area that provided them so much of the upper edge inside the circle, outside the circle to take up the fights, because they never had to worry about any team just coming from the backlines. Whosoever was onto the sidelines, they took an amazing fight, and well, it was a king of the hill situation. Pika, well, he had that one vehicle cover for himself, but when DRS started moving in the final moment, they just had it for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, that compound fight, especially between DE and Wizzes Vibes, that was so intense. Because as you mentioned, having the slope of the mountain on the Crater Fields area earlier on in the game gave DRS such a good priority in this match. Absolutely no one, as you mentioned, no one to worry about getting backstab until the late game. State 7C tried it with just 2 players, but not enough bodies to put any real pressure on DRS. They were absolutely left unharmed, and they charged forward after finishing off the teams that are present on the low ground.
Indeed, I mean, what a play that was showcased. But once again, when it comes down to that first blood, we will be, of course, moving on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, where we will see Zeus being a part of that.
Oh, again, look at this. This when it actually happened, I was like, why Zeus just took up that decision on himself to stay at the. I get it. He wanted to scout the areas around. But you have to find a really viable position for that, because if you are in danger, well, you are in grave danger, because no one's going to be there to revive you as well.
Exactly. But I loved how ably replied in kind as well, like a knock for a knock, but you might have finished off. I mean, the damage was done by that point on Zeus Esports. And this was, I think, one more thing that I wanted to mention. Had DE had that 4th player going into the fight against Wizzes Vibes, maybe we could have seen different results. Because, I mean, DE, this has been their signature playstyle, right? They like to take control of compounds early, and they like to hold on to that control. And they are really good at doing that. They're really good at holding their position. So this time, just the fact that there was a pressure from DRS upon them, there was the fact that it was a 4v3 situation, might have just pinned them down. But Seo, definitely a monster with the way he charged on the players of R3D.
I mean, the best part of Suyog was that, he was getting the adequate cover as well when he was taking those minute close range fights. I mean, I get it. The last shot was from him. That's why it was a 1v4 in all the scenarios. I mean, his players, his own teammates did try to go for those nades as well when the last player was on to the other side though. But he actually just, was really good in overall the fighting moments. And this is where things changed. I mean, Steelshot was the last man surviving. Still, he just maintained his calm in this fight.
Yeah, exactly. Talk about highlights. We're seeing a lot of bold action headshots being landed, and that was a nade and more right there from Steelshot. Look at this, 3, 2, 1, boom.
Wow, that was the most perfectly timed up, perfectly cooked up nade. That it was a nade that just cooks up crates, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
That's exactly what happened. So, yeah, exactly.
I mean, it was incredible to watch, but this as well, blah blah blah, with the M249, just making sure that at the distance, if you know the opponent is knocked out, you take your sweet time to finish them off, make them suffer.
Indeed. But talking about all these fights overall, this is where Action just started putting up. He took down Uzum first, and then he takes down another player right from the backlines. And Action was the one who was putting. Just think about it. An individual player is putting up so much pressure on 2, 3, 4 teams overall. Just think about the impact that he had, and that's why you saw him in that numbers. But well, they were taking fight from one team, but they were being pressurized from the other team from the backlines, and they were not ready for it.
I mean, that is a situation where we say, I mean, the team is completely choked off. They have no breathing space. They can't fall back, because, I mean, there are like 3 teams watching them, and from the front there is an assault incoming from Wizzes Vibes. So they had to take that fight, but then again, I mean, the players were positioned in a very weird way where no crossfires were available to them. This is the end game moment where Pika does find a knock on DRS, but it was a 4v1. I mean, had he won that, it would have been incredible, but the probability of that happening was super low.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on forth to the damage drop this time around, we did see a bit of a lackluster performance coming in from the side of FS. On the other front, Seal Esports still not able to make a dominating mark into these games. I mean, they have one good game and then they kind of just falter down as what we've seen from their side. But on the other front, talking about these stars, I mean, Stalwart, TTK, amazing plays.
Yeah. I mean, all the teams that made it to the late game stages putting up absolutely incredible performances. And T2K were part of a lot of action in this matchup. Stalwart as well. I mean, we did see the clips from Action, who was the MVP of this game as well. But DRS, I believe their positioning was the thing that allowed them to be this aggressive.
Exactly. So I don't know, like if you guys will agree with me on this thing or not. But look at Raw, right? They always have like less number of kills, but a lot of damage. That actually shows that always they're trying to mark up an impact on the lobby, but that's just not exactly working in the favor. And I would say, for me personally, they are picking bad fights now.
Yeah, it could be, because again, we've spoken about Raw again and again. We've wanted to get them be a part of that chicken dinner performance as well, walk away with $1,000. But it is definitely looking a little like I8's performance in week 1. I mean, they're taking on some fights that probably they should not be a part of. The damage that definitely working for them. But on the other front, as we move on to the story mode, Stalwart Esports definitely on the climb. Whereas on the other front, Wizzes with Vibes, they are creating a lead by themselves with every single game.
I mean, they're doing pretty well for themselves, but if things keep going the way they are right now, Zeus Esports, they're going to be on the 8th position. Vibes is getting super close.
I mean, even if that happens, I still, I still will say that they can come back. It's just this thing, players' individuality is taking them down right now. It's a team game. You'll have to understand that. Well, with those things being said, only 6 points behind is where Venom Legends is, and 7C, well, they have surpassed Paradox. Now, it's R3D's time if they have to do it.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a tough situation for the side of R3D, but again, we can definitely keep our fingers crossed as they have shown some performance coming in on the map of Sanhok. But overall, right now, of course, when it comes to the schedule, we're going to be moving on to the Erangel, the second Erangel of the day. And this time around, once again, we can definitely expect the 0-0 that we showcased, that was showcased from FS side, can be misplaced in this Erangel.
I mean, it's definitely going to change. We know they're going to bring a lot of placement points with them on this map.
Definitely, it should be the case. On the other front, though, when it comes down to your predictions themselves, again, I mean, I've been talking about Seal Esports again and again, and I've been noticing that they're stuck on that 10th position. They're maintaining every single game that they move on forth. But do you guys anticipate throughout the entirety of the day, or maybe just this game itself, will they be able to come up top?
For Seal, there's this thing, right? Whenever, like, since yesterday, we've been seeing them drop clashing around T2K, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They'll have to avoid that if they want to, stick longer, because T2K's players, a few of them are XP and crew players, so they know how to play around 70. They know exactly what the strats are around 70. So that's just a thing. But for me personally, I feel like I8 can do really good in this one, because even in the last Erangel, we saw them just taking really good fights. So it might just be I8's day.
Let's find out. Let's definitely find out. On the other front, when it comes down to the game itself, it is time to jump into the action with, of course, XP and play. And I want to ask you this. Do you believe Seal can come back with that performance?
Oh, absolutely. I believe in Seal XP. What about you?
Well, if they do it their way, they can definitely get the job done as you are doing it your way and making sure you're keeping hydrated. And I like that, especially after
it's coffee,
a map
though, but it's still
Miramar.
hydration. It's still hydration.
It's still hydration. You have some water in it, don't you?
Yeah.
Or are you like a milk boy?
I like both. I like a little bit of milk in my coffee. I won't lie. I like black coffee as well, but that's usually in the mornings. Right now it's like 7:30 or something. I like having a little bit of milk, a bit of a cappuccino, homemade.
Plus, the best thing is you don't really need a caffeine boost, especially since we have such high energy from all the teams over here in the PMPL Season 4. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be time to head back to Erangel once again. Now, Play, I don't like tooting my own horn, but I kind of predicted something in the last game. It kind of came true.
Okay, all right. Yeah, sure. Pick DRS, the team with the most amount of chicken dinners. Sure.
Wow.
All right, we're gonna be jumping into Erangel, and I'm gonna put you on the bloody spot. Tell me, who's gonna win this? They were talking about Seal Esports and amount of comeback. You going with the Mongolians? You going with the Nepalese teams? Are you going with I8 maybe for to get a chicken dinner?
I think if I'm going to pick a team right now, I kind of feel that this game is going to go A1 Esports' way. I don't know.
Very brave.
Just a premonition.
It could happen. It could very well happen. Big question here is if R3D will be able to surpass the side of Paradox. I think they're trailing by around like 28 points or something, which is very doable. It's very doable with 3 opportunities remaining here. Looking at the plane path XP, it's going to be starting all the way from Primorsk and going to be heading towards Milta Power. That means it's going to be crossing the channel, leaving large swaths of land on the northern side as free real estate if anyone opts to head in that direction. But the circle, that's what is going to be deciding how the migration pattern is going to be for these teams. I would love to see another Zaki Saverni circle. That would make me so happy.
That would indeed, but I'm kind of just fixated on what's happening on the bottom left of our screens right now. Now, we did see before the game was rehosted, the first game I'm talking about, BABLU were going to be going up against R3D, and it seems like it's going to be something similar with one member from R3D, Anubis, the god of death himself, moving closer and closer to enemy territory. Now, his teammates are going to be calling Primorsk their home, so again, if you talk about the circle, I kind of feel it's going to be a water circle. We're going to have some military-based action. It's going to be towards the southwest, is what I'm going to be predicting. Oh, it's complete opposite.
Sucks.
Complete opposite.
Suck it, XP. Suck it. How does that
No,
feel, huh?
It feels bad.
Well, I mean, it's not Zaki, but at least I said Saverni as well. Now, things
so you
get
win?
spicy. I win. You're such a contrarian. Every time I'm like, let's go with choice A, you're like, it's got to be choice B. As Assassin, he is on the hunt. He's got that Spectre XP up close. But the shotgun, he needs to land a shot, but he didn't even have a chance to blink. He did not have a chance to blink, and it's going to be the PP Bison who's going to take care of him, and that is an early knock going and a kill going the way of Vibes, and Bishal is being hunted down as well. He's got a Scorpion to wield the automatic pistol, but with 2 players, a killer and an assassin downstairs, it is not looking like a very comfortable spot that he wants to be in.
What just happened at the containers over there? It kind of looked like Seed was just dropped off by DRS. Looks like there's no enmity between the teams. Right now, Assassin is going to go in, and Bishal is going to find himself, well, taken down by 3 Musketeers over here. That was just done in an instance, and, well, vibes are definitely vibing. I like the fact that, it was a Vector up against a shotgun, but, man, when Assassin moved in, he was quicker than the Flash, and he got that job done. I mean, that was just beautiful. But again, the circle...
Look at the rally race happening all the way towards Lipovka.
You can hear it too.
Yeah, you can hear it. So Sela DRS. Now, question is, both these teams, they like alighting from the vehicles and taking pot shots, right? So I want to see that happen. For DRS, Yasnaya, right? That makes sense. But if I'm Seal, Kameshki, Stalwart, Saverni, these are all free locations I can head towards.
It is indeed, but again, you want to go to the city or the location where you are most comfortable and familiar with, especially when you have a team chasing you. Now, we did see that they are going to be heading up north. Now, DRS are going to be cutting a bit to the left. They're going to be heading towards Yasnaya, as expected, while Seal might just take note of what you said and move further up north. That is exactly what's going to happen. I guess Seal might head to Stolber and Kameshki and, make their way down south from there. But as far as DRS is concerned, well, Yasnaya Polyana is going to be their home for now. Elsewhere, I do see a couple of teams coming closer. Again, Anubis kind of getting surrounded by Team BABLU to the bottom left of your screens over there, so expect some shots to be fired sooner or later. Elsewhere, again, it is pretty much the same story we see every time in Erangel. I-8 Stalwart Esports on the little island all by the lonesome, and chances are they're going to be coming in once the first circle blue does some damage to them.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. Still haven't seen Stalwart. I do like. I guess it's Stalwart Esports. They obviously know much better than I do about how to approach this game. But I would love to see someone in Novo and take a boat, circumnavigate their way past Milta Power, past Lipovka, and make their way from the eastern side, or even traverse all the way up north and head into Stolber. Just going around the entire main island. Very unlikely, though. Stalwart Esports, they do like taking those fights. They know they're more than capable of, taking care of any potential roadblocks, which could happen. T2K are there. They also have Wizzes with Vibes nearby. A1 Esports, though, they're a team. You did pick pick XP, and right now they're in a pretty comfy spot as well. Now, R3D and BABLU on the western side, I can take a look over their Aganda, towards towards Primorsk, towards the quarry. I guess they could go up north towards Hospital and then make their entry from the western side, perhaps?
That is definitely going to make more sense for them, especially since if you remember the plane path was way down south. So again, they shouldn't be expecting any opposition at George Paul whatsoever, especially since, Zeus have dropped down at the shelter. And that is something they're going to be aware of. Again, I love the fact that everybody knows where each team is going to be at the beginning. But what makes things exciting is, well, everything is topsy-turvy once the second circle moves in. And if I quickly have a look at what's happening on the military island itself. Now, Apex is going to be the first man from his team to kind of take up a little bit of a scouting position. He's going to be the first in line of defense for the team. Now, as far as the extraordinary boat adventure you were talking about earlier, it is going to be a little tricky, especially since they're going to be aware that Milta Power is going to be occupied, possibly Lipovka is going to be occupied, and the fact that you don't have a lot of water to work with on the eastern front, you're going to be spotted out easy. So it's all about taking chances. And I guess that kind of mentality is going to come in when you're not confident on your gun game. And talking about Stalwart Esports, man, these boys can shoot. If the last few matches teach us anything, as Apex, again, like we did say, he is going to be on top of the action right now, trying to make sure that the path ahead is going to be clear for his team, and he is going to spot Seoga. And of course, he's going to hold his trigger discipline because they don't want to give the position away yet. Now, what he's going to try and ascertain is, are they going to be holding down the gas station, or are they just going to move further back? And I guess it's going to be a good time to move over.
Or he could also be paranoid that was just Suyo being a bait. He's like, all right, guys, I'm leaving. But there could be a couple of members waiting there, right? Obviously, there's no one there. We are aware of it. Because we, of course, have the X-ray and the observer feed. But Stalwart obviously being very...
I wish I had that during the game.
Yeah, I think that's called cheating, XP. I think that's called cheating. Let's take a look at what's happening down south. The I-8 are going to be traversing the bridge, but at the same time, Future Station and R3D are in a bit of an interesting situation. R3D are just going to be driving past Clutch Baba and Magnet, and they should be taking shots at them, but when they do so, that's the... There we go. Clutch Baba unleashing that scar of his onto towards R3D, but not quite able to find a single hit there. Now, amongst all the commotion, I8 have used that opportunity to try and cross on over, and they have indeed done so. So another opportunity here for Fuse Station to try and find a couple of knocks here. But this is a battle I have been waiting for, something which was almost, it felt like a certainty in the previous season, which is I8 and Future Station battling it out on the Western Bridge. Unfortunately, XP, once again, it's not going to happen.
It isn't going to happen. Again, that is something that all these teams have actively avoided, choosing to fight on solid ground instead. But now as I8 is going to be moving in the circle, R3D, the team that was getting shot at by Future Station early on, is going to be pretty much in a bad spot, because it looks like they're going to be heading for 7 Seas. As Crypto now is going to alight from his vehicle and lay down some lead in Clutch Baba's direction. And a little bit of a hot pursuit, in fact, might just be something that is going to stem from that little exchange. As Future Station, now they are pretty much scattered all over the place play, so they need to make sure that they get together sooner or later, as Magnet seems to be attracting bullets from Crypto, but he is going to make his great escape. Now, if I quickly have a look at the circle, is still where we left them. All the teams are going to be coming in slowly into the circle, and well, Seawine thought he could run that little tree over. However, it was quite a strong box. Cedar, I'd imagine. I'm just making stuff up now.
Well...
Crypto's in trouble.
Ooh. A little closer from C Wine. I do wonder why his name is C Wine. Like, I've seen his name for a while. I'm like, that's an interesting combination of words,
Well, I'd rather have sea wine than sea water. I guess maybe he's a man after my own heart.
There is a story. There is a story about... there was a filming of a movie in Africa. I forgot what it was. It's a classic movie. I think it was Jack Nicholson in that. I think it's called Out of Africa. It's a classic. It's a late 80s classic. And I think everyone came down with cholera or one of those. I forget what it was. I think it was cholera or something, where because of the water there, right? It wasn't really filtered. It wasn't really. This is like in the 80s, and they were filming out in the jungles and whatnot. And the director and the main actor didn't fall sick. You know why? They only drank whiskey. Anyway, we'll get back to it later on as Ably's taking a fight and he's going to find R3D. And R3D, come on, man. You guys need to really step it up here. But going up against Zeus is never going to be easy. Even if Zeus, who look like they're in a rough spot, could be very dangerous indeed. They should confirm the kill on Ably right now. They have indeed. And the res should be taking place. No, he's been finished off. So now it's a 3 versus 3. IC and Zeus looking for vengeance, for revenge for the teammate.
You got to keep one thing in mind. Godless is in the fray as well. He's just a bit off screen towards the top left as I see. It's going to take some damage. That grenade, of course, not hitting his mark. Anubis could put him on the ground. He doesn't. That grenade was on the wrong side of the wall, but the other one was exactly where they wanted it. Now, Godless, I didn't mention he was a bit off focus over here, but it looks like he's going to come under fire from DEADEYES, guys, which means he isn't really going to be helping his teammates out right now. Now, I do see the buggies over there, and I also see that the rear tires have been shot out, which means it's going to be near impossible for them to drive out at good speed, and this is the right call. They are going to be trying and backing away, making sure they deploy the smoke just for a little bit of confusion, so to speak, but looks like Icy is going to be spotted from elsewhere, and it's A1 Sinister. Oh, that guy had some sinister plans up his sleeve. He's going to put it on the ground, and now the revive is going to be tricky as Zeol is going to be caught out as well, and there you have it. Zeus suddenly down to 1.
Man, Zeus are they've just been having a rough weekend, right? Like, it's not been a party for them.
I still kind of think that they're trying new things. And,
I agree.
They might just surprise us.
But okay, let me put it this way. Old Zeus,
Okay.
the moment they got that first knock onto R3D, they were like, oh, it's R3D. They're bottom of the table. Easy kills. Let's go in. That's how they used to play. And now they're like isolated. They're in 2 mines. They're out in the open. The positioning, the awareness is really off as well. They were completely clueless as to the possibility of a third team coming in and taking pot shots at them, right? So, but yeah, I have to agree with you as well, XP. I'm going to echo your thoughts. I feel like this is Zeus trying a couple of new things. And it's not like they're being terrible, right? They still have a number of points. It's just that they're not at the tippity top. They're not a top 3, top 4. And when you're a team that good, you will be criticized, or you will rather come into scrutiny when you're not at the tippity top. They're still a solid team. They still have enough points. They're still in the middle of the table, so they're still pretty comfortable. And bear in mind, it's just a Super Weekend. The second one as well. We still have another Super Weekend next week, and after that, of course, we have the final. So a lot more games to be played here for the Mongolians. Looking at the zone, though, XP can see a lot of teams congregated together as Venom Legends are going to be going up against the other Mongolians in the form of Seal Esports.
Well, we were talking about Seal Esports earlier on, and they really need to step on the game. They need to hustle. In fact, they need to hustle so much. They brought a man in called Hustler for this game, trying to get the job done, and they are doing a good job. They have got the better of Venom Void. He's in the ground, which means they do have that 1 kill again. I did kind of mention, when you have the back wheel popped off of Buggy, it is going to be very, very slow. Now, as I say that, an AUG is going to drop down to the grounds. The second airdrop, in fact, as the action is going to be congregating in on Rozok, the hill, and the school, and have a look at all those teams moving in. Now, the fact is that the best thing about this zone play, you have a lot of cover. You have a lot of buildings, a lot of windows, and it is going to be chaotic sooner or later. Someone's going to let slip the dogs of war, and everyone is just going to be toppling pretty much over each other.
I love that phrase. Let's slip the dogs of war. Also, a very famous novel, if I remember, Dogs of War. I remember reading that in school. Classic book about mercenaries. We'll get back to that later on. We can talk about literature and movies when there's a little bit of lull in the action. Right now, the action is definitely breaking out. And speaking of action breaking out, it was Zeus who had a bit of a scuffle there against R3D, but got completely obliterated by A1. Just one man standing for them, which is a rough start once more. RAW. Down to a 2-man squad. It's Sada and blah, blah, blah. As we take a look at the previous map's chicken dinner winners, that is, of course, going to be DRS, who are somehow, despite the plain path XP, they find themselves in Yasnaya, but they will now have to head in deeper inside. They have to leave Yasnaya and move in from the northeastern side. The problem is, you can see that, you let out that little bit of an exclamation. There are 8 Mongolians, Seal and Stalwart Esports, waiting for them.
Now, here's what I want to do. Nima should be giving out a lot of information. If he is, in fact, scouting for his team, he should have spotted out Stalwart Esports, they already know about Seal, that they're going to be hunkered down next to the bridge. If you have a look, I like the fact that Seal are moving over as well, because that gas station on the main island play has a little gradual slope as it goes to the water. So from there, they can actually mount a little bit of an attack. But right now, DRS Nima is the one who's going to be stopping a little assault as Stalwart Esports are moving in on his position. He is alone, mind you. His teammates are still out. Now the question is, are they going to come in and help him over here, or are they going to bide their time and see how the cards fall? But now the door's been destroyed. Nima still has an option to just well, if you think about it, he doesn't have a lot of options yet. He needs to make sure Stalwart Esports does not move in on his location, and that might happen because Seal could be coming in to play spoil sport. Now, I like the fact that Nima, although he has the buggy right next to him, he does not just go away yet. In fact, his teammates are going to be coming in the form of Mafia Ninja and Galzin, and now Top is going to be at the receiving end of things.
The cavalry has arrived, XP. They come galloping in, but look at Apex. Okay, the nade finds Top, though, and that's an opportunity for them to just run on in and confirm the kill, but they don't know. It's only one player, and look at Apex immediately. XP is like, nope, and he U-turns his way out of there, and that should be a confirmed kill. I love how DRS approached that. I love how to send one player ahead, and he didn't over-aggress, right? Was it Nima? I think it was Nima, right? He didn't over-aggress. He held down the ground. He didn't push up further. He tossed a nade smoke. And while all the attention was focused onto him, that's when the rest of his teammates arrived. Now, also a little bit helped out by the Seal, taking a couple of pot shots at Stalwart Esports as well, but well played by DRS. And look at how quickly they're pivoting away from the position. Looking in the zone, they're going to be crossing the bridge that is going to be following Seal. As we shift to a Pakistani action, it is going to be BABLU, who might potentially lose Danny, because I can't see any of his teammates nearby. What is going on? Oh, no.
They're up on the hill. In fact, Crypto just got shot by one of them, and it does look like Danny's days are going to be numbered indeed. But the thing is, Crypto is now going to be in the sight of the enemy. A few shots are going to be fired. In fact, the first one connected beautifully, doing 20 points of damage. That means it's hit his body, but Crypto does make it inside the building. And now Danny knows any second now he is going to be put out of his misery, and all his loot is going to be up for grabs. Elsewhere, DRS are going to be taking the fight on towards Seal, but right now, A1 Esports are going to be trying and hitting. Sinister is down. Sinister's taking out. Shoicott rolling over. Finally, his car manages.
He's rolling in the deep
underwater. But now, I love that. But right now, it's going to be problematic, because if I was Vibes, I would be lobbing a couple of grenades at that very spot.
Absolutely. They know exactly where that car rolled into. And Shoicott, well, he might be just, putting in some Adele in the radio, just chilling out in the deep.
Beautiful, rolling in the deep. Perfect play.
Thank you. I do surprise myself at times. Very rarely, XP. I have my moments, but it is going to be, it is going to be A1 just running into a hail of bullets, and Shoicott will very smartly evacuate that vehicle. Doesn't want to get blown up. And Assassin's there right above. He's like, all right, you good? There's no one nearby. Actually, no. Did he spot him? No, he doesn't. Shoicott's going to do a very smart play. He's going to swim away to safety. Now, A1 are down to 2-man squad, so they need to be pretty paranoid. And there we go. Hustler spots out a player of Stall from the distance, and that's just a laser beam. Almost no recoil, it looks like, on that gun of his. And he's going to find a knock. Now, not really going for the confirmed kills. They are aware that a lot of other teams nearby, as Magnet as well is going to be driving straight inside the water. We're just going to be chilling for a bit. Meanwhile, Entry's going to be finished off. The second vehicle is Controller going to light. He's going to light at the worst time possible. That is off. He just gone around the building, XP. He would have somehow managed to stay alive, but Assassin, he is going to empty his bullets into that UAZ. And good night, sweet prince. Future station down to 1.
I kind of like the fact that he chose the smallest window to try and crawl his way through. Of course, he missed that first jump, and he paid the price elsewhere. Maxi's going to be going ham as the grenade catches a couple off guard. Now, Venom Legends could be in trouble. They're going to be survived by one man on the sliver of HP, while his teammates are going to be down on his knees around him. Frypan has been exited this game. Mamba is going to be coming in. Now, it does look like they are going to be survived by one man in the form of Steel Shot. Now, we know Steel Shot can do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, he can't lob a grenade this time, Blade. They know exactly where he is, and he's just going to make sure that he catches his breath before he submerges himself once again. However, he could kind of surprise them if he just gets a little bit of footing and lets his assault rifle do all the talking. Elsewhere, Zake is letting his M16 do the talking as he's still pummeling Stalwart Esports with bullets. And right now, it's going to be Apex who is going to finally bite the dust. And now the circle is going to be perfect for Seal Esports and, in fact, DRS as well. But they are going to have an obstacle in their way in the form of Clarity BABLU.
The fact that Steel Shot, the moment he saw the zone, he's like, all right, I'm going to go head over to the other side of the bridge, which is very smart. And the circle smack on him. He doesn't have to move right now. He can just play the placement points. But as you pointed out, every time he goes, XP, no way.
Beautiful.
Can he pull this off? Like, right, he doesn't have a line of sight on R3D, but R3D and Steel Shot, they're not going to move. Now, does Steel Shot have any health kits? Yeah, he's got it. Never mind. Smokey is going to take out Smokey. That is unfortunate. But right now, R3D, I can see a couple of bullet holes right next to them. So I believe they have potentially been spotted out. I got to give a shout out to Anubis. I love his flip-flops.
Are they frogs, or is that like a baby croc? I don't know. I want to have a little bit of a close-up later on, but they are going to be smoking it out because it does kind of look like stray bullets might just find their mark. Now, I8 are going to join the remainder of the vehicles in the water. Now, the question is, is there going to be a watery grave from them, or are they going to make it out in time? Memo is going to be finally taken down. Ozim is going to be joining the fray as well. Crypto just drives on past. In fact, he's going to make it to the water as well. What is happening over here? I like the fact that they have the vehicles inside. However, they're just on the edge of the circle. It could be problematic. Alrighty, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it just blew up inches away. However, the water kind of displaced the damage, and they are still lucky to be swimming. Elsewhere, Zeus's Godless is not lucky, as that grenade is going to wipe his team out from this game.
Yeah, that's it for Zeus, that's it for Stalwart, and that's it for RAW. Stalwart Esports as well likes to be like two big hitting Mongolian teams out very early, and Vibes are in such a good spot. But eventually they have to make a move. What they're trying to do here, XP, is to ensure that they wipe out everyone else before they eventually creep into the play zone. Wizzes with Vibes and I8, and I8 have 2 vehicles to try and take some shots onto Wizzes, and I gotta say, Wizzes are in a very rough spot. But yeah, there we go. Spotted out. Reviews. Oh, the nade! It's a collateral!
It was inevitable.
That is perfection! Just a brilliant nade coming in from Jiggle. That was a double nade as well. Even IA tossing a nade, but Jiggle, he finds so many, and now it's all on Crypto. He's got his teammate also nearby, and he's going to take a shot. Praveen spots him out, though, and it is going to be Crypto falling to another watery grave. Still a member alive here for I8. He hasn't shown himself, but eventually Vibes will spot him out. The next zone, XP, still have a little bit of water, but it has moved away from the bridge. I'm telling you, when some I don't know, some archaeologists, they head towards this water years down the line, they're going to be finding a mass grave. They're going to be wondering what the hell happened here, because it's not going to be a pretty end. It's going to get brutal.
Now, let me just say one thing. It was inevitable that I8 was going to get wiped out, especially since they probably just took about a minute or two staying in the same position. And we kind of anticipated grenades coming in earlier. So, I guess they kind of hit themselves on the foot there. But right now, it does look like Clarity does get a knock in the distance, which actually gives them a little bit of a chance. Oh, the other way around, in fact. It gives them a chance to quickly maneuver around. Now, Odham's position is definitely given away. And he is basically, he's making a last stand. He knows that it's going to be inevitable. But Praveen going in for the resupplying over there, and in fact gets spotted out. In fact, it's going to be problematic. Now, again, this is that grenade we saw earlier. Jiggle getting the job done. I8 just stood, or rather just sat in that position, pretty much baiting them, and I kind of feel like it's on them for this little outage.
11 kills for Vibes, though.
Amazing.
That 3K with a nade, you really get to see. Rubino. Is that a smoke for his teammate, though? I wonder what that was. But anyway, we'll get back to the fight later on. You take a look at keep an eye on the circle, ladies and gentlemen, the top right corner of your screen. You can see how many members there are on the eastern front. On the west, though, the water still Vibe sticking around. Now, Deadeye's guy's position up top, it's pretty good. But what's not looking good for BABLU is the fact that there are bullets raining downhill from Seal, but Seal are also getting shot at by other teams as well. Deadeye's guys have joined the fray, and BABLU's 420 boy is going to be the last man standing, somehow trying to stay alive while getting shot at by Shifu as well as by Seal, who still have 3 members alive and kicking. And Seal are being very paranoid. They know they're getting shot at. They want to at least ensure they take out BABLU. So, oh no, Hustler, that's probably not the play, but somehow runs out of bullets. There's a chance for Hustler to make his way to safety, but no, he finds a smoke, but in the smoke was 420 boy. The trades are quick though. But Seal now a 2-man squad, and they have to go up against Deadeye's guys who have all 4 alive XP and 8 notches on their guns.
Well, it's still going to be continuing as Baron is going to take down other members from Deadeye's guys. Shifa goes down. Now the retaliation comes in on top his game with the M16, putting Baron in his place. Now Zayk, I do believe, is the last man standing for Seal Esports. Oh my goodness, in a matter of seconds, Seal just went for a 4-man squad down to the last man. But boy, oh boy, they have amassed 10 kills to their names. Elsewhere, Rules in the water, coming in the fire from Killer from Vibes. It is going to be just pretty chaotic over there. Have a look at how many different teams are right next to one another. Steel Shot, in fact, gets on the buggy. He is in the passenger seat. He could be raining down death on the teams around him, pretty much stealing kills away. And well, the problem is you can't really shoot at your driver, otherwise it would have been just a bit too easy. But right now the 2 opponents, they're just chilling. They know what's going to happen, and Rules knows he cannot alight from the vehicle. But right now, Steel Shot, if he just looks to his left and catches the silhouette of R3D, he could get 2 easy kills here.
He can. It's all a waiting game. It's like you know, right now, Rules and Steel Shot, it's like your exes, like you're broken up with a girlfriend, but you're sitting in the same car with her, just dropping her off, and it's silent.
Plus that awkward silence.
It's that awkward silence. It's like, I don't like you, but I'm not going to do anything. We're both adults. As Rules to alight, he's going to alight, he's going to leave the vehicle, and so will Steel Shot. So he's still sticking back. He's still staying around, XP, as multiple members have now made their way towards Terra Firma. However, as they do so, they're falling by the wayside. Deadeye's guys and Vibes have 12 kills apiece. Venom Legends, A1, Wizzes with Vibes, and Future Station have 1 alive. This is gonna be an absolute bloodbath. Vibes, another kill. Shifu spotted out, should stay alive for a while more, but his days look numbered.
Man, Vibes are just playing with the opponent's lives over here. The way they are just tossing and turning them, getting 13 kills already with just 1 member down. Assassin was lost early on, but right now Steel Shot, last man standing for Venom Legends. He is in a precarious situation because as soon as he lets loose a few bullets, his position is given away as Deadeye's guys are going to be joining they're joining the 3-man club squad. I thought they were almost wiped out. No. All odds, they kept picking each other up. That is what teammates do. If one of you falls down, the other's going to pick them up, but that grenade kind of came back from the branch as Prabeen goes down, but he's finally spotted, and Steel Shot is going to bite the dust this time.
Look at on top.
Coming in from Deadeye's guys.
Oh, that nade, it could be it. And on top, he just comes in and he wipes them out. What a play from on top, a snake in the grass, and then he sinks his fangs straight into the neck of his opposition. Vibes are out on 15 kills, however, and Deadeye's guys are 15 of their own. They're going to get 16. One member remains. It is a magnet. He's creeping, he's crawling, he's dodging everything, but he won't dodge the car, and he's going to be run over. Yet another end to a game with a vehicle running over the opposition. They don't even look happy. They look pissed off. I don't know. Okay, maybe that's how he celebrates. Maybe that's how he celebrates XP. What a game coming in from Deadeye's guys. And such a fantastic high-fragging affair from both Deadeye's guys and Vibes. Take a bow.
I think that gesture at the end was basically that it is for the viewers. That is what Deadeye's guys did. This is for you guys. They've got the job done. Of course, we were talking about, Deadeye's guys moments ago that they need to chicken dinner just to kind of cement their place as one of the greatest. And well, they've definitely done that in this game of Erangel, winning $1,000, making it rain on our screens.
Well, there you have it. Incredible game. That was really a fun game. Action throughout. We had some great rotations coming in. Zeus again failing to deliver, so their woes do continue. But I love to see Deadeye's guys delivering like that. Like, they're a team I always love watching. Vibes as well. They held onto that compound for so long, XC. But that was. I haven't seen so many bodies in the water so far in season 4, but that's it from us, XP. We're going to be bidding all of you guys adieu, at least for the weekend. We'll be seeing you guys on Tuesday, but the day's not done yet. 2 more games remaining, but before that, we have the desk, and even before that, we have a break. So stick around.
Welcome to this virtual awesome studio of PMPL South Asia Season 4. We are in the second Super Weekend, the final day, and what a play is being created right here. I mean, just GG's being showcased all across the board. We were talking about this team for such a long time, and here they are to deliver.
I mean, finally, DEADEYES guys.
Finally!
They go ahead and get themselves that chicken dinner and $1,000. But not just that, they've moved up to the top 2 in the overall, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, well, on top, sir, coming up with 6 kills and only 15 healing done. Wow.
Was he not worried about the damage, or did they not take damage?
Wait, so my question is, if he's doing only 15 healing, that means he's just placed boosters and no first aid or no bandage, nothing.
Nothing, right? Yep. So true. And along with those 6 kills, is the 3 assists joining in along?
Yeah. I mean,
what a play,
quite
dude.
a lot
What a
of
play.
work done in this game by On Top as well. I mean, just finishing off Vibes itself was a big challenge because that was the only team that could have challenged them. And let me tell you, I mean, the past few days, the history has been that way, that whenever a team with Vibes in their name showed up in the final fight against DE lost the chicken dinner. It happened twice in a single day. So this time, I guess they had learned their lesson, and also the rotations that were made by DE were just absolutely incredible in this game.
Oh, but again, if you talk about the placement points versus the kill points, Pizza Station, they are marking themselves up again. 1 kill for them, but 12 placement points is what they get right now. Once again, in Erangel, FS Supremacy stays. They were there.
Dude, Magnet from Future Station has something going on, some sort of an evil potion going on when it comes to those circles every single time.
Think about it, right? Think about it. Look at their average survival time with only 1 player surviving.
So now that I think about it, earlier on, I think up until a few months back, Ocean used to be really good at predicting his circles, right? Ocean, you need to go back in your inventory and check the crystal ball, mate.
Johnny,
maybe it's gonna be.
Dude, I think it's been stolen by Magnet.
Yeah.
Johnny, come on, I still am. I hate this guy right now. On an official level, I hate this guy.
But moving on, of course, to the match summary, we do, of course, have an amazing game coming in from Stalwart as well.
Yeah. First time we have 3 most headshot number. That's really good indeed, to be honest, right? And highest damage 798 coming up with the Prabeen on 720, with on top Sir 703. This is pretty good. But talking about the way these lads are played, look at in the kill department, it's 3 sirs out there, and they're just teaching everyone, being a professor, how to play this game.
Exactly. I mean, DEADEYES guys, they did a really wonderful job just getting onto that northern side super early. And it wasn't just them, they had the control of the northeastern side of the circle, while the northwest was taken by BABLU Clarity, where they were bound to face a lot of challenge because the majority of the teams were sticking to the eastern edge of Rozhok when the circle moved away. And because of that, a lot of chaos a lot of chaos got started inside the match. But talking about standings, I mean, the teams at the top 8 are looking really good, and well, at the bottom
Seal Esports.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, just think about it, right? Seal Esports, they had 1 placement point and 10 kill points, right? Dropping down onto the areas around Stalberg, Kamishki, and then moving forward, they had the entirety of the circle for themselves. They had the entire northern rotation for themselves. That's why, I was thinking they should not, they better not mess this up. Because it was actually such a brilliant opening for this team, but well, mistakes were made.
So true. I mean, throughout this entire Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend right here at PMPL Season 4, it's the zone that definitely should be getting the MVP. With that, Ocean, take over, mate. Take us through these rotations.
Yeah, well, talking about this game zone, right? As we were just talking about the zones overall, you see where this team is. Let me just keep it just right here. I mean, Team Seal, they had this entire area for themselves. Obviously, they're not going there, but like they have this entire area for themselves to play around with. Obviously, 1 player spare as well. Wizzes with Vibes, they had really crucial rotations to just think about. I mean, a team might have thought they would want to go here, or maybe they would want to go here, like the way they would want to move. Well, those were the things that the team was definitely just putting up their markers on, putting up their thoughts on. Well, they went for a really good decision. But if we talk about this moment, look at where DE is. They start off from Rozhok. They tried moving forward this area, and Vibes. Well, Vibes I8 came to Rozhok as well. Vibes came to Rozhok as well. And the best part is, if you guys had noticed, right, where I8 was, exact same house where I8 was, Vibes just conquers that house, and they push I8 outside to the water lines. Where that nade was such a brilliant move. it just took down a population, not even a team. It took down population overall. And now, you know, this is where I thought this can be Seal's game. Think about it, right? They have a good area. Well, DRS as well. They have a good area. DRS, the best part was, you remember, you know, from the backlines of Yasna, they started moving. They changed their rotation path all of a sudden. That was such a good move. And right now for DRS, they have a higher ground from where they can, you know, capture the bridge information if they want. They had such a good high ground from where they could capture this side's information if they want. But well, they messed up. They messed up a few things when it came down to the fighting stances. Right now they have such a good area, but they were never ready for the surprise factor that will always happen. That was Clarity BABLU as well from one side. Now they had to kind of move in. Well, they tried to go for it, but in that, you know, they started losing up their players, and this is where the chaos was happening. You know, the chaos that we were talking about when Vibes just started popping up those numbers. And DE, look at this. The late rotation this time kind of helped DE, you know, staying on to the outskirts of the zone. But when they started moving, it actually just became a really, really good decision for these guys. Look at this. Slowly and steadily, they are trying to move forward from the water lines. A lot of teams, but for them moving to the sidelines of the bridge, it kind of just helped them. Until then, had Seal been, surviving till this moment, had Seal had more players, the game could have gone either ways. But they were eliminated one by one. But Seal, I would say, you know, they also did dish out a lot of damage onto the sides of Vibes as well. Sure. When they were trying to move through the water lines. But amazing game.
Amazing game coming in from their side with the 10 kills. On the other front, we've been talking about Raw, but sadly, Raw's start to this game was definitely not what they anticipated. With that, let's of course summarize all those kills with the Oppo F9 in Pro Moments.
I mean, and as we talked about the circles, the rotation, everything about this game was really, really intense. Starting things off, it was Vibes coming in with the aggression right off the bat. Zeus Esports, again, this time the early fights, it looks like, I mean, the intention is there to be a part of the action, but the execution somewhere down the line is lacking, as we do see the players fall down one after the other.
Of course, I mean
that. Yeah, exactly. And that's where, you know, things changed quite drastically. Look at this. Most of the fights that you're seeing are either in the open or they have, you know, a slope around them. And those kind of fights, you know, just become really, really crucial. Whenever you spot someone, it's either from a backstab or it's either from a direct rush in which the opponents are not ready and they are being taken down one by one.
Well, I mean, but over on the other side, this is where the action in this game goes to a whole another level, because, well, this is where all hell broke loose. Now, the circle moved to a weird position wherein it was split between the northern part of the map and the main island, quite close to Rozhok. And as Ocean, you mentioned, the decision-making from the teams with exactly where they wanted to rotate, it was getting really tricky. Over on the other,
I have a question though. You remember how we used to, you know, troll a lot of ruins area around Miramar and if the circles around Rozhok, can we actually file a petition to change the name of that sea to Dead Sea or something? I mean,
maybe I guess we're gonna have to talk about it a lot, because I mean, ruins took almost a year. Vikendi took a year as well for us.
Yeah, but whatever we say, that eventually happens. You know, that's what you're saying. Right? Oh my God, this one. Oh. Such a good one. I mean, I get it. We obviously, you know, as an audience member or something, as an analyst, we love to see the chaos, right? That happens. But think about it, right? You don't even get a chance to maybe swim out, to move out or something. You are just there.
I mean, you were just there, and in a second you would. And as so, this is what I wanted to mention. I mean, DEADEYES, guys, the timing, the patience was so perfect, because as you pointed out, had Seal Esports been in their position, or maybe even a trade of positions from DRS as well, because even they were on the northern side of the map. Had that happened, it would have been so difficult for DEADEYES or any other team, in fact, to cross over towards that final fighting position. But DEADEYES, guys, waited for the perfect opportunity. They knew a lot of action was happening towards the west, so they avoided that, decided to take the bridge, run straight to the northern part, and then just wait for Vibes and all the other lads, individuals from other teams to show up. And when they did, they were like, all right, clean up time.
7 teams with only 1 kill each is what we see, but at different positions. It shows the versatility of the fights that were being taken against these teams, right? Because you see FS, well, they did take a lot of fights, but the thing is, Magnet did survive till the end. The entire team was eliminated first. A1 Esports, Wizzes Vibes, they were trying to take up a lot of fights, but well, rotation took the better out of them with A1 Esports. You know, the players just going down to the bottom lines and all those things. T2K, DRS, Zeus, Raw. these teams tried to take a lot of fights, but well, it looked like they were not ready for those fights because they were just being eliminated in the early stages.
I mean, R3D, their numbers come from the early game action that they took, while I have to say DE, Vibes also early to late game, everything combined together. Seal Esports, DE and Vibes, majority of the action, majority of the kills and the damage comes from that stronghold positions that these teams had when the circle was moving towards the eastern edge of Rozhok, and they capitalized on that quite nicely. Seal Esports with the 10 kills, Vibes with 15, and DE with 16.
Exactly. I mean, this was a 3-team affair. This entire angle was just these 3 teams affair. With that, as we move on to the storyboard, we're clearly be showcasing apologies right there, but we're clearly going to be showcasing the jump that's going to be made right here.
It looks like teams are getting chicken dinner, but you're just enjoying it more than them.
Yeah. I mean, but we have to enjoy the chicken dinners, right? Because DEADEYES guys finally got one, and that brings them not just $1,000, but they bounced to the second position in the overall leaderboard, right ahead of DRS with a 1-point difference.
Wow. Back again at the second position, right, for them. I mean, DE, they love these kind of games, but T2K is at another level right now. 325 points with 188 placement points. Today, if they play these 2 games right, they'll be crossing 200 marker just by the placement point department. Just think about that, how crazy that's going to be.
Although I have to say, I mean, DRS are winning the race of chicken dinners at this point. It's 5-6. Team trained to kill, 2 more matches. I want to see one more chicken dinner.
Oof.
You
want it 6-6, right?
We were talking about DEADEYES guys getting that chicken dinner. Well, they've gotten it. Now it's I8's turn. Hopefully today they might just be able to secure that $1,000 for them.
Yeah, I mean, if they secure a chicken dinner in the next upcoming games, they're going to bounce inside the top 5. So it's going to be a high priority games for them.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus, well, they have been falling down today as well, so I don't know, what's just now going wrong with the team. I8, they can just go for a really good chicken dinner for themselves if they want to just, get into that top 5 market. But 7C, now it's just as we were talking about, right? Now it can just be their time to just, get a hold of high voltage and surpass them. But Venom Legends, for them, 8 points to surpass Sig9.
And that's going to be an easy peasy play for they have 2 games still remaining from the day. With that, let's move on to the schedule, as this time around we are going to be changing the pace as we move on to Sanhok. Now for the Sanhok map, we can maybe anticipate R3D's comeback, or do you guys think it's far too long gone?
I mean, the possibility is always going to be there, right? The possibility is always going to be there. It's an off map with a lot of chaos,
In my mind, what I was going to say is, not just R3D, I do feel some Pakistan team is going to do really good. I was going to say, not just R3D. I have hopes for Clarity BABLU as well and I8 as well. Yeah, exactly. That's where that's what my thinking is. That's what my feeling is, or maybe Stalwart can do really good.
Well. That is definitely a mixed approach coming in from the side of Ocean.
I was thinking the same thing, but I've said it earlier. T2K want that neck and neck fight between them and DRS. I want to see the 6 chicken dinners tied up.
I would say, I want that on the last game, because I would love to see, then what happens in the next Super Weekend.
Wow. I mean, already we were looking at $6,000 in the bank for one team, and again,
Blotter, you must be thinking, but you must be thinking, how cruel are these people?
It makes complete sense, because all I was going to go back to with what Varun just said, now we've got Panda Bros that are going to be queuing in. Now, they do love that masala sort of a conversation, right? They do love that sort of exactly that spice sort of that's been created. And of course, when Varun said that maybe this team T2K should be able to get that, I'm sure Panda Bro number 1 is going to be tuning in along and definitely moving on that conversation. With that, let's move on to the casters themselves. Of course, I've said enough. It is going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, Necro. It's quite a Nepali domination, this thing that we are really witnessing. I mean, Wizzes with Vibes, DRS get one more chicken dinner. Of course, we've got DEADEYES getting their first chicken dinner. And Vibes absolutely going crazy, right? I mean, the way they've been playing, the way they've been gathering all those skills for themselves, I certainly feel that in the South Asian region, it's no more about the Mongolians anymore. I mean, it had been since the last season now with, of course, DRS being the flag bearers. But this time, it's the entire entire Nepali squads. Every single team is just outperforming each other.
Exactly, each and every single team, and also consider the fact that DRS only getting themselves one chicken dinner, and in the overall rankings, #2 already. That's huge, Fixes. Like, that's huge in itself. Now,
Are you
on the
talking about Deadeyes?
Yeah, my bad. Deadeyes guys, yeah, my bad. Deadeyes guys, kind of like that. Just the first letter is kind of same, so it does kind of get, mixed matched up. But now on the first page, with only teams that are left are going to be Seal. And there's one more team that's left with the chicken dinner. It's going to be I8. Now, these two teams, they are on the first page of the board. I do want to see them with the chicken dinner as well. So I'm definitely going to be one of those I'm going to be supporting one of those teams. But what about you, man? What are you going to be supporting this time?
My brother, I'm going to stick with whichever team you're going to go in for now. The desk did discuss about, this being one of those off maps, right? In which a lot of ridiculous things can happen. Yesterday, we did witness how DRS, in a really smart way, managed to get that beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner. And I think today I'm going to anticipate maybe Seal. Maybe Seal, this is the moment. Or maybe Stalwart do pull off a comeback. Because Sanhok has always, we've been always talking about this one thing, right? Every single time in Sanhok, it all comes down, to where the circle lies, who has got the better cover. But Stalwart has always been one of those teams, that I really love their boot camp rotation, right? The way they drop over there, they sort of avoid that. But we're going to talk a lot more about the rotation. But before that, we're going to tune in for a short little commercial break, and we'll be right back.
हेलो गाइस, मेरो नाम चाहिँ अजय श्रेष्ठ हो र मेरो इन गेम रोल चाहिँ सपोर्टर र असल्टर हो। अहिलेसम्मको पिएमपिएल जर्नी एकदमै टफ रहेको थियो र अब आउने सिजन अझै टफ हुनेवाला छ र त्यसको लागि हामीलाई अझै ग्राइन्ड, अझै डेडिकेसन अनि अझै फोकस गर्नुपर्छ र हामी त्यही कुरामा लागु परिरहेको छौँ। पहिलाको पालीको सिजनको पिएमपिएल चाहिँ हामी विजेता रहेको छौँ र अब आउने सिजनको पिएमपिएल चाहिँ हामी डोमिनेट गरेर जित्नेछौँ। पहिलाको पालीको सिजन चाहिँ एकदमै क्लोज कल रहेको थियो, त्यही कारणले यो पालि चाहिँ हामीले अझै मेहनत गरेर यसलाई कसरी अझै राम्ररी जित्ने भन्ने तिर लागेको छौँ। र लास्टमा फ्यान्सहरूलाई यही भन्न चाहन्छु कि अहिलेसम्मको जर्नीमा धेरै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भयो, धेरै माया गरिदिनु भयो, त्यसको लागि एकदमै धेरै धन्यवाद। र हाम्रो जति पनि गेम प्लेहरू हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स अफिसियल च्यानलमा लाइभ हुन्छ, त्यसमा आएर हेरिदिनु होला, सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला। धन्यवाद।
Well, after this delay, we are finally back with the game just about to get started. And I think we were just pondering over Stalwart, right? I mean, this comes down to the fact that they've got such a beautiful rotation around boot camp. But lately, heading into the Super Weekend, it's a completely turnover of how they've been performing, Necro, and things really haven't been going their way. But now, heading into the game, as the game is just about to get started, do you think that Stalwart maybe can pull this one off?
Man, honestly saying, I mean, we have been talking about how random the map of Sanhok can be sometimes, and Stalwart Esports, considering the fact that their performance in the previous game, they went down at 16th position with 0 points. It has been, the previous game was really unlucky for them, so I don't really know what they expect, especially going inside the map of Sanhok, because sometimes we do know there also is a little bit of luck factor involved in getting inside those circles in those late games especially. But yeah, honestly, they might just be able to secure themselves a decent amount of points because they do drop inside boot camps. So hopefully they are able to kind of secure themselves a decent amount of points because it is also kind of like centralized. So one thing I've seen in the map of Sanhok, Stalwart Esports don't really struggle that much getting inside in the initial circles, right? They're pretty much effortless. They just go inside the circle. They get engaged in some fights. Now, where the real problem starts for them is kind of like when the third parties start to happen. And take a look at this. This is a prime example. In the center of the circle, they don't need to do anything.
All right. Zeus seem to be really pissed about things. And this is not where they usually drop, right? So they've come in for some sort of vengeance, or they just want to, say, chuck it and get ahead, going after squads, doing what they do best. That is incurring wrath upon the lands, and well, they certainly are determined. But right now, we've got a different fight happening altogether, and it's between Raw going up against Future Station, and Joker apparently has lost his life. Blah blah blah, trying to save him. Can he get the trade? Yes, he does.
This is absolutely brilliant, Fixes. Now, we have been talking about how separated Future Station is in those early games, in the early phases of the game, and this is what Raw realized. They realized that there are few players who are kind of separated out from the rest of the lads, and they can try and isolate these players and get those kills for themselves, and this is what Raw exactly is doing now. So this is absolutely brilliant. I'm pretty sure Analyst Desk is going to be doing a better job explaining how the mindset kind of revolves around it. But finally, the cavalry has arrived in Future Station 1952. The separation this time kind of hurting them.
You know, Necro, we did talk about it yesterday, if you remember, right? Someone needed to punish them, and well, someone did. And well, looks like someone's doing their homework. I mean, some of the players are, after all, listening to us. But right now, as things are, you've got Zeus in a bit of a situation going up against A1 Esports. Now, this was completely unanticipated. I mean, out of every team on planet Earth, you know, you're going after A1 Esports. I mean, what could be the possible reason over here, Necro? Because, I mean, they could have gone maybe after T2K. They could have gone maybe after DEADEYES, or maybe the rivalry that builds up around the Erangel areas just beside Rozok. You know, you can go after DEADEYES. That is something that you can do. But A1 Esports? This does not make any sense. Just swatting them off. Now they've ruined their early game. I'm starting to, you know, speculate how things are gonna get worse from around here.
Just take a look at that. They're also down to a 2-man squad. I feel so bad for them. Getting targeted by Zeus like that, unfortunate. Now, if you ask me the theory behind it and why they're doing so, maybe it's because they're really not satisfied with the loot that Corey is giving them, or maybe they just want to be in the paradise, baby. Hey, who doesn't want to be in the paradise? But with that being said, Venom Legends, they're also going head-to-head against Seal, and what? They got eliminated within a blink of an eye, and this is what you talk about, a fast elimination.
I mean, the other day, I remember, you know, this wasn't, again, you know, we do witness all these fights, but what? R3D, they chime in. They are the ones going after Zeus, and well, I do believe this is not the first time. You know, R3D is going after Zeus. I think in Erangel also they met, and R3D did some damage over there, and you know, just spotted Zeus off. Now, this is not the sort of Zeus we're accustomed to see. Now it's all chaotic, right? It's absolute pandemonium because, you know, everyone is just in tatters. Now they have no idea what's going on because I myself, I'm completely, you know, blank about, you know, what is happening in front of me. Future Station, they've lost 2 of their players. R3D have decided to rotate early on, go after Zeus. Now Anubis, out of nowhere, just finds C-Wine, will knock him down, and this is where, you know, you've got that domino effect rolling in. You've got a really bad start, and now when you're imagining things to be really bad, it's just about to get worse, because on the minimap feed, I do see Stalwart racing in.
Exactly. I mean, this is the worst kind of a start you can possibly ask for. In Future Station, I mean, they were already down to a 2-man squad, and well, Sivan being taken down, his health is ticking down as well. Magnet needs to stick the res onto him. If he doesn't, C1 is pretty much gone case. And well, Magnet, he's quite scared for his life. He's just going to be falling back. And well, the calls have been made. Magnet's going to be playing for that extra bit of points for his team, which is a decent play. But still, I feel like he could have, if he wanted, he could have gotten the res back onto C1 and they could have fought this situation out together. But now, more kind of prioritizing those placement points, which is understandable as well. Most of the teams would do that in that kind of a situation. So many unfortunate startings for teams like Seal, Future Station, even A1 Esports. Now, Seal, it has always just been a dream to get a chicken dinner for them, and including this game, yeah, it's just going to be a dream forever. Wow, that was a quick elimination.
Yeah, I mean, it was just dreams getting shattered over there. Yeah. And Venom Legends, of course, they've survived, but Future Station, talk about survival. I mean, their game is really strong in Erangel, but in Sanhok, well, they have been figured out. They have been read like an open book over here. And I'm sure they've got to work out on that rotation. Now, talking about improvement, I think this is where we've got to talk about R3D, the confidence, you know, that has been slowly building up between these players. You know, the teamwork now seems visible. They're not shying away from fights. I mean, this is what, you know, desperation leads you down towards, right? Yep. I mean, this is where you know that you've got nowhere going more below than where you are. So you start hitting your shots. It's all about confidence, right? Because all these players playing in those big leagues, they know how to shoot. It's all about, you know, knowing when and, of course, positioning and the timing. But now we've got another fight building up. And this time it's the boys from Train to Kill who currently from the Northern Lines have spotted out Venom Legends, who are already focus ahead.
What? Suyok with that QBU. Damn. Dishing out some insane amount of damage on Venom Legends. And well, Mamba is the only man in the back line. Steel shot slowly and steadily crawling towards Mamba. And trying to kill. I mean, they're not one of those teams who you want to face up against, especially if you're having a bad time in the game. And well, Venom Legend, that early elimination on the seal. And now this is pretty much karma hitting them back. TDK, they're out for blood, and they want to take down Venom Legends. Mamba being the last man alive in the squad. He's sticking the res on his steel shot. Hopefully he's going to be back up on his feet. Probably should be back up on his feet, and yes, he is. He's going to be healing himself up. Mamba, a little bit of struggle being shown from the side of Venom Legends in this scenario. You can clearly see how they're surrounded from all the different sides. And well, take a look at the kill feed as well. Stalwart Esports and Clarity BABLU going head-to-head against each other. And Stalwart Esports is one of those teams that we all are watching out for.
We certainly were, but right now, I mean, Venom Legends are taking the brunt of the push coming in from T2K. Now, at the moment, I was starting to wonder, I mean, are these guys, I mean, of course, T2K, the butterflies, or are they eagles? Because right now, what they're doing is they're soaring up high in the sky, and this is where they've started being really free, right? I mean, they're doing what they want to. Are they playing their natural game as if it's some classic lobby? The kind of a lead that they've built up, they're not shying away from fights. They're positioning inside the fights. Well, that is really good. I mean, look at the coverage, right? They're slowly and steadily just trying to engulf the players of Venom Legends, you know, constant bombarding, and at the same time the players are also pushing up and dealing those ship damage. And Mamba, he's burning, and at the last nick of moment he somehow manages to survive, and he will definitely patch himself up. But this is where I'm starting to get really worried about Venom Legends.
Oh, the house is just getting bombarded down. This is an artillery strike being called, and well, what is this? Some parkour action. Trying to get a little bit of off angle on Venom Legends. That's a good positioning as well. No one's going to be expecting that one, especially Legend. Just showing some legendary moves. Unfortunately, slipped off the edge there. Now again, trying to get a little bit of more better positioning onto them, but trying to kill. They are inside the house. They finally managed to get themselves control over the ground side, and now they want control over on top as well. I do clearly see one guy has kind of slipped out of that compound, so that's a good thing for Venom Legends. But Mamba is still trapped inside. He's trying his best to fight out. Steel shot is there. He's not moving. He's not moving a muscle. Mamba is the only one who's taken all the fights as possible. But Frypan, finally, the man who was silent throughout, he has chimed in as well, and he's helping his teammates out, dealing a decent amount of damage onto them.
Yeah, I understand. And this is where the revive comes in. Steel shot still standing strong.
Headshot!
Has knocked out not just one but two. And he's going greedy into the kills.
Oh, no!
Suyog also falls. He's got three over here. Now Frypan has to make an entry as Jane. He is far away from his team. And this is an absolute bloodbath. And T2K, they're being handed over their own medicine over here. Jane, he gets spotted off as Frypan takes a lot of shots over there, and any single moment he's gonna get wiped out. But steel shot, oh my goodness! What?
Wow! Like, they flipped the tables in the nick of time, and well, this is what you call overconfidence, ladies and gentlemen, and it always takes you down. Now, in that scenario, TDK knew they had a massive advantage because all the Venom Legends were hurt pretty well. One man was knocked out. They knew the rest is being stuck. They found the right moment to strike in. But just the way they pushed in, man, the door's small. And the problem is you can only move one at a time. They could have utilized a little bit of utilities inside. They could have used some nades. They could have used some flashbangs to kind of flush them out. But still, this is where the real problem got in. Is that just they had so much confidence that they thought they can take them out single-handedly. But that's my kind of a theory behind that fight. What do you think, so?
I mean, the only thing that went wrong was they did not anticipate Steel Shot going so heavy, right? And this is not the first time he's done that. Now, what could have been the ideal situation was not to go in for the revive onto Suyog, right? You do know that there are 3 players alive. You do also know that, you know, after having that information, you also have 1 knock for yourself. So you know that there's just going to be 1 player in that compound, and you got that man advantage. So might as well leave Suyog and go in for the push. That was as simple as that. Because the moment, Steel Shot did manage to get the rest back up, the other player did act as a punching bag, right? He did tank up all the damage. Look at this. Now, this is where he was tanking those damage, and Steel Shot, considering he had this arm, right? This is where we've got to talk about this weapon. Having received the recent buff, getting that damage increase, and if also the hip fire accuracy on this weapon is insane, right? This is something that you would not get with the likes of maybe a Beryl or maybe an M4. So, this is where ARMP really thrives. The only better weapon at close range, of course, I could maybe go for a Tommy. But again, the job was done. And then Steel Shot, he knew that there's nothing else. And there was just that one choke point to enter from, right? You don't have to worry about multiple angles. So he just went in for a spray and pray. And voila, T2K, they were done for.
Wow, that was a quick one as well. But now Vibes unleashing hell onto i8. i8 is one of those teams who want the chicken dinner. Jiggle finds the opening. Uzen being taken down. That's the IGL big man being taken down. And he just walks in straight into Jiggle's crosshair. And he has his arms open. Hey, why not? He's just going to be hugging you straight to death. But now i8 have realized there is someone in the front lines, but losing out on IGL like that, especially IGL being the kind of a path shower, or you can also call him the pathfinder in those tricky situations. You want a man like IGL to at least stay alive till the late game situations. That's an unfortunate elimination right there for i8. But hopefully, still the hopes are not gone. Their dreams are still alive. They want to get that chicken dinner. And they can make it happen, surely. So, in the first game of Erangel, Blay and XP were having this conversation. Now, this is where they were having the conversation of Zeus. So I think so. XP basically said that he wants to see the Zeus that he had seen, back in season 3, how they were, aggressive inside the game, and how, they were just dominating the entire kind of field. And then Blay disagreed on that, and then Blay said, no, he actually likes the way Zeus is playing right now. They're kind of opting out for a tactical approach inside the game, but saying that what he meant is like, imagine in the start, they are going to be having a little bit of trouble. To kind of adapt to it in the pro circuit. But once they get used to it, imagine a team with a lot of firepower at the same time, that tactical approach inside the game. You can ask nothing much more better than that.
100% agree with you. And just talking about the gods, here they come and are roaring in. But this time just as a two-man squad, but going up against Venom Legends, who are absolutely hot with 8 kills in their hands. Now they have a really good position for themselves. We've got Zeus dropping those smokes, trying, to create a flank angle for himself. Now he's going to follow it up with a grenade with all these tall grasses. I believe Steel Shot might not spot Zeus out, and Zeus does the shooting, does manage to get that one knock. Now this does even up the scores as Frypan is still trying. Maybe try and spot him down, maybe get a trade, and yes, he does. And simultaneously, Zeus is just wiped out, and Venom Legends, look at them, 11 kills. Now, talking about what XP and Blay, the conversation, I do agree with Blay because we've seen a recent coach update, right, from Zeus' side. We've got Rob Deeney joining the squad from Kunina Power. Now, Kunina Power, one of those teams that they've been really known and famous for, of course, their macro rotations, how they strategically rotate inside the circle. Now, that is one of those things that Zeus needed, right? Someone to guide him how to get inside the zone, because this is one of those teams that we know always had that killing prowess in them. Now, it is obviously going to take some time, but, they can't take too long, right? They need to adapt and they need to do it quickly, because the way the South Asian teams, I'm talking about the Pakistanis, Bangladeshi, and most importantly, Nepalis, the way these lads have stepped up, you've got to give it to them. You're talking about teams like Wizzes with Vibes. They're playing the first PMPL, for Christ's sake, and the way they have been playing, I think we're all impressed.
Exactly. You can even see their live ranking on the right side of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. They're on #4th. And, that's quite impressive, as Fix has even mentioned. They have been impressing us throughout the entire PMPL since the league days, week 1. And take a look at this. Peppering down a few shots on the Vibes. Lucky to make it out alive from that situation. 7C looking quite strong on this bridge. It's just not gonna. They're
That's
looking
exactly.
like I8s on the kind of Miramar bridge of the Erangel bridge. My bad. Just really strong on this initial breach that they have. But yeah, Zeus definitely, as you beautifully mentioned, yeah, back in the day, we still talk about how they used to rotate inside. They used to just straight up, just like, drilling through. They didn't care about anyone else. They just used to straight up get in their vehicles, and they didn't care about anyone. They used to just straight up rotate inside the circle. Yeah, back in the day, it was definitely working. But now they are pretty much, trying to get a little bit more technical. And, well, these are the circle fixes that we thrive for. And finally, we're getting those.
We certainly are.
Look at this replay.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 7C, they're sort of, famous for catching the players off guard. And I think this is not the first time they're doing this, right? Yesterday, if you remember, it was BABLU, one of those players from Zeus, who was caught in a similar situation. So 7C definitely are infamous for doing such a thing. But what I really love is how Wizzes with Vibes rotated inside the zone. Now, all they're going to do, I believe, they're going to take the tippity top. And now, Crypto finally finding his moment. And, shot down top from the backlines. And, well, I mean, this is war, right? Everything is fair.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you're not cheating. So, Crypto. I mean, he's famous. This is where he really thrives, this mid-range combat. And he's managed to instantly knock in the finish. And Stalwart, they're not happy about it.
Man, this is just Erangel all over again. Just some players inside the water with those cars just dipped in. And take a look at this memo. Oh, this is huge. He has the trigger discipline. No one's going to be expecting him. He pops a few heads. He's looking for the third one. AJ steps out, and this is getting way too intense. But the problem is, the rest of the squad is not really close. If they were, things could have been way different. AJ would have been taken down. That means a big threat from the game would have also been taken down, and it's DRS. And, well, if you want the chicken dinner, you want to make sure this team is out your way.
What? How many kills are we going to witness like that? But right now, we're just not done. I mean, I was just about to catch my breath, but Wizzes with Vibes, they're going to be contested by 7C right now. Alien Fear charging in. Fear leading the charge. Now, Delta does understand that there's a push coming right at his direction, and he's going to be prepared for it. I'm starting to wonder if he does have a grenade, because that might just do the job. But 7C not committing fully because they do not have some more extra information that they would like to want to act upon. But look at Rules go. He's got a really good angle for himself. I think he's managed to spot one out. Now, Wizzes with Vibes, especially Delta. He's been one of those players who's been top fragging out of his mind. But Bishal from Rock comes in, takes down one player off Team BABLU. Now, Dani, he's in a whole world of trouble, but Team Wolf, he's got to do something. He's got to deal with Bishal, and at the same time, he's got to get inside the circle as well.
Exactly. But the zone as well, kind of being a thorn in the way. RAW looking to get rid of Clarity BABLU. They're doing quite a decent amount of damage onto them, and just like that, BABLU are down to now a one-man squad. And take a look at the kills as well, right? You can see on the points on the right side, Venom Legends, they have 11 kills fixes. And take a look at compare those kill numbers to all the lobby. You can see the highest kill count over here, which Raw had is the 5 kill count. Other than that, no one's even close to Venom Legends, and this is off to a great start for Venom Legends. I'm getting my head back in this fight. Danny versus blah, blah, blah. Experienced player going head-to-head against each other. But this time, it's going to be blah, 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 who puts the final nail in the coffin. And, well, there goes BABLU.
They indeed go away. And I mean, the way Team BABLU had started off their league days, I really started to wonder, maybe this is the start of a comeback. But haven't really seen a lot from them, have we? But the way the circle has again shifted. Now, this is where, I mean, we were talking about, DEADEYES finally getting the chicken dinner. Now, a possibility of maybe getting a second is now definitely on the board. But Jiggle, that's such a painful way to die.
Died in the
zone. Yes, Necro.
No one got the kill. I feel bad. A lot of rotations happening. And this island, man, it's just always one of those kind of things who always catches players off guard. And that's why So many players, including DRS as well, got caught off guard in that rotation. This is a great spray coming in through. Finds one, looking for the second one. He finds the second one as well. But the third one is still alive. That means he can get the cavalry back up on their feet and make sure the defense is strong again. With that being said, another zone's closing in. It's going to be the 6th zone in action.
Wow. Look at it go. Look at it shift. Completely favoring R3D. They've got those compounds, and we do know it's sort of 60% of the time shifts away from the hills. Now, this is where Wizzes with vibes, I mean, they're going to be a whole world of trouble. And R3D, if they play the cards right, then this game might just be theirs. But Stalwart, well, they are in a really bad position now. Action just by his lonesome, but Hassan with a beautiful grenade does manage to get down rules over there. Delta does not have the best of HP. He needs to find a better spot. Now Shifu getting knocked out by Mr. Smokey V2. Things are definitely getting hot and spicy.
Well, Fixes, one main thing we missed out over there is that, again, Wizzes with vibes is going for that heal battle. Malik's not over here. He's out in the blue, doing a great job healing himself back up over and over again. And this is what they've been doing, right? They do want to go for that consistency, even when the zone's really not on their side. And, well, just like that, that's why Wizzes with vibes are slowly and steadily falling down. And at this point, they don't even care because they know Malik is out there who has a lot of first aids with himself, and he's just going to be healing himself back up over and over and over again. Action, though, stuck out in the blue zone. He's also taking a lot of damage, but the problem is he just doesn't have a lot of first aids. And take a look at this. This man has, I don't even know, just take over, man.
17 first aids to work around with. I mean, this has always been the contingency plan like we've been talking about, right? Deadeyes, now they've started to look so deadly, you know, already taking over that second spot. Now they've got their eyes on the first, but it's still going to be a long shot, but like
oh no,
it is a possibility, but Action had to bite him in the back, and he had no first aid, but does the job. And Deadeyes in such a bad situation, which leads us to the fact that R3D do stand in contention for a chicken over here, Necro.
Yeah, easily this has to be their chicken, but still there are 4 teams alive. That means even
everyone's healing.
Yeah, even Mafia Ninja's going for that heal battle, including Malik, and well, Fraxer is just strapped over here. I can already feel his nerves pumping, man. I can feel his heart pumping. He's getting nervous. And take a look at this. Mafia Ninja still has 11 first aids. Using this, he will only have 10 now. But it doesn't matter, man. He's already survived the tilt so far, and he's probably going to be getting like 3rd or 2nd place for his team, including how fast is Malik using his meds over there. Pretty much they are tied up for now, or no, actually Malik's going to be going down first. That means DRS are going to be getting 2nd position for themselves. Still, I mean, hey, it doesn't matter. The consistency is there, right?
I mean, Necro, this needs to stop, right? I mean, the way the players have been exploiting the healing meta in Sanhok, something needs to be done. Maybe
what is going on?
Increase the tick damage, maybe especially for Sanhok, because now R3D, well, this chicken dinner is pretty much theirs, right? I don't think if there's going to be anyone who's going to be there to challenge them, but I think, you know, I really want to see. Frag has 11. The last time we did see Mafia Ninja, he got something around like 10. Now he's going to be having like 6 or 5.
Yeah, Deadeyes guys are going to be second. Then, then Wizard Wives are going to be pretty much the 4th over here, and then DRS are going to be the 3rd. And well, he knows he's going to be going down, so why not go down in a stylish way? Went down while he was dancing. Mafia Ninja using his last first aid, looking inside the crates as well, looking for a little bit of more first aid. It's going to be using the bandages. He doesn't really have anything else, just to buy off a few seconds more. But that's not going to be it. Now only the final 5 first aids left. Fraxer, well, it's pretty much it. R3D, they needed this one desperately, and well, they finally do get it.
They certainly do. And this is finally, you know, the Pakistanis have gotten up board. And we have been talking about R3D having some major issues. Now they've gone past beyond that, because when they came inside the Super Weekend, every single time, you know, they were entering that top 5. There was this one occasion where they were the 2nd position team, and now finally they've managed to get a chicken dinner in a really interesting manner. It's not just, you know, they've been hiding somewhere, lurking around. The rotations have been perfect. They've been taking some good fights, but Frag, of course, before going down, he's going to dish some damage, but that's going to change nothing at all, as R3D I finally see those smiles on the faces of the players as they have gotten themselves not just a chicken dinner, but $1,000 cash prize money as well to go along with it. Now, the lads are definitely happy. We're happy. The Pakistani fans are elated because this is what we wanted, right? You know, even the desk was talking about we love the masala. And if, you know, a team that is playing their first Super Weekend comes in, gets chicken dinner in the final day, I mean, what better could it be?
I just can't wait for Ocean to be like, all right, I told you, man. I told you. I feel like a Pakistan team's going to be taking this one. Ocean's probably going to be bragging quite a lot about this, but it's fine. We can take it.
All right. I mean, of course, Ocean is going to do something right now. I mean, Ocean, you've got to defend yourself. Shots have been fired. I mean, he is not eligible for Panda Dance. He's got his different moves. He was a dancer, if you do not mind, a pretty good one on that. But right now, let's not make it about ourselves because we're going to go for a short little breather because right after this, the desk is going to come up and talk about all those beautiful fights happening in Sanhok.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the second super awesome weekend right here in the PMPL Season 4. A big thanks to, of course, our sponsor, Oppo F9 Pro. But boy, oh boy, I mean, Ocean, you were calling for a Pakistani team. I was maybe hoping for R3D to get it because it's Sanhok, and here we are, getting that exact same result that we anticipated. Wow.
I mean, you know, Necro was talking about it that I'm going to brag. I mean, Necro, I am the best damn analyst that there is, so I will brag because I predict a team and I give you spoilers.
You're the spoiler master. Exactly, mate. That is true. But what a play. What an incredible play.
I mean, before this game, we were talking about possibilities of R3D winning this, and I guess they heard our cries and made it into a reality. An incredible performance, but I love the fact that as soon as Fraxer was the last surviving player, you could see a very evil smirk on his face, like, hey, I know you're going to get it, but I'm going to waste your time anyway. But still, it was worth it. Like, they finished second, but the MVP of this game, Steel Shot, incredible performance from this man. And he had to fight to get those kills, because look at that 702 healing done by him.
Indeed. What a play. What an incredible play coming in from the side of Venom Legends. Because again, I mean, when this team of Venom Legends, rather, the three-man army, were being hampered down, it almost felt as if they are done. But the way they held their ground, right, and then of course, well, we're talking about Steel Shot. The dude is a legend from the side of Venom, and he took all the matters in his own hands. And what a fabulous play that he was able to showcase with, of course, 827 damage, 6 kills along with that 1 assist. But yeah, as you so perfectly mentioned, but on 702 healing done as well.
I mean, we talked about him during the day as well, during the opening segment, as to how consistent of a player he is from the lineup of Venom Legends. Every single time, I said this, every single time you see Venom Legends doing good in a game, this match, Steel Shot, is the most important reason for that performance. But in this match, I mean, we do have the top players on a list, and well, nothing extraordinary about Action being in the list of top players, because he is one in every single match, in every single map. Followed by Frypan on the 3rd position, and then we finally see the players of R3D, Hassan and Anubis on the 4th and the 5th position. An incredible, a desperate performance coming in from R3D in one of the clutchiest times as well, since this was the second last game of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that's true, you know, and comparing the stats of, you know, the team that was at first and team that was at second, I mean, it was a lot of teams that were just doing their own heal battles, as we saw in the final moments, where a lot of first hit for sure. So DE, they got 2 kills, and I would say it's still decent because the previous game they had that momentum forming up for themselves. But Sanhok, for a few teams, I get it, it's a fast-paced map, but for a few teams, because the heal meta, it does slow down the momentum, and that is exactly what happened. Damage received, 653. That thing is takes you outside the circle sometimes, and that's what happened.
Exactly, and it
Whoa.
was all right.
Look at this. Those
How many?
skills.
I mean, how many first aids did he have on himself when we tuned into his feed? I think it was 14.
17.
17?
First time when we saw him, it was 17. Obviously, he was healing
Yeah.
before that. And, obviously, just so the thing is, 75% healing comes down from your first aid, and the more gets from the boosters that you're using, right? So 3, 3, 2, 4 means, plus and minus, right? Almost around 25 plus first aids plus the boosters, depending on how you're playing and when you started. So yeah, that's just pretty good. 24, if I will. So that's indeed a really, really good number.
And it got the team in the 3rd position as well. So
yes,
in the top 3 finish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for Venom Legends again. They stepped up onto the pedal of the kill number. But look at that, right? DE, DRS, these teams got less kills. This is not the element that these teams like to play in, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
But you have to admit, this was a weird game of Sanhok as well. I mean, the level of aggression and how it picked up the pace was something that was not expected by most of the teams. And I guess that YOLO-ness that was required to play this game is what got instilled in the veins of Venom Legends and R3D. And hence, they went YOLO. And, well, Venom Legends got those 11 kills and R3D, the chicken dinner, and $1,000.
Exactly. That was so important for the side of R3D to be able to take that game for themselves along with $1,000. But now as we move on Fourth Ocean, it is your time, dude, to shine, because it is going to be the heat map coming in from Ocean side.
Yeah, that's important. For this match, heat map's important, because if you just start up this map and if you just talk about it as for what happened, look at this. Teams were dropping down and you see, right? So first things first, I just want to clarify, the red, the marker for a player is the most his HP is. The marker fades on as the HP starts dropping down right now. You see a lot of things happening around the sides of Paradise Resort, right? This is where, this entire area is where the early fights are happening, with Paradise just being at main cluster center for all the fights as we were just seeing. But now we start moving forward again, and you see the players dropping down, things happening. But this is where you focus on rotations. I mean, this is where around this area, you for a moment you did see that the teams were dropping. I mean, R3D was trying to rotate onto this lines, and then they moved again. A very, very good decision coming down from the lads overall. And well, the circle did start favoring them. Onto the other side, you see a lot of teams, onto the southern side of Paradise, as where you see a cluster of players just forming around, and the circle as well. Well, till this moment, everything's fine, everything's okay, everyone's rotating, and well, right now no one's just taking up a fight. But as soon as next circle comes up, you see the players just rotating, as we see a few rotations around from the bridge sides, and teams just dropping onto the next zones, obviously, for their own safety. That's what we were looking for. Now look at this circle and look at the next circle that follows up, and look at the randomness. Look at the randomness that just starts moving forward. Look at this, the cluster that's forming, because everyone knows now they just don't want the same mistake as the mistake was happening. But in the previous game, right from the water areas. But look at this lad. Look at this. One lad just healing around the back lines. I mean, this is where I would just want to point it out. This is where heal battles have already started. It has already begun, and the HPs of players, it is just going down slowly and steadily. And that no one would just be ready for it, but well, it was happening over. And that's just the way that the fights were just moving forward. But after this, the cluster that just formed up overall, I was just enjoying it the way it was, and trust me, that this just created a lot of chaos amongst a lot of people, and well, some enjoyed it, some did not. Overall, it was a pretty good one.
Yeah, we definitely enjoyed the chaos that was there in this match. It was lovely to watch, and look at those. I mean, those bodies of heat that are formed towards the northeast, the western side of the map, and the southeast as well. Those were the clusters of lads that you had to avoid. Now, one interesting thing that you were going to notice, in this was the fact that as the players dropped out, as they were rotating, they would always see that one player that would just stray away from the path, go out, get caught off guard, and get taken out. That is the sort of the way Sanhok happens, right? You have to stick around with your teammates.
So true, mate. I mean, in summary, what I would say is it was a chaotic amusement and amazement for us to witness, because that was just chaotic throughout the entirety of it. But with that, let's move on to the Oppo F Random Pro moments, where so many of these fights did start off right off the bat, where Seal was just vanished.
When that indeed, just I mean, no one was ready for all these movements at this momentum, because everyone, they were thinking about the fights, and feel for them, not just this map. I'll tell you, red card from Erangel. You should not be around drops or maybe rotations of other teams. He needs to understand that. In Erangel, again, previous Erangel was really good because they, dropped, they changed a bit of the drop location. But most of the times we see them around Severny's area this time as well. In this Sanhok, though, we saw them just kind of just rushing around, moving around the other drop locations, or the other teams are just around them. Well, that is kind of a thing. But this one, oh my god, switching up your weapon, dropping down in the final shot. This is just how a fight needs to be taken up.
Yeah, I mean, mechanical prowess. We've always talked about how good Steel Shot is with his micro of the game, and that was definitely a display of those skills. But on the other side, Frypan, I mean, he was also pretty crucial in finishing up a few individuals for his team and securing a few more kills. But Vibes, this team has always looked deadly, especially on Sanhok. Be careful of those windows. I mean, you might think that you are keeping an eye on someone, you are trying to scout a compound for your team, but all of a sudden you get shot in the face.
Yeah, that's true. But, as soon as we saw the fourth and the fifth circle just cutting down, we saw the shift onto the other side. And that's why a lot of bridge skirmishes did happen. We saw, DRS kind of faltering down at this bridge lines as well. And that, somehow just changed the way the team was playing. Because previously, the team was just looking really good. And now they had to take every moment with caution. Well, Memo, the zone's damage plus his SP was close, so one shot was just needed. But... after this, DRS were trying to check every single corner, every single nick.
I mean, stuff like this is going to make you paranoid. I mean, I believe BABLU, they're going to be careful closing the military bridge on Erangel every single time because of what I did to them a few days ago. So it is definitely going to make you a bit paranoid. Although I have to say, I loved what Memo did over there with the players from Vibes, because he just pulled off Vibes on them. That is Vibes' move, just stop a moving vehicle, get out and take your opponents out. That is Vibes all throughout this tournament, and this time they got a taste of their own medicine. And wait, was that the panda dance? Was that it? No, that wasn't.
No, that wasn't. If that was the panda dance, and if these people actually do that one,
it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun. But well, all right. Talk about a lot of fights that happened but did not, dish out good results. I mean, I'm talking about the middle ones. Stalwart, 7C, Vibes, Venom Legends, and Raw. Just because they have the kill point for themselves, but these teams were stopped down, maybe by the circle, maybe by the opponents, or maybe by the fact that they had to, move from the water lines to the next island, and that's created a kind of a void in the way they were playing before they had to cross that, that river, and the way they after they played that. It was kind of a mixed emotions for 5 teams specifically.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on to the overall rankings, the storyboard, this is going to be the final opportunity for i8 to capitalize upon to get that chicken, and I'm still going to keep my fingers crossed that hopefully this final game moves on for i8's favor.
I mean, it's just them and Seal Esports at this point in the top 10, so as long as one of them gets it, we're going to be happy. I just want to see every single team walking away with something to be happy about from the league stages. I mean, because these guys have done well for themselves. It looks like they're already headed to the finals. Now it's time to make some money.
Exactly.
Well, R3D did really good, and obviously they have surpassed Paradox right now. 7C and R3D, for both these teams, high voltage is like the next obstacle right in front of them. For 7C, they'll have to, discover it today, because next week, if high voltage comes back, obviously they would want to start up their climb as well. R3D, well, they'll have to come to next week's Super Weekend as well, if they want to, just mark up their entry in top 16, because, well, Steel 9 will be coming back. So this last match is really important for 17th and 18th position.
Indeed, as we move on to the final game, we are going to be going back to the map of Erangel, where once again FS will be stepping into the arena once again.
It's like Erangel is the home for Future Station. No other team owns the map better than them. They don't know the map better than them as well. Because every single time, no matter where the circle is, Future Station next level consistency on Erangel. And I mean, they are always a safer bet, but I want to see some action. So I'm going to go with i8 in this one. I want to see that chicken dinner today in this game.
Hopefully that works out for the side of i8. With that, let's get our game started off. Let's move on into the map of Erangel, which means it is time to throw it over to the Panda Bros.
Well, 2 teams, they haven't still managed to get the chicken dinner, and this certainly can be one of those games. But But Necro, we've got to make peace with the fact that this is, of course, the final game of the second Super Weekend. So this is where, you know, few of the teams that are, of course, enjoying the top echelon spot, they're going to go all out, you know. But this is where I want to see some rivalries again being built up. Now, we did see T2K did try to dash in onto its Venom Legends, and they were absolutely obliterated by Steel Shot. And this is where I really want T2K to make a jump just onto its Venom Legends. Maybe go in for a revenge fight, because let's be honest, I mean, they still have a really good sizable amount of lead.
Yeah, they definitely do. And well, you're basically saying you want T2K to go to Milta Power. And that's where Venom Legend drops.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they're quite well, I mean, they are familiar with that area, right? I mean, but the problem here is that the Thorn can be Wizzes with wipes. Now, they're dropping Milta. The problem over here is that if they hear a lot of gunshots, hey, why not? You might as well go in third party, right? Because we have been seeing so many third party action fixes, especially considering the fact that teams have realized this is the final day, right? And you might as well, you know, try and go all like guns blazing and try and rack up as many points as possible.
Yeah.
Like, we're just seeing so many third parties, early aggression, and I freaking love it.
We all do. Everybody does. I mean, I somehow want to see a replication of what really happened in Sanhok, but of course in Erangel. And I think, I mean, my wishes can also be granted, because every day the final Erangel gets really feisty, right? But you know, along with that, we did see a lot of other things, right? R3D pulling off a comeback. They've managed to get a chicken dinner. They're slowly but surely building up those points. A lot of issues have been fixed. I think the only major primary concern was the confidence, right? Because you talk about their kill prowess. We've seen that. The lads have got it in them. You talk about Adil the other day in Sanhok. He was absolutely going berserk. Now we've got Anubis also stepping up. We've got Hassan also in the fray. He's also joining up. So I think this R3D looks to be really, really good.
Yep.
But you know, one of those teams that we really have to talk about is definitely going to be I8. Now, they did manage to get the chicken dinner last time, but this time, you know, of course, in the league days, but in the Super Weekend, they've sort of been consistent, but really, really have been tending to fizzle out just a little bit, always sort of missing out from the chicken dinner. But you know what? We're going to go for a short little break, because, you know, for all good things to happen, it takes time, man, right? We need to maintain that fairness in the lobby. So we're gonna catch you up after this short little break with, of course, the action coming live from the rack.
हेलो मेरो नाम पवन देवकोटा म टिटिको लागि एसोल्टरको रोल खेल्छु पीएमपीएल यसको सारै नै टप छ तर हाम्रो टिम अहिले टप नच फर्म भएको छ र ग्राइन्ड पनि गरिरहेको डेली थ्यांक यू सो मच फर सपोर्टिङ पीएमपीएल S3 केही गर्न सकिएन राम्रो यो पालि ट्राई गर्नेछौँ पीएमपीएल S4 को लाइभ PUBG मोबाइलको अफिसियल च्यानलमा हुनेवाला छ आएर हेर्दिनु होला थ्यांक यू फर सपोर्टिङ
right, the final game. It's about to get started. Now, let's not waste any more moment and head in directly into the greener pastures, of course, of Erangel and find for ourselves who's going to enjoy that last supper. And what do you think, Necro?
Man, I mean, if you talk about desperate needs and desperate times, it has to be one of them, including Seal. I mean, in the previous game, Seal just got evaporated into thin air. They disappeared in early games by Venom Legends, and Venom Legends was definitely one of those teams that was on fire. Now, talking about rivalries, TDK is definitely going to be a little bit angry on Venom Legends because the way they got wiped out by Steel Shot. So, talking about rivalries, we might just see that. But again, in the end of the day, if TDK want to go towards Severny, that means, again, they are going to be clashing against Seal, and this can be one of those things that we really want to eye out for, but it seems like this time they're not going to be going towards Severny. Instead, Milta is going to be the place where they drop, kind of like that farm split coming in.
Well, I mean, I think all the players are just dropping off in their usual drop locations to nothing.
Yeah.
Heather and Theta over here. But, I really want, Seal to make a comeback, because this definitely does not look like the Seal who used to dominate in the Season 3's PMPL. I think the first week they did manage to get a hat-trick. I mean, they were so deadly, after which we did witness a fall from their side. A rather very interesting hybrid circle, which could possibly go anywhere. Now, Necro, I mean, of course, you and Ocean definitely don't get along with each other in terms of prediction, because you do have different thoughts. So where do you think the zone's going to pan out towards the end?
South.
Oh.
South. It's
right.
going on I-8. Either going to be camping this one out
Is it
again.
their chicken? Is it their chicken?
Might as well be, man. Now, look, I mean, the last time we saw I-8 getting that circle, they were just so aggressive, Fixes. It's like they wanted all the fights, they wanted all the smoke, they wanted all the commotions, and they just wanted to rack up those kill points. This time, hopefully, they're going to be playing things out a little safe. You can already do see 7C as well, just making it down the bridgeways. They do not want to risk it, man. They already want to be inside the military island. They're like, all right, guys, there's a massive chance that it might just shift down. If it does, well, we already have Fear near there, but it doesn't matter. Fear, I think so, has been taken down by Uzum. And, well, this is how it all starts, Fixes. It's just deja vu all over again.
All right. This is where, I would certainly beg to differ, because I believe I-8 are being more proactive, right? They understand this might be a possible certain circle. It's better to just go in there and look over if you can get a few kills here and there. And again, this is where it sort of tends to backfire, because every single time they get over to the bridge, the circle shifts towards the western side. Now, you talk about the western side. This is where, Ocean and I connected telepathically. And this is not the first time, 7C have done that. The same time, this is the same thing they tried last time out as well. It was sort of a similar outcome. Now, now this has to be a mainstream thing, right? Every time we have a certain circle, we've got to anticipate someone from I-8 looking out for the bridge. Now, the last time I think it was the eastern bridge that they did opt for. This time they went for the western one.
Yeah, and consider the fact that 7C already on a huge massive man disadvantage, actually. One man been falling down. And take a look at the center of the map. Now, teams like Vibes, DEADEYES guys are all right next to each other, then 7C as well, right below them. Now, they have been dropping near, Kameshki sometimes in the league days as well. Sometimes they've also done that in the Super Weekends. This time it seems like they have realized that just because of the plane fly path, maybe a little bit of predictions coming in through, they have dropped in towards the place that they like to drop now. This is quite interesting because we might just see a lot of fights happening. Consider the fact that if all the teams, right, that are on top, if they decide to take a kind of like a casual rotation inside the circle, just straight rotation, they are going to be ramming into each other, and we might just see a massive commotion happening early off in the game. With that being said, Zeus as well now, they're already off to a massive kind of a split coming through. You can see those two players away from Godless. And this is a split coming through. But again, it just really comes down, if they're getting spotted, that they can be in a little bit of trouble. But for now, it seems like they're quite safe. There's no one really nearby.
You know what? This is something interesting from Stalwart, because they haven't really gone for a lot of loot. They're relying heavily on bridge camping and get a few kills from around here, because of course, I mean, Vector, no doubt, it's an amazing weapon, but that is definitely not one of those weapons that I would enter into those mid games with, right? In the final games when the circle is really up close and personal, yeah, of course, I would like it, but after that, the magazine, the chamber change where it was 4.5 ACP, and now it's been down to 9 mm. That's where I really felt that Vector sort of got a little bit of a nerf. Now Vector was one of those dead weapons until and unless BTR just made it popular, especially in the map of Sanhok. That's when people started following the herd, and that is how it went. But now, for what I can see in this particular situation, is it was a desperate move from Stalwart, right? They wanted to have that early bridge control. They wanted to have that access where towards where a lot of teams are gonna definitely come in down south. But this is where I would want to have a contradicting opinion, or maybe a desire. This is where I want the circle to be going towards the northern side, because everyone is starting to ponder that it's definitely gonna go south. Imagine the last shift, it goes towards north, and mind you, Necro, this has happened in the past.
Yeah, now I also want to point one more thing out of here, Fixes, is that Mamba. Now, he was kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. He was in Lipovka. He found himself a boat, and they're probably going to be rotating all the way from the right side down south, and that's where there's also a majority of circle kind of like chunking outside in the water. They might just go in there, just like how they like to, just kind of that safe rotation coming inside this game from their side. Same thing goes to Future Station 1952, and I also do like how IAT have separated themselves out on those shorelines. Now, you also do see Crypto on that bridge. Then you have Blade and Reviews right next to each other on a little bit of left side. They want to make sure no one's going to be even swimming inside, nor they do not want to see any kind of boats crossing on this island.
We've been talking about the versatility of the squad for I8, right? The kind of players, the way they switch things around. Now this sort of gets me into this conversation. Where on earth is Trenda? Because I've definitely sort of been missing him, really. He was one of those core players of the lineup, and for quite some time he's been with them, and we haven't seen him the PMPL. I mean, for the viewers watching out there, if there is any reason, you can just, of course, slide into our DMs and let us know. But of course, I mean, I think that might just be that one factor why I8 might just be missing out on those chickens, because they were such a well-led unit, right? They completely conquered the Pakistan region, and they were so good, right? Now you talk about now Pakistan is no more just about a few handful number of teams, right? The esports scene has developed really well. We're witnessing new teams coming up every single time, but the way I8 has been performing, they've been setting those standards, those benchmarks, right? Crossing every single corners. They have every check marks ticked out for themselves, and they're just that good. But now Uzum, I believe, opting for a really interesting set of weapon, which was the meta around maybe a year or two ago, where a lot of people used to use VSS, but then it suddenly vanished.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite understandable, right? The problem is the magazine size that it has. Usually, that's like, I feel like the big kind of thing that downfall, and also the bullet drop on that gun is quite huge. Even in mid ranges, sometimes you need to kind of lead your shots a little bit. That can be a little bit of a problem. But now again, you have the circle shift coming in, and guess what? This is a little curveball being thrown, Fixes. Now, we thought the circle's going to be shifting down south, but over here, the curveball like this, all the teams like A1 Esports, they've already traveled down, but hold on, I'm going to be holding on to my conversation, as R3D, well, they have found themselves in quite a tricky situation. 2 players being taken out. It's just Joker Sir who's alive all the way in the back lines. He's quite down low. Anubis there, Cavalry has arrived, but it doesn't matter. Future Station as well are in full force. They're breaching inside R3D's defense, and while Anubis is the only man who's trying his best to hold the fort down, including Joker. Joker should be taken out in no time, and yes, he has been taken out in the open. Didn't really have a lot of cover. And now Anubis, only the man in the back lines, trying his best to fight back. At least the main goal for him is to make sure his teammates are being safe.
just a little bit unlucky. And, well, I mean, that was one of those schools where Fusation would want to punish R3. Now, this is one of those squads that has been so good in terms of their macro rotation. Sort of reminds me how teams like, Cloud9 or Tempo Storm played back in the days, of course, in the American leagues that we used to witness. And, but then again, what they're really missing out on is that punch, right? That kick, the power in terms of the gun skills, right? That is something, if that gets worked out, then they're going to be absolutely devastating. But still, considering a Bangladeshi team, or rather new one at that, they've been playing really good. But Stalwart, I mean, this is what we expect from these lads, action in top every single time. They get inside the lobby, they're going to rack up so many kills, and they're going to reach that 100 marker in just 2 weeks, Necro.
They might, yeah. I mean, they've already been setting a lot of records, even in the Super Weekend Day 1, if I'm not wrong. They set like 2 records for themselves, and that was absolutely huge, including action, like crossing like 75 kills plus, and then they also had a little bit of damage stats showing up. They also set a record in that. But they are one of those teams that are setting new limits, and I absolutely love to see that. But now, as Avon Esports has found themselves in a little bit of a tricky spot, as I already again have the bridge control for themselves. How are Avon Esports going to be making it back onto the other side of the island? Because the circle kind of favoring now on the northern side a little bit more. Avon Esports have realized that shifting onto that side, it will probably be one of the best things they can do. But fixes over here, this also brings down the conversation. Is it the first time we're probably going to be seeing that bridge circle?
Maybe. My wishes might just be granted, but now we've got a different fight happening. DRS going up against Zeus. Now, this is one of those rivalries that has not just been in this tournament, but from a lot more in the past. And there you have, I mean, Zeus, of course, getting that upper edge, do have that altitude to play around with. But Kyalzin, he's going to make all the difference from the back lines. But look at Icy. He might just want some help. And I believe DRS, oblivious of the positioning of the other players, because if they had gotten that information, they would have definitely acted upon it. Now, Icy, how on earth is he going to survive? I mean, amongst all this chaos, I really feel that Zeus might get caught from somewhere else.
They definitely can. He's single-handedly holding DRS off bay on the bay. Zeus as well, they're trying their best to provide that backup fire on the Icy, making sure no man stays behind. Now TDK stacked up on those edges. One more team is kind of being in the way. It's going to be 7C who's blocking their ways inside. But AJ slowly, steadily trying to create himself kind of like an off angle. Some blind nades coming in through, maybe hoping to do some decent amount of damage, but instead that's really not going to be the case. Look at this, Icy crawling next to Mafia Ninja. They're moving close every second, every inch, and I'm pretty sure at this point Mafia has to spot out Icy. There's no way he hasn't spotted
heard
Icy
him,
out.
I guess.
Yeah.
But finally, I mean, the cavalry has arrived. Countless and Seol making it in time, and this is where Zeus have given up on that altitude control. Now Icy is definitely going to try and build up a flank angle, and this is something that Mafia Ninja is well aware of, so he's going to reposition himself. But I'm still going to say this all fight remains, and it all comes down to how good of a cover fire can Galton provide, right? Because if Zeus overstep even by 1 meter, I know the precision that Kyalzin has with his shots. He's going to take a lot of kills.
Now look, in that initial fight, DRS are going to be the one to breach inside. They are going to be the one to actually be the attackers, because they need to make it inside the zone. And Zeus, they are the defending ones over here. So all they need to do is make sure DRS aren't really crossing the boundaries. They are not really crossing the line. Again, this might just be one of those sandwich situations fixes. You can also see Stalwart Esports closing their distance slowly and steadily, and I'm pretty sure they've heard those gunshots, so they definitely want all kind of smokes. And Pika is the one leading the charge, doing a great job scouting the area out. And well, Gelson, he has managed to sneak in through a little gap, and I do want to see what kind of fight is going to be coming through. Take a look at this replay as well. This was the fight that was happening near kind of like that Pachinki area. And I pretty much anticipated it. I said it, that TDK and Wizzes Vibes, they might just be clashing against each other. They can be a thorn in each other's way, and that's what exactly is happening.
Yeah, that indeed did happen. But you know, I'm sort of heartbroken right now. I really wanted the circle to have a end zone shift towards the north. Now everyone sort of knows it's going to be a northern circle. This is where I would really want the circle to go down south, but on top. Is he lost? Right out in the open.
No,
just has that shack for cover and barely survives. But Mr. Smokey, he's got that precision going along with him. And now we're gonna witness a shift. Still. I mean, there is a possibility, but this is one of those most interesting circles of Erangel. I mean, you've got the bridge, you've got the junction, you've got the gas station, and so many lot of different things. But 7C apparently they want to take it up close and personal against DEADEYES. The nade being lobbed inside that little shack, but great, it's surviving with a sliver of HP. How on earth is this man still alive? And he's not healing himself up.
Oh, I mean, how can he heal himself up? He's being pinned down even from the back lines, even from the front lines. And his HP bar is pretty much down to 1%. The vehicle's about to blow up. He wants to make sure at least he has a safe distance. And that MG3 is just shredding that car open and just blasting it down to smithereens. This nade's coming in through from the side. Right, it's finally goes down. This is what exactly I was saying. He couldn't heal in that position. He was also getting compromised from the back lines. And finally he got taken down. That's quite an unfortunate scenario. I feel like they don't really need to move where the position they have found themselves. If you take a look at the map as well, because they have quite a decent position. They're quite just right above the bridge. And the problem is, in the past as well, we saw Venom Esports was one of those teams who is quite trapped inside there in the military island. But another fight panning out again. It's going to be Wizzes Vibes going head-to-head against DRS. And the damage has been done on the Mafia Ninja. Unfortunately, DRS are taking quite a bit of damage.
They certainly are. Now this is going to get so much more interesting because I really like the position of I8. Now if they play their cards right, I mean they might just get the chicken dinner, but Wizzes with Vibes. But it might just be that standoff. Now you've got Shifu getting spotted out. Rules overextending, and Assassin is definitely gonna punish him for that. Now the question remains, with the circle starting to close in, is Reaper Bot gonna go in for the revive? Now Rules is one of those players that was really a crucial element, but he remains no more. He's been wiped out, and now with Vibes surviving with just that one player, I think it's over. It's over for them, at least in this game.
They also need to make it inside the circle. Yeah, as you beautifully mentioned, Reaper Bot being last man alive for that squad. Venom Esports taking quite a clinical approach inside this zone. Quite a safe approach. Do not want to go against any kind of squads, or at least they don't want to fight. For now, they want to be the ones who are pretty peaceful inside this scenario, which is understandable, especially when you don't really have anything working out for you. You always got to go with the peace, and that's what they're doing for now. Frypan is the only man kind of on the bridge. He does have his teammate somewhere lying around. For now, we're not really seeing him. We do see him in the minimap, though. But now, again, taking a look at the kill feed, we do see Baron showing himself up against 7C. Ale being the last man alive. And, it seems like Ale also falls down. That's going to be it for DEADEYES, guys, Stalwart Esports, and even 7C. Within a blink of an eye, 3 teams get eliminated, Fixes.
Yeah, and that is something that had to be anticipated, right? You're right out in the open. It was bound to happen. But again, now this is sort of getting over us, right? Just a lot of teams directly just dashing into the waters and playing from around there. But now, this is a circle shift that I was talking about. Now, this is where I8 are still in good position. But look at Clarity BABLU's position. They've got a compound. But just beside them, you've got that little bit of a high ground advantage, which I believe Future Station are going to go in for. But I think Seal have made a really good and a fast movement going in, contesting that compound. I really want to see how that fight especially pans out.
Exactly. Now, we did see kind of Seal just straight up going inside the compound. And also in the kill feed, Hustler is going to be the one to find the entry frag, at least for now. That being said, Raw as well, no really far behind. They're also joining that kind of like the kill moments going on over here and there. take a look at the position that Danny has. No one's going to be expecting him to be there, but finally, with that kind of an initial play, he has given himself up, and well, he gets spotted out, and each and every single player from Seal, they just drop onto him, and they finally eliminate BABLU out the game. They are going to be going down as well. Now, Seal, they have found themselves quite a great compound, but now the problem here is, after this circle, it's just going to be hard shifts all over the place. And this circle is quite made in an awkward position as well, so all the teams, they're going to be so unsettled.
And they certainly are. Now, finally, A1 Esports is dealing with the brunt of things, but AJ gets gone out right in the open where BABLU would, of course, want to get his hands on the kill, but I believe Rubin says, not today, that's our view. And yeah, they will of course get it, but now BABLU is really scary spot. Now this is one of those positions that we are not accustomed to see Zeus in, right? Usually Zeus are the aggressors, they're the ones who pounce upon people, and here they are getting pounced upon. And well, how times have changed, right? Now getting back to the game, we've got Team Vibes again. If you remember the last game of Erangel yesterday, they were really good. You know, the way Assassin really opened things up, but they do not have Assassin. But still, what they do have is 7 kills and 3 players who are absolutely riled up and looking hot and
with also what they have is hope. All they can do is hope for to get inside the zone, but the problem is the position they have right now, each and every single team knows there's a team in that direction, and take a look at that, including Raw, even TDK, they have their eyes locked in dead on the side of Vibes. And well, as I mentioned, the circle's quite weird. We don't really know. The chances of it shifting down south are pretty much a lot instead of shifting up towards Vibes. And that's what I'm at least expecting. But again, including Raw as well, they don't really have that good of a position. A lot of shots being fired. That means a lot of positions being revealed as well. And take a look at the circle shift mix. This wall is divided 50-50, even on north and even on south side. So this is going to be an equal battle.
Well, they certainly can be, and now I think Team Vibes can have a really good chance if they sort of manage to deal with Sandesh, right? And if they take over that position, then this could be possibly their game. But now I8 has to play the waiting game. They will have to let the other squads get in. Crypto's already in his vehicle just waiting for the call from his captain to move. But what they're really worried about is, of course, Future Station. I believe Reviews has a slight idea that they might just be there. And if I8 enters inside the circle before them, they're going to get hammered, right, from the back lines. So this is where I8, they've got to enter when there's a commotion going on. And yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? I'm not going to question him because this is where bases can really get handy. But Sandesh getting absolutely pounced upon, does respond. What? Manages to take 2 players with barely 10% HP, not even 10, make that 5. But has he been eliminated yet? No, as Bishal, he's going to ignore that. And now I think Sandesh might just go in for a 1v3, but Bishal, he's out in the open, Necro. And have I8 spotted him?
What? Sandesh, oh my god, you've got to be kidding me with that one. With less than 10 HP, he took down second player's wall. That means you can imagine how many shots that second player missed onto him. And I feel bad. If I was in his position, I would have definitely been raging up till now. Seal getting pushed on. And while this is not looking good, Future Station 1952, they realize this is their time to capitalize. If they don't, it's going to be a little too late. They finally do. They have found themselves the compound. Seal have already left it. But over here, this is where Future Station, now again, they need a breach inside Seal's defense. And well, this is where they have the advantage. Seal, they have a little bit of vehicles for themselves as cover. Future Station, they are falling short on that one man. This could have at least equalized the things out against Seal and even Future Station. But for now, if you take about which team might just have the highest chances of winning this game, it has to be I8.
Well, I mean, I at this particular moment, I really can't come to a conclusion. It all goes down to how the teams play, but Jiggle, all right. We know this player does have his, mastery with that vault action, and I'm not going to be surprised if he can pop one more head, maybe spot. He does have the idea. The CY might be, but he's indeed taking the kill steal for Hustler, but not succeeding at that as Crypto. He's going to also rain down all that bullet in Zeus' direction as Baron. He is lying in that barren land and behind the buggy as Grenadier attack comes along as Entry's got to punish him, but Baron is alive for now, but not anymore as he gets exploded. But this is where Entry would want to get the kill. Yes, he succeeds as Future Station still, again, have managed to make it to the top 5. They've cracked the code.
Yeah, exactly. This is just absolute chaos, man. Absolute pandemonium of a late game situation. Vehicles being blown around here and there. Nades being utilized. Future Station, I thought they're going to be having a tough time getting inside the zone, but guess what? They didn't. Instead, it's Seal who are getting capitalized from all the different angles, including Ayat as well. They're kind of focusing on them. TDK, I'm surprised that Sundays is still alive in the game, and he only has 2 kills, but it's fine. He made it up till now. That's impressive in itself. Sandej being the last man, or the only man alive, he doesn't have anyone to support him. That means he needs to do everything. He needs to carry so much burden. And take a look at this trigger discipline being shown from Wally. He knows Prabin is right in the front lines. He has the AUG as well. And we do know how laser beaming it can be sometimes, but it doesn't matter. Uzum's reflexes are going to be catching the final man alive from Vibes, and it's going to be Jiggle who falls down.
Yeah, I mean, they've got all the angles checked.
This
now,
is it,
this is where. Yeah, finally the moment has arrived, and I believe Sidesh's position has 100% been compromised, and after a long time. Now, this is going to be a good night for the Pakistani teams. I mean, R3D getting a chicken dinner, R8 ending the evening with one more, and what more could you ask for? And finally, the boys are back. I mean, they've always been so close and sometimes just too far. But this time, you know, they were patient. They did not make any unnecessary mistakes and have managed to rack in that $1,000 now, which could possibly be the start of a lot more.
Man, what can I say? The boys played well. Absolute fantastic winning for themselves. And this is what they needed. The first one to pretty much start the fray off. And they finally have found themselves those $1,000 as well. Finally, their cash money back in the bank. And, well, I mean, their performance has been pretty phenomenal throughout the entire PMPL. But all they needed was a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. And they finally get it.
They certainly do. I mean, and that too in fashion, right? A circle which could have gone to Wizzes southern
exactly.
side. We did witness it shifting to Wizzes northern side, and I'm pretty sure the desk has a lot of things to talk about it because a lot of really weird things happened also in this map of Erangel. But before that, we have a short little break, and after that, yes, of course, you're gonna meet the beautiful desk.
Weird day.
Alright, and we are back with PMPL South Asia Season 4 action. That has just come to an end, but what a play that was. I mean, we were expecting it for a long time, and I8 has delivered.
Yeah.
Wow.
Again. Second time in the day. Finally a chicken dinner for I8. Exactly.
I mean, today's day has been a day of finally getting those chicken dinners, right? If we talk about DE, we talk about I8. This was a perfect end to... Yeah, actually R3D as well. This was a perfect end to a super weekend. 7 kills by Uzum and only 68 healing done. Just think about it, right, Johnny? Very low healing numbers by players today as well.
Exactly. I8, this game was supposed to be theirs. Had they missed this chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure they would have regretted it as well. Because imagine the circle. I mean, for so long it was on that military bridge and then just moves barely towards the ferry pay area, and I8 are already crossed over on the other side. So it was a position from where they set up themselves for success. There was only one team that I felt could have actually contested this chicken dinner along with them, but they got eliminated a little bit early before the finish of the game. That was Vibes. But apart from them, they were doing a phenomenal job from taking down A1 Esports on the very edge. They did a phenomenal finish to the game.
Oh, for last three games, we are seeing the team that's at second position. They have 2 kills for last 3 games.
True.
That's a different stat, but it is a stat. And for last 2 games, they have 2 kills and 2 knockouts. Both the teams when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
But this was pretty good. I mean, T2K they lost their players in the early stage as well. That's why you see that low average survival time as well.
Yeah. I mean, but still an interesting and intense game nonetheless. And looking at the match summary, I mean, it looks quite phenomenal. Look at that. Reaper bought 943 healing done.
Yeah.
And he was just stuck in a really bad, awkward position. But over on the other side, we have Uzim with the highest kills from his team. And Crypto, I mean, he likes to show up everywhere. So highest damage, 675.
I mean, if it's I8, Crypto is definitely going to be there. With that, as we move on to the match rank, and we do finally have I8 bringing in a really good game for themselves, along with $1,000, and following them very close is certainly going to be Seal Esports. They do need those points as well.
All right, so out of the top 3 teams inside of the game, 2 were the ones who were fighting for their first chicken dinner.
Exactly.
Actually, yes. I mean, that's true. But T2K was there as well. They were fighting for their markup with DRS, right? They were fighting for that as well. And Future Station. I mean, I don't know what again in the top 5. What? So I can't even say what is wrong with this team because everything's right, and that's why they're in the top 5. Like, it's just like they love to play it like that.
They do. They just figured out the perfect synergistic play when it comes to the circles of PUBG Mobile itself altogether. When it comes to the battleground, also Ocean, as Varun was mentioning, I think you should definitely check on that crystal ball. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Or has Magnet actually still,
I'm pretty sure it's gone. I'm pretty sure Ocean's crystal ball is gone at this point, and
it's all here.
Station,
there was
gotten
never a ball.
hands on this.
There was never a ball.
Then it's time, dude. It is then time to use that crystal ball of yours. Get us through this zone analysis.
Yeah, so in this one, right, just like everyone said, and just like, everyone was talking about it, everyone had this thing in their mind that the circle might just, go down, because that's what we have seen like most of the times. And this is a circle, I'm pretty sure. But, but what we see most of the times is, as the players and the team started moving forward, you see where Venom Legends is. They are moving from the southern side, thinking of if the zone will be onto their favors. But now look at this. I8, they had already crossed the bridge, and they were at a really prime location. A1 Esports, well, they also tried to cross the bridge, but it was not just the same story for them. FS had a really good area for them, and that kind of just helped them in this one. BABLU had a really good area for them as well. DE, they thought that they'll just mark up their entry, and Zeus had lost one of their players. Like, in a while, they will be losing one of their players, and that's because they're not. They feel like they're aware of the surroundings, but they're not exactly aware of the surroundings. That's the reason that they just keep on losing on the players one by one. Like sometimes it just happens slowly and steadily. But at this moment, if you have a look, right, I8, if they want to defend the bridge area, well, all they have to do is just shoot and shoot and shoot. Like it's just a simple formula. And they were doing that with a really good ease. And once that was just out of the equation, they had to move forward. Where Blade and Reviews already had the cluster of the backside of the circle, that was really good. I gotta give props to Sandesh though. Think about it, right? After there are teams around, and everyone everyone had to focus on one play. Well, Raw did try, and they failed. They failed miserably. You remember Sandesh just taking down the players one by one, and that was just a thing. Raw tried to move forward, but 2 players being taken down by Sandesh, even at that 10 HP marker, like no one would have anticipated that happening overall. But well, this was the final moment where they just sealed the deal for themselves, because what's going on is I8 they had a safer area for themselves, and for Future State entry, you remember, right, the circle was just moving forward, so he had nowhere to go. He was just stuck there. If he had to move forward, it was a really tough affair because Seal's last play was just there. Well, I8 did take down that one player as well, and Vibes. This high to low area, this kind of just became their demise. They had to move forward. You can use smokes, but hey, bullets travel through smokes, and smokes in the final circles. That's an invitation for the opponents to shoot you sometimes.
Yeah,
exactly. And that invitation will be obviously taken granted.
I agree with that. I mean, that would have been a recipe for disaster, and the only way Vibes would have walked away with this match was Had they somehow figured out a way to finish off Sandesh first and deal with the players of Seal Esports as well, because Future Station were pretty much stuck over there. They had I8 in the backlines and Seal Esports right next to them, so that sandwich situation was never going to work out. But apart from that, Seal Esports was the only threat for Vibes Esports, but that slope situation was a bit awkward for them to actually survive.
Absolutely, mate. But what a wonderful game this has been for Seal Esports, as well as the first for I8 and the others.
Yeah.
So with that, so many fights taking place. Let's go through all of them, moment by moment, through the O4 F19 Pro moments.
Oh, I mean, I8 just getting a hold of this area. Oh, it's just held out for themselves. And we rarely see a VSS usage most of the times.
True.
But I would say, VSS is a really underrated gun the way you want to use it, right? Because players, they don't use it as much because, it's like M4s, AKMs, maybe Vectors, maybe Uzis and bolt actions. But VSS as a DMR, I mean, you'll never understand where the shots are coming. It has such a low sound for itself. And the bullet drop, well, if you're okay with the bullet drop, you have a really good gun for yourself.
I mean, it was all about, as you mentioned about the bullet drop, it was about picking the right distance for the fight, right?
Yeah.
And if you are going to be close enough, that weapon can be deadly. I mean, me and Ocean have discussed the nightmares about guys roaming around with VSS in their hands and also having ghillie suits on. So, basically a silent killer situation.
I mean,
but
Blotter, I'll paint you a picture, right? It's a map of Sanhok.
Yeah.
You're wearing a ghillie suit and you have a VSS. Think about it.
Dude,
the silent assassin.
With the scope, you've got everything working for you. 9mm, just perfect barrage. That is going to be waiting silently. And a silent kill and a deadly one is what that's going to turn out to be.
I mean, also, talking about awkward situations and awkward conversations, how did A1 Esports swap places with I8? That, I mean, I believe even they are going to be questioning themselves, like, why did we go to the edge? Why did we play around the edge? That is where things sort of took a turn for the worse for them.
Definitely. That just happened. But look at this. One player gets taken down, and he trades another one by the switching of the weapon at the finest of its moments. That was just a really close call because you were so low on HP. I mean, it just comes down to Ross plays as well. You just had to shoot one bullet. But the animation of dropping down from the vehicle and looking at the player, that's where things just went wrong.
And
the smoke.
Finish of the game. Yeah, just spray the grooves in the smoke and expect to finish. And
I mean, bullets travel.
But with that, as we move on forth to the next start, it is going to be damage draft, where we can start off from the right, actually. Previous game, we did see Sanhok R3D bringing in a perfect play for themselves.
Sure.
But this time around, things have definitely faltered
3 days in a row. 3 days in a row. So I guess if you win Sanhok, you're basically setting up yourself for an early exit in the last match of the day.
No, my God.
For the next one. So true.
This is...
Interesting starts is what I would say to all of this. But let's move on and have a look at the storyboard. That is, of course, going to be dictating the overall ranking.
Blotter, you know what? I mean, we started off the first week's conversation with the fact that Ocean does black magic, so...
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Going back to
the
that
magical
exact same
powers.
conversation, it is working. It definitely
the
is
curse
working.
of Sanhok, I guess we can call it now. But hey, today's day has been good because DE and DRS.
Wow.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. But talk about one team that was in top 5 though. They had bad games and now they are at 8th position. So somehow, all right, call me an overthinker, call me some sort of a person like that. PMGC, you guys remember, right?
Yeah.
PMGC, no XQF. They did not play one Super Weekend and they dropped down to 8th or 9th position. I remember that was 9th position. I was thinking, what if Zeus actually dropped down to 9th position? But that did not happen exactly as I was thinking because, and then at the end in the finals, no XQF, they won the won PMGC.
Exactly.
So I was just
you
thinking.
know what though? It almost happened because look at the difference between Zeus and Future Station.
That was just coming to my mind right now. Imagine if they drop down to 9th position and then they still have like 1 week left. They capitalize on that 1 week and then they just move forward in the finals. That was my thinking right now.
I mean, these teams, so here's the thing, right? These teams have 200 plus points. There's a very, very high probability they make it to the finals. I mean, they are going to the finals for sure.
Oh, yes.
But,
oh, yes.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what actually happens in the finals because, I mean, we have had this conversation throughout the entire day. This has been our point that Zeus Esports, they are changing things. If they're changing things for the finals, they better be ready to get those points. But Venom Legends, they know how to do it instead. Well, 15 games, 114 points, and the 14th position. Yeah.
This is so important for 7C now. Think about it, right? They'll have to qualify. they'll have to qualify next week for the on the league plays, because if High Voltage qualifies, they'll get the points. If both of them qualify, it becomes personal because they'll have to be in top 16. It's so close for both these teams right now. 7C, well, they played this one, 95 points. High Voltage, they did not play this one, 96 points.
Well, for next week though, I hope, and I think both of you will agree, I hope PN Crew makes it.
So true. Hopefully. Hopefully. I mean, Play did point them out and actually did call them out, rather, is what I would say. But rightfully so, in fact, because again, we've had 2 weeks of PMPL Season 4, but it has just not been working in PN Crew's favor.
All right, well, if we just talk about it, previous season, when we had the previous season stats and everything, previous season's cutoff for top 16 was 155 points by R3D, right? So this time, because the next Super Weekend will be arriving, obviously, in the next weekend. So,
and that'll be the final one.
Yeah, that will be the final one. So if you have to qualify, maybe keep that pointer in your mind right now. BABLU Clarity is at 150 point mark. Obviously, they would want to qualify, right? To Raw as well. Raw, this Super Weekend, they did not have that good of a game play overall. So I would say most of their points did come down from the first Super Weekend, if anything, not from this one as per se. Venom Legends, they are at 114. But again, if maybe Paradox qualifies once again, if R3D is there, if 7C is there, High Voltage, C9, imagine if these teams do end up qualifying. Imagine the chaos that will be in the second half of the table on the first day and the second day of Super Weekend. And well, if these teams are qualifying, that means someone from top 10 will not qualify.
That's the scenario nobody wants to draw, of course. But talking about a team that has definitely been reigning supreme compared to week 1's performance that they had, but right now it is going to be Wizzes with Vibes. I mean, this team has been popping heads. I mean, this team, again, Fixes did mention during the cast as well, this is the first time they're joining into the PMPL awesomeness altogether itself, and the way they have just showcased their synergy with these sort of teams against them in the lobby, it is just ferocious performance from these sides.
Definitely. Look at those survival times out there. I mean, 21 minute plus for every single player in the 5 matches that they have played today, and especially an amazing performance being put on display by Rules and Reaperbot. 8 kills for each, and well, 1,000 damage, 1,009 damage for Rules, and his teammate also doing really well for themselves. Wizzes with Vibes overall today has been a good day.
Well, and talking about the way these lads have been playing, look at this. Erangel overall for them with an average damage of more than 1,000, just a bit more than 1,000. But Miramar is where I would say, yeah, exactly. They are actually shining up because a good survival time start coming up for them, and average 5.4 kills. Obviously, it's not you can't take anyone 0.4, but average 5 kills plus marker for them with each and every map that they are playing around Miramar, and that's really good.
Indeed, it definitely is. With that, as we move on with the show, let's move on to the kill leaders coming in from the games. And the kill leader will showcase what sort of performance have these teams been making. Of course, we do know that Stalwart's players are going to be there. We do, of course, have I8's player probably going to be, Crypto is going to be there. And, of course, Wizzes with Vibes, Delta X. This dude has been legendary in his play.
I mean, definitely. Delta has been quite phenomenal, although today was kind of a slow performance from him, but still his team was there, and there is a level of consistency with the side from Wizzes with Vibes. All the action, he never stopped shooting, and I mean, just a few shy from the 100 already.
Next
with 1 week to go. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen in, I think, the first day itself.
I would say, out of all these lads, I would want to see, obviously, we would want to see those numbers getting really close to each other. But what I feel is only 3 lads will be, making up to that 100 marker, because the other lads they're quite far behind when it comes down to the numbers. Well, if they have like back-to-back amazing games, that's a different story, because their contribution will be noted for sure. But y'all can think about it, right? This lad was sitting at the top position one time, and now this lad has faltered down. Well, DRS, they had their good days, they had their bad days, but hey, it's a team that always gives us some amazing games.
Exactly. That first week from DRS was incredible, but after that we have seen them slow down. Maybe they took notes from what you were saying, saving a few strats for the finals. You never know.
No, I wouldn't say they have slowed down. I mean, they had that hat trick for themselves, and that was just amazing,
but,
right?
In that same conversation, talking about slowing down or rather keeping strats for themselves for the finals itself, I believe Zeus Esports is going to be a big X factor as we move slowly and steadily towards the finals.
I agree. I think everyone is asking like what's going on with Zeus at this point, and maybe in the finals everyone is going to get the answer, and Zeus Esports is going to be like, that's what's going on.
We are here for the finals, something like that, right?
They're going to be bringing it with a bang, so true. But with that, we of course do have the day summary on our screens, where we started things off with Wizzes with Vibes taking a chicken dinner for themselves along with that $1,000 again throughout the entirety of the day. I mean, the best thing to talk about is going to be the way DRS kind of faltered down and then picked up, and now they're finally once again right next to T2K. But T2K's lead, do you guys even think it's possible to actually surpass them?
Depends.
I think if they don't qualify, that's the only scenario in which anyone is going to be able to take them apart.
No. For me, I'm really happy that T2K is actually, just doing really good. But for me, it still depends. And one or two teams maybe will try to surpass them. It only comes down if T2K has a bad game, and those teams have really good games with chicken dinners.
But even then it happens. The same thing we have always been talking about. Someone gets close, like someone gets within an 8-point difference, and they are like, all right, chicken dinner time, boys. Time to get the 1,000.
That's what I'm saying. Just as DRS had that hat trick for themselves, and they climbed up really high, T2K did not have a good day at that time, right? So that's what I'm saying. If next week on a Super Weekend, if T2K does not have a good day, but the other team, their counterpart, second and third position, have a really good day, then maybe.
Then it could be. Then it could very well be caught up. But with that, as we move on forth, we are going to be looking at this Super Weekend summary. And boy, oh boy, what a play this has been for the side of course, these Nepali awesome teams from Wizzes with Vibes. I mean, I am just blown away with this team's performance.
Johnny.
I was just going to say, I mean, comparatively, today has been a much tougher day. I mean, because look at the difference with how Wizzes with Vibes were able to finish. So this was the best performing team throughout the day, and they got 61 points in total for themselves. Today's matches were really tough with the circles, with the team's attitude towards the fights.
Yeah, I'll give you a strat though, but so DRS Gaming, they have the highest points ever climbed up by a team in a single day. That's 96 right now. Second to them, I'm pretty sure, was T2K when they had 75 points, and after that comes DEADEYES guys with 71 points on day 2. That was yesterday. So it's that thing. So next Super Weekend, because first Super Weekend's first day we saw T2K just getting 75 points. This time we saw DRS getting 96 points. I'm feeling confident that we will see a team surpassing 100-point marker as well on one day, because that will be a record in its own self.
Most certainly. Definitely it's going to be. But with that, we do reach the end of the Super Weekend awesomeness. This was the second Super Weekend, of course. There's one more Super Weekend remaining, after which we'll move into the finals. The top 16 teams, rather, will move into finals. We'll be still right here in this virtual world. But along with all of that, of course, do not forget to follow all of our official PUBG Mobile channels, from YouTube to Instagram to, of course, Twitter and Facebook as well, because there are a lot of giveaways taking place throughout these Super Weekends. And if you want to be part of it, you definitely need to go ahead and subscribe to PUBG Mobile South Asia Esports channel. Along with that, as you're busy doing that, you can very well find these wonderful lads right there and find them on Instagram, get in touch with them. And well, with that, like I said, we do reach the end of our day. A huge thanks to, of course, our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making this all happen. That's all there is to it. Any closing thoughts from you guys for the Super Weekend?
For this one, no, but I want to see the next one as soon as possible.
Oh, yes. So true. But we've got the league plays. We've got the league plays that are going to be starting off from Tuesday. So we'll be back again on Tuesday. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.